Now I'm going to start loading up the links. And then if we finish early enough with this, I might make a quick trip to elsewhere for a minute, grab myself something, and let you guys kind of handle the show for me. Let everybody know I will be back, but that at the present I will be, just preoccupied, and then I will be back to kind of do semi-proper hosting and just have you gentlemen kind of, particularly Justin, simply because of the situation that Derek is in, kind of take over. Now let me just do a little refresh of the screens here, and then I'm going to grab the link and get this party started, so to speak. And it is a party. We have he'll tell us the birthday of his father, the number.
The Septu, the 77th, I believe, birthday.
Double lucky. That's wonderful.
72.
72, okay. I was wrong. I take that back.
We hope he makes it to the 77th. I'm sure he will. And we just have to make certain that Derek Talley is up for that as well. And so let's see. Hopefully his treatments will give him that capability. Let me turn on the voice here. You see if we hear an echo. So there, I hear myself. Hopefully his not necessarily an echo. My best way to present that. Marcus Griggs says, "Hey Douglas." Hey Marcus Griggs. Hugs. Okay. All right. So let me get this loaded up in all three of these links. And okay, what am I looking at? What is this? You got. Where's the minus button? Oh, this is so frustrating, this laptop. Miguel Andahar says he's got some new type of laptop that he's trying to present to me or something, and we'll see what happens with that. Okay. Beyond link will have to be changed. Alright. Okay, what is that? Why did that come out like that? Oh, because I didn't grab the share. Alright, let's share link that. Why did that come out like that? Okay, let's grab the share link. Oh yes, both you gentlemen are welcome to talk about the most inconsequential crap you can imagine. Weather or something like that. Marcus Griggs says, "Good to hear from you again. Who's on with you today?" Yeah, you'd think no one with the way these guys these guys sit back.
I can tell you.
Derek Talley, there he is. Yes,
I'm glad we're having. Here we go. Yeah. What I wanted to say was I'm glad we're having Justin on, because the last epidemiology book that I read was called Virus Hunt: The Search for the Origin of HIV and AIDS by Dorothy H. Crawford. And I went through that book probably a year and a half ago. And origin of HIV. It was kind of way over my head. So I'm glad we have somebody on here that could give it some justice, So I'm looking forward to everything you have to say, Justin.
Wonderful.
Well, thank you kindly. Yeah, no, I heard you, and thank you kindly, Derek. That's a very high compliment. Not that I don't want to go too much into my biography right just yet, but I myself am not an epidemiologist. I do come from a background where I have taken a couple epidemiology courses and have worked within the epidemiology field. So this is why I'm quite passionate about the coronavirus and want to discuss it tonight with Douglas and yourself.
Yes. Yeah. And
yeah. Well, Douglas did a show that really scared me one time, and it had to do with the mad cow disease. And when he brought up the fact that molecule is so supernatural that it goes through generations, it can be inherited. Once I said, man, this is scary.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes, it was, and I'll go into some details about that in the near future again. If people start forcing me to talk about zombies again, it definitely.
And it will come up as a part of the discussion tonight, for sure.
Oh, no doubt. Of that I have no doubt, though I'll probably be rather subdued about bringing up the prions again. It's just one of those things that, bear in mind that when I started off in public informant status, that was like something I just got so sick of simply because everybody kept having me repeat talk about that again and again. I may not be willing to go into that territory again tonight, but
no, and I'm not so much,
understood.
but just there's something I want to discuss in regard a couple tangential things of zombies, just because I think as a news item you can't study this without seeing other people making zombie connections, right? So that's more where I'm going at, rather than expecting you to break down the different kinds of zombiehood as you would.
Yeah, if I feel that that's even relevant, if I feel that that's relevant.
No, and for sure. I certainly won't press you, because it's a subject I enjoy you talking about. But I agree with you. A lot of your earlier shows, that was the topic people wanted to hear you talk about, and you, of course, did it in your encyclopedic manner, where you could just riff on it for 3 or 4 hours. But I don't think we need that tonight.
Yeah, I mean, well, what we've got is scary enough, honestly. And even scarier in some ways. So definitely, I was going to ask Derek. I was just curious. We can bring that up when we officially start. At any rate, you did a great job, Derek, with starting us on something that's relevant and and occupies the time. So let me just keep both of you gentlemen just keep on going with that. You can tell us about anything that you feel will keep us occupied the next few minutes. And I see Lena Shea out there. Hey, honey. So go on. Both of you are invited, yes, to speak, to say something. Obviously, I think people can hear us because they were doing a lot of LOLs in the chat room when I was saying, it's like nobody was here with me when we first started. But it's officially I'm sorry, go on. Yeah, please. I'm sorry, Derek. What was that?
Go ahead, because I think be a delay. I don't know if you could hear me well, but I was just telling you about another study that I was doing.
Please.
I'm doing a study on Satanology, the different biblical studies about Satan, where his origin is, just the doctrines of Satan, the introduction to that subject. So that's another study that I'm doing. So if you ever get in a program to where you ever want to talk about the origins of evil, the origins of Satan, and all that stuff, I can kind of put together a dissertation on that. I'm really learning a lot with this course that I'm taking from Dr. Arnold Frukenbaum.
Wow, incredible and intriguing name. Definitely hope to hear about that in the near future. And I am, how do I say it? I do want to let people know that's not the sounds of hell itself in the background. The screaming that you hear are children. That sounds ominous as hell. Our man Derek is with family. Those are children screaming at a birthday party. Birthday party. That's do back me up on this. Derek.
Yeah, it sounds better now because I had it on speaker. So I don't know what kids are doing out there. So I came in here so to be quiet.
Oh God! Yes. This is why.
Yesterday was my father's 72nd birthday, so we had a little surprise party for him today. So it was easy to throw a surprise party for him since he likes watching football. So he's watching football, and he thinks he invited people over to watch football, but he knows I don't watch football. So if he knows I was coming over, it was probably going to be a surprise party anyway. I'm sure he knew.
Okay, wonderful. That's
I'm not. Yeah, I don't football.
Right. And so we apologize for the sound quality that Derek's having. He is way out in the middle of nowhere, Alabama, is the closest descriptive that I can actually bring you. And we are now getting these last links up. We're going into the first few minutes of our official transmission. And in terms of Derek, what we're going to do with him is, due to the sound quality that he has while he's out there, especially when he's in the computer room, which is, I don't know, lead-lined or something to prevent electronic interference from a magnetic pulse or something. His father, of course, having retired as a high officer, who knows what sort of additions have been added for security purposes into the interior decorating. We're having a hard time really getting him, but he's going to talk with us for a few minutes and then kind of just retreat back into his quality time with family. And at that point, Justin and I are going to take over, but I will formally introduce the both of these gentlemen first to each other and have them kind of introduce themselves to the best of their ability, considering what's going on. And right now, I'm almost there, just getting the last of these hyperlinks up. We're a little behind tonight in that regard, but other than that, just so happy to have both these men here to save my ass. For the rest of the night, our dear friend Derek Talley is going to be on call, where he can spell me in case I need to go to the bathroom or something, and our dear man Justin White will be with us for at least the opening few hours. Of course, he does work tomorrow, unless I'm mistaken. How is your work schedule tomorrow, dear Justin?
I do work tomorrow. Because I have been a bit under the weather, that's going to be a game time decision, so to speak. I didn't go to work on Friday. I'll probably go to work tomorrow, but I'm not 100% sold on that.
Good idea. Good idea. That makes us feel so much better. It really does. I mean, seriously, I'm not being facetious. I mean, honestly, I would almost encourage you just right now to just say, fuck it. Stay with myself as long as you can. Just to,
doctor's orders.
Yes. Yeah. Yes. And okay, so let's officially get the show started. We have now gotten the hyperlinks up. I am just going to do some refresh of the pages here to make certain that everything is fully operational. I believe it is, and I'll just put aside the laptop, which is a royal pain in the ass, and just go over to the larger PC now where I can actually see the screen. Dinosaur that I am, and old and squinty-eyed, with my eyesight getting increasingly poor from just cruising for too much porn. It's not hair that grows on your hands; it's just the fact that your eyes get whacked from just staring at the screen for all the details too hard. All right, so let's turn over now to this computer where I actually have the mic in front of me. That might be a bit too loud, so people let me know if I'm burning in the sense that it's a hot mic. Let me know if I'm getting some distortion, creating some, just by being too close. In the meantime, let's formally start the show. We're 5 after 5. We're going to do the blurb later in the evening at about 2 hours after the show starts. And in the interim, I might just have Derek and our man Justin kind of introduce each other while I take a short break and run to grab myself some tea, and I will be back while they kind of introduce themselves. And what we'll do first is, just because Derek is in the situation that he's in, and we want to let him go back to quality time with his family, we're going to have him give an update for us on his cancer treatment, bring up anything that he feels we need to pay attention to tonight, what he feels is relevant. Then we're going to turn it over to Justin. I'm confident enough that this probably not take too long, so I'm going to probably be here for the length of Derek Talley's talking. Then I'm going to have them kind of formally introduced to each other and leave them to speak for a few minutes while I run, but I'll be back in time for us to do something much more, shall we say, in depth when I get back, which won't be too long, about 5-minute trip, 7-minute, 8, so something like that. So, Derek, let's start with yourself. Give us a brief introduction of who you are, your background, exactly what, in brief, and where you're at right now, what the environment is, and why the quality of your sound is so terrible. And then give us a brief update on how your cancer treatment's going and anything else you want us to pay attention to tonight, or anything you feel is relevant. Okay? Derek?
Thank you. This is Derek reporting, and I want to thank the audience for all your support. I mean, you guys have been wonderful. I'm a Marine veteran, and another thing that Douglas Dietrich and I have in common is we're both military brats.
Yes.
We've grown up in dependence. Yeah, so that's another word for it. Douglas knows what I mean, but we're military dependents, and we both got our first job working for the military on a military base. Of course, mine was just bagging groceries and flirting with the officers' wives, because, back when I was 14 or 15, those older officers, they'd be in their 50s and 60s, and they'd marry girls that were 18 and 19, just a couple of years older than me. So then they'd come to the commissary dressed up all pretty and buy $500 worth of groceries that I have to stuff into a Corvette. So I spent my teen years stuffing officers' wives. So, but besides that, right now, what I'm going through is on February 10th. On February 10th, I start my chemotherapy and radiation. I have to go in on February 5th to get this port installed because I'm going to do the chemotherapy intravenously. So I got to get this port installed. And then on the 10th, now I was wanting to see if I could transfer everything from Tennessee on down to Alabama because that's where I have my bigger support system to where, my father's retired. I got a couple of uncles and aunts on my mother's side that are down here that are retired that could drive me every day because the radiation is going to be every day. I imagine they say it gets worse and worse as time goes on. So I imagine I'll be able to drive myself on certain days. My son will be able to drive me to the, radiation. The radiation itself only takes 30 minutes in total, 15 minutes for the doctor's appointment, 15 minutes for the actual radiation. And once a week, I'll have to do the chemo, which is going to be like 4 hours a day. And after a while, it's going to be too much for me to drive myself. So I'm going to start in Tennessee. I'm going to see if there's a way I can get transferred on down here to Alabama and do it. And people have been sending me a lot of good ideas of things I could do because there was, I've got some people saying, hey, we don't want you to do the radiation. And some people writing me and saying, we don't want you to do the chemo. At this point, everything's set up for it. So, unless any kind of miracle comes along, that's pretty much what I'm set up to do. This getting everything started on February 10th. And today we're having a little birthday party for my dad. He turned 72 yesterday. And so, he has a little job that he does now just for fun because he spent 27 years in the Air Force and retired, and 25 years at a company called COSA and retired from there. So now he's just living the life and relaxing. And he's got one of them jobs to where they'll call him every once in a while on the weekend and they'll say, hey, do you want to work? And sometimes he'll say yeah, and sometimes he'll say no. So yesterday he decided to work on his birthday, so we're doing him a little party today. And I'm looking forward to tonight's program because I'm about to turn it over to a very special guest that we have to us today, Justin White. And he's going to talk about the coronavirus. And that kind of takes the heat off of me because I was really looking for something that I could add to the discussion on the coronavirus because I know a little bit about epidemiology. I've never went to college. The last book that I read on the subject of diseases and how they work was a book called Virus Hunt: The Search for the Origin of HIV and AIDS by Dorothy Crawford was the person who wrote that book. But that was about a year and a half ago I read that book. And even a lot of that was over my head. So I'm looking forward to tonight's program, and I'm looking forward to our very next guest that you're going to be hearing from, Justin White. How's it going, Justin?
It's going well. Thank you very much, Derek, and thank you, listening audience. Thank you, Douglas, for having me back. It's Happy New Year to everybody. I think I was last on early December last year. Tonight will be, for as far as I know, it's the primary reason Douglas brought me on tonight was to have a secondary voice discussing the coronavirus. I was able to catch a good chunk of what Douglas said on Wednesday's show. I've really been, I'll get into this a little bit later, but I've been under the weather myself throughout the week, so I was only able to listen to so much of Douglas's show on Wednesday before I just had to retire and get ready for work the next day. We're going to discuss the coronavirus tonight. If Douglas, do you want me to? I can get into some of my background right now. Is that cool?
Actually, what I was going to do is have both of you gentlemen kind of speak together for a few minutes while I go make that run for tea, and I'll be right back in about, at the longest, about 10, 12 minutes at the absolute longest, in case, I get ambushed on the way or something by... it's real funny, of course. I mean, people who have been in my home, they know it's definitely haunted. It doesn't bother me, of course. One of the reasons why my landlady considers me one of the dead. But at any rate, I do want our man Derek to kind of start this into a conversation with you for that period of time. And I'll start it by asking Derek, at which point I'll probably go mute. I want to know if there was anything that Dorothy said in her book that dealt with the impact of AIDS on the Black African American community, and exactly how that might have differed in terms of its impact from the gay community or the straight community, or was the book even organized along those lines where that kind of social impact was acknowledged? So I'll leave you to discuss that, and I want you to interact with Justin on that topic, because it obviously impacted the 20th century enormously, the latter half of the 20th century. So let me leave you two gentlemen to that. You're both gentlemen. I say that with emphasis on the term. Wonderful individuals who saved my ass. Love you both, dear brothers, and be right back to join you both in some 10 minutes. Okay? Thank you.
All right. Well, as far as what I can remember of the book, yeah, it's been about a year and a half since I read through the book, but it definitely does. I mean, the book is so thorough. I appreciate Dorothy's work. So what I could say as far as the actual attack that is launched, because it does seem to be man-made and crossover. It seemed to be simultaneously attack on the Black Africans and the American homosexual society. So when they brought the disease over to Fort Dietrich, Maryland, they were preparing the disease, and I guess they were created a new vaccine that they were going to have that disease into, and it was to voluntarily get homosexuals in America to get a hepatitis shot. So they got the disease from Maryland. Maryland sent it to Arizona. Arizona made the vaccines, and then they send it over to San Francisco. Then they put ads in the newspaper. Hey, come get your free hepatitis shot. If you're a gay male, you need to take you're at risk for hepatitis, and they put it in there. And at the same time, they were trying to make this disease go all through Africa, once they got it to the point to where it was HIV, because the origins of it, they believe, is SIV, the simian immune virus, which came from the Congo. And when the Congo was blocked off from the rest of the world, when there was no roads going through the Congo, people were catching SIV and living to be 120 years old. So really, it didn't matter. People were catching this disease. And one thing about the gorillas that they were eating, they were eating gorillas that fight back. This is meat that fight back. You punch them, they'll punch you back harder. So, they had bush meat. So this bush meat had that SIV in it, the simian immune virus, and it was scientists that helped cross that over to HIV, because when it was only SIV, humans were still catching the antibodies, but there was no really disease that was dangerous to human until it's really got made in labs. So once they started building roads that went through the Congo, and then of course prostitution. You had men that come in from soldiers from their family, spending money and buying these prostitutes and taking it back to England. So in Sweden and whoever the roads they were coming from, Belgium. So yeah, so I probably didn't do the book justice at one bit, but that's just off the top of my memory. From what Doug was saying, I probably mixed in probably a little bit of William Cooper in there and conflated some of that up in there. but from the top of my memory, that's what I can remember to answer Douglas' question. What do you think, Justin?
That was an incredible riff. That was a great riff for a book that you read over a year and a half ago. And so, I mean, you did a pretty good explanation there in regards to how they were spreading it with the hepatitis shots with the homosexual community. Do you recall what they were specifically about the African American community? Was there any tactics there in terms of trying to spread the disease?
I'd have to look and remember it, but I know the one person whose agenda it was to introduce that to the African American community. And this Virus Hunt is the only book that I know of that mentions this. But the man whose ideal it was to use it to reduce the African American population was also the college roommate of Pope John Paul II. So I forget what this man's name is. I've seen other people put his picture up and say, well, this is the man responsible for spreading the AIDS. But I've never had anybody go on to, of course, at this point, nobody really knows who Pope John Paul II is unless you were around when he got assassinated. You got a whole new generation of people around there. When you say Pope John Paul, you might as well be talking about Pope Innocent or Pope Pius. It's like, who's that? But Pope John Paul II's in college is the one who really took part in plotting against the African American community, which, yes, they eventually got around to infecting a lot of us, and then it just took off like wildfire once it hit the Black community.
Huh. Okay. Thank you very
Especially
much.
in Atlanta.
I'm sorry. Go on. What was that?
I think there's a little delay, but I was just saying, especially in Atlanta. Right now, as we speak, Atlanta, Georgia has like a third world type AIDS crisis. The AIDS crisis in Atlanta, Georgia, is like a third world country. I know we had a guy who. When I lived in Gary, Indiana, we used to have some very unique guests to come in and speak to us. And one of these guests was the guy that you would go to if you were to catch a VD, if you were to catch a venereal disease or STD. That guy comes in and talks to our church every year in Gary, Indiana. And he's not happy. And he says our AIDS and our STD, all that was pretty much under control in Gary, Indiana, until Hurricane Katrina hit. And for some reason, at the point that where Hurricane Katrina hit, Louisiana was the highest. It had just beat Washington, D.C. as being the highest AIDS. Katrina hit and spread it all over the country.
Wow, that's incredible. I appreciate you bringing that up. That's an important pattern. We heard most of what you have to say, but definitely I want you to know that people in the chat room are responding very positively. Wonderful as always, and in their support. Please, everyone, do maintain Mr. Derek Talley, in your thoughts and prayers. I'll be making some mass prayer requests later, along with some shout outs when I kind of restart the show, when our friend Justin and I have wound it down. Mr. Sammy Romero says that we're sounding clear. He says, can't help to catch the Super Bowl pre-show when they introduced the World War II vets saying World War II ended 74 years ago, 1946, no ceasefire. Interesting. No, 1946. He brings up there saying 1946 that so it's always hard to express oneself in writing. Writing actually takes away a lot. So he's mentioning the fact that what I think he might be saying is that the World War II veterans are saying that it ended 74 years ago in 1946 with no ceasefire. But they're even saying 1946 would be odd compared to the fact that most people say 1945. Whereas I pointed out that, of course, per Title 38 of the U.S. Code, it's 1946 is when they go into ceasefire. That's when the ceasefire is recognized. And of course, anyone can look this up. The peace treaty is not signed until 1951 in San Francisco, and it doesn't go into effect until 1952. This is something anyone can vet, all of these facts. But, most World War II vets don't even bother to do that. Nevertheless, if they say something like 1946, that probably is when they started getting their disability. If they had some kind of disability that they earned, really wasn't recognized until 1946, when they said that anyone who was injured till that period of time, because of course World War II was still very much proactive until December 31st of 1946, which people can look up in the Code of Federal Regulations, the CFR, or Title 38 of the U.S. Code itself, or the Veterans Administration codes for disability. They will all verify this. You can look up the VA code for disability ratings. So any veterans who argue against me on this are just full of shit, and and have no idea what they're talking about. But other than that, moving back to Derek Talley, thank you so much. And what I'll have you do now is say a final goodnight, and then just go back to your family, enjoy quality time with them. And if I need you again tonight, if I have to run for tea or the restroom or something, I'll give you a call. Okay? Thank you, Derek.
Okay, yeah, that's great. And I just wanted to say I hope you have a wonderful show tonight, Douglas. It's nice finally talking to you, Justin White, and you gentlemen, you guys do good tonight. And I'm going to be listening, and hopefully I'll learn some things. But I just want to say good night to everyone. Thank you.
Good night, Derek. We love you. And Justin, if you will.
Yeah, we love you, Derek.
Thank you.
No, seriously, it's one thing in my quick discussion with Derek I didn't ever do is send him my love, and he's got a real serious fight on his hands, and obviously it's tragic, and we will send our love and our prayers, and we will help him win and defeat cancer, because it's obviously like to take that path. To be stricken with cancer, it's not something that's happened to myself, but has happened to family members, as I'm sure it has happened to all of us. And one of the things that gets my sympathy first and foremost is just the inundation that you're going to get for information as people tell you this treatment, that treatment, don't do this, don't do that. It really is, when you have cancer, it really is a moment of self-reflection, because you're looking into the mirror, you're looking into your own body, that idea of the body as a temple. This is it, because how you choose to go about in your therapy and in your fight is really going to be up to you and your mindset. And because, like I said, whether it's from the medical establishment, your friends, you're going to get bombarded with all kinds of information and misinformation as to what steps you're supposed to take. And with that in mind, I don't want to offer any advice to Derek, because I want him to, find his own path in his own fight. But, first and foremost, he does have my love and respect in his treatment and in his upcoming battle.
Yes, thank you, and that was wonderful. Now I'd like Justin White to introduce himself. a bit more thoroughly how he got involved with his interest in epidemiology, and I can definitely that's going to be fascinating. And so I see Derek Talley. Oh, he took a picture by mistake. Derek Talley pressed the push button camera button. He's trying to send something, perhaps. And he says, "Thank you, Derek. Hugs. God bless you, dear brother." And so he heard everything you said. Wonderful. So go on, Justin. Tell us a bit about yourself. Introduce yourself, and then we'll take it from there.
For sure. As I said earlier with Derek, thank you to your listening audience for having me back on again. It's been maybe a couple months, early December, I think, since I was last on. Douglas always describes me as the adventurer Justin White. I always comment about how flattering that is. It's probably the most apt description for me, because I've had a number of job professions over the years and nothing I've ever sunk my teeth into for very long. So I've had this smattering of this and that throughout the years, and I'll sort of tangentially explain what got me increasingly interested in the coronavirus is two things. First, before I'll get into some of my epidemiological background, which, as I say, isn't an extensive background per se, because I'm not an epidemiologist. But one of the things that happened recently in my life is the cannabis company that I'm working for, it merged with another company, with a public company, so that the company I'm now that is now the company I started with over a year and a half ago. We are now a publicly traded company. Some of your listeners on your show will know that I've said in the past I was a former stock trader. I did that for about 3 years. So with seeing that our company was now a publicly traded company, my interest, as a former stock trader, there was that curious angle there, and it had me looking into both the cannabis industry as a whole, our company looking into the company that we're buying out, and has generally had me checking the markets out a little more thoroughly than I tend to normally do, unlike I've done in the past as a stock trader. So and in regards to the coronavirus, over the last couple of weeks, I've taken a real interest, because every day as I drive to work, I listen to Bloomberg Radio to sort of get a take on the market. So I get to look at the effects of the coronavirus on the market. I have that on markets, the global markets per se, and I'm sure we'll discuss some of that tonight. Secondly, the second tangent on this is, and this will sort of tie into the marijuana, is because when cannabis was made legal in Canada, it was done so on my birthday, October 17th, 2018. And this is, well, here's where the tangent comes. On October 17th, 2016, 2 years previous, I received one of my most cherished birthday gifts I was ever to receive, and that was something that Douglas had made up for me, and that was a map that he had done up that was based on his visions of the through the Vox Arca. So it was a map of the world and what things might look like should well, I guess Douglas can get more specific into it, but just if hell came to town, if things were to be triggered, that this is the world we'd live in. And so from time to time, it really is a cherished gift that Douglas gave me, because it is something directly from his mind, something very incredibly intimate that he has seen, and to have shared that with me, it was a very touch. So I'd like to, as a service, review that map from time to time, as I like to do with maps. And so about 2 weeks ago, I was looking at this map that Douglas had done, and one of the things that struck me is over mainland China, on this map, it's one big gray slab of zombie horde land. Some of it is sort of primitive zombie societies, but most of it is sort of land of zombie people. And that, as I'm looking at that, and I'm starting to take interest in the coronavirus, and I'm not, this is part of where I was going with the zombie connection, but like, I'm not making any suggestion that this is what the coronavirus is. It's just that, in sort of how my life tends to work is when ideas start, being parsed together. And this was a case of just, routinely looking at this Vox Arca map had me thinking, wow, like looking at that map, majority of China and India are decimated by zombie hordes, according to that map. So that was, as I'm reading about the expansion of the coronavirus, I found that interesting. So between the business angle, the occult angle, and now we'll get more into directly the epidemiological angle. My academic background, I do have a degree in health information science. Part of what that required is I had to take a couple of epidemiology courses at university. But when I did an internship working in both Ottawa and in Bangkok in Thailand, I was doing that where my primary duties were being web design and web maintenance for about 7 months. But one of the websites I was working on was a non-government organization called TEFANET, which I believe the acronym stood for something like Teachings in Epidemiology and Public Health Information Network. So it was a series of pretty much all the field epidemiology training programs throughout the world. It's sort of a collaborative effort on their end to start to get some more global standards for epidemiological public health training, field epidemiological epidemiology specifically. So that summer in Ottawa, I got to work with the field epidemiology program, the Canadian Field Epidemiology Program. The head of the program at that time was also the head of TEFANET, this NGO. And then when I was sent over to Thailand, I was working with the International Field Epidemiology Program in Thailand, which, as the name would surmise, not only trained Thai nationals, but also people from surrounding areas, Malaysia, Vietnam, Myanmar, etc. And also, while I was there in Thailand, one of the websites I was helping maintain was one called the Mekong Basin Disease Surveillance, which looked at all the Mekong countries and sort of how they would share information surveillance. So that's sort of my background within epidemiology. As I say, it's always been as sort of an information manager as opposed to actual epidemiologist. But I do have friends, colleagues, bosses who have very much been frontline people in Ebola outbreaks, SARS outbreaks, etc. So it is, it is a subject matter that I can always get interested in as a good disease outbreak or a bad disease outbreak, as the case may be. So in my opportunity of getting to listen to some of Douglas's show Wednesday, I had made a request to come on and discuss some of the ongoings of the coronavirus.
Right, and we're definitely so happy to have you here with us. And without, of course, I don't think that we need to say that there are lurid scenarios because people are already buying into lurid scenarios that are entirely fiction. The reality is scary enough, and the reality is basically our century's version of what happened with the 20th century's so-called Spanish flu influenza, which wiped out 10% of the world's population and shortened the lifespan of another 10%. This potentially could do the same thing. The equivalent of what happened in World War One, and thereby ending World War One, in this day and age would be 1 billion people dead, population worldwide equal to the population of China itself, and 1 billion people with their lives shortened by a decade or a decade and a half, by 10 to 15 years. And that would be a population equivalent to the subcontinent of India that would have that problem. And so this is, that of course would destroy the world economy as we know it. If you don't laugh, you're going to cry. We're not speaking of anything that's, shall we say, mediocre here. And I do want to give credit where credit is due, and I'm going to take a short trip into the live dashboard for a minute. I know that our dear Lena Creighton is out there, and I want to give her credit for having a brilliant insight on her own that I will kind of bring up towards the end of just going through the chat room and seeing who else is in there. We have our wonderful friend Gary States, our favorite federale, who has, I believe, may have been on while Justin was on, or maybe not. They were never on together. We'll have to change that at some point in the future, hopefully. And, of course, Gary States is very busy now. He works at home and he telecommutes and he's in his boss's neighborhood. He got promoted for, of course, breaking the crime ring of the Green Beret, or I call him the Bukkake Beret, John Victor Lillier, who committed suicide because he was headed towards a life in jail. And he was double dipping into both retirement pay from the military and disability pay, which is completely illegal, sans congressional approval. And so we busted that asshole for forging documents about myself, as well as the crimes he was committing. And he was headed towards prison and then killed himself. So, the gang stalkers beware, the ultimate fate that befalls them all. So, in terms of William Krajewski, okay, my God, is he someone I know, or do I remember him? I might. At any rate, he says shalom, shalom, great show. I don't know whether he's trying to be cute or not. That's always welcome, of course, if someone is of Jewish background. If I'm thinking it might be the Krajewski that I might know, that might be someone, the same person I had intended on having as a guest at one point, before he suffered from a catastrophic brain injury. And so just bear an eye on him and make certain he doesn't get out of hand. And anyhow, Lena Crane says that Justin and Derek are much louder than Douglas. It's the sound where my sound quality is sounding a little quiet. And so everyone...
Jeez, that's not sounding good when Derek has the better quality than you, though.
Oh, no, what happens is with the Skype, yeah, but it magnifies the people on the call other than the guy hosting it. Since I'm the guy hosting it, then my voice turns small until after we hang up for a bit, then the quality of sound is just going to go totally scrabbled for a bit while the Skype realigns. It's also really problematic when I have somebody in Canada on, usually, but you seem to be doing fine tonight. But definitely, let's see now. Other than that, Gary State says, Douglas, you might be interested to hear that a French newspaper, Le Courrier Picard, declared yellow alert in France for the virus today in their newspaper. Yellow peril makes its return. Sort of clever double entendre, even if it is racist and intended to be insulting. That's very French. That is very French. Yellow alert, yeah. Anyhow, Trump is more than capable of trying a new and improved Chinese Exclusion Act type of executive order. Well, as a matter of fact, I should have said this while Derek was here. I forgot about it. Shit. But I'll bring it up later. But just so that people have some idea, I guess I'll bring it up now and then kind of give Lena Shea her credit before she has to go off on mommy duty or something. And in the interim, then we'll get back to Justin. But here we are in terms of something that must be known. Let me see if I can find this here. First off, a little credit to Lena Shea. When she was listening to myself speak about the coronavirus and how I was concentrated so hard on the swine fever first, then she began to get a grasp of why everyone was going to the wet markets more so than they ever had before, and why the wet markets were exploding with wild animals that were being hunted and captured and brought in for people to eat, because all of the stock source of protein that the Chinese normally had is wiped out. So this is something that most people don't comprehend. So the most immediate fact to know here in this United States, this side of the Pacific, and again, I should have said this while Derek was here. Derek, if you're listening now, and if you have anything to add to this, go ahead and come back on. Of course, I don't suspect he really has anything to add to this in particular, but he might. The Pentagon has approved MCAS, which is the Marine Corps Air Station, Miramar, which be a United States Marine Corps installation that is home to the 3rd Marine Aircraft Wing, which is the aviation element of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force, located in Miramar, San Diego, California. In my known Golden State, which is how I know about this, it's about 14 miles in international measure, 23 kilometers north of downtown San Diego. They've approved MCAS Miramar for large-scale coronavirus quarantine. To reiterate, the Defense Secretary Mark Esper has approved a request from the Department of Health and Human Services for the use of military facilities, certainly the one I know about in California, Marine Corps Air Station Miramar, to accommodate 1,000 people for large-scale coronavirus quarantine. Okay, if that doesn't show you it's begun, I don't know what does. So the measures are on. One of the things, again, to credit Lena Shea, was that she realized when the pig population was wiped out, basically half the world's pig population, two-thirds of the pig population in China, which is half the world's pig population, was wiped out. Half the world's pig population is in China itself. Two-thirds of that was wiped out. So about a quarter, 24%, a full quarter of human pig population worldwide, pig population for humanity worldwide in all its nations, as raised industrially, was wiped out. Now, this virus originated, the African swine fever, originated, of course, in Africa, hence the name, but was bioweaponized in Russia. This is something which when Lena asked about it, I provided her 9 different sources, all of them painfully official, that the Russians were working on the African swine fever to wipe out China's food population. And by wiping out its food population, since they weaponized the African swine fever, they turned the vaccine over to the United States, which now has control of the vaccine for the African swine fever, and is now trying to leverage communist China with that. So I described how this is all pushing communist China to try and maintain independence by invading and annexing the South China Sea. So they've armed their fishing boats, or shielded them rather with full armor, are sending them out to come into direct confrontation with everyone else's fishing boats, and got them on GPS so they can instantly call for armed backup if they encounter resistance as they take the South China Sea for themselves, to denude it of all of its food, rather than surrender to the United States. This will, of course, lead to war. So this is the forcing of China into global war by the United States and Russia. The United States, of course, is nothing but a Russian satrap, a Russian pawn at this point under Donald Trump. So all of this is what's going on, what's really going on. And it's something that I could dedicate a full episode to Wednesday. But that's the African swine fever. Now, the reason it's so important is because, as I said, normally all flus are Asian flus, all flus are avian flus, all flus are swine flus. Now, the only differences that come are when somebody's fucking with the works like the Americans did in World War I, and that was still an avian flu, but it was weaponized through American convicts that were drafted, and then the entire United States Expeditionary Force became the vector to deliver it to Europe, and of course there was blowback here in the United States. Now, in Russia, the African swine fever first manifested in the Caucasus Mountains, and then during the Chechnya conflict, where they were trying to eliminate all local food supplies of the upsurge populations, and they did starve the populations into submission, and then they reinvaded, and then they deployed it in China because they knew China would ultimately overwhelm Russia and Asia and overtake Siberia. This prevents that for at least another generation, more likely several. And so what happened was the direct result of the African swine fever was everyone searching for alternative sources of protein desperately, hunting for everything from pandas to koalas and bringing them into the wet markets to be sold and eaten, and ultimately the contraction thereby of this new coronavirus. So one disaster begat another, and the end result will be almost certainly the collapse of the communist regime and regime change, which is not unwelcome, but of course to have it forced upon the Chinese people in this manner is something that can never be forgotten or forgiven and must be responded to. So with that in mind, I turn everything over to Justin right now, and we'll kind of respond as if I feel I have something, to say that will help with this. But Justin knows how serious this is, and he's going to go into the reason why. So, Justin, Mr. White, if you will, take over from this point, and thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Well, the pleasure's all mine, Douglas. And geez, I was kind of hoping you were gonna keep going there, because I would. One of my thoughts, and one of the things I've been reading about, but it's part of I'm quite curious about from a geopolitical stance, is what not just what's going to happen with this disease, but what is what becomes of the Chinese Communist Party on this, right? How this is going to be. You're far more in your history far better than I. But this is going to be maybe I don't like for the Communist Party. When have they had an incident like this? Like it's probably been a couple decades would be my guess, that there's going to be one singular event that's really going to test the mettle, so to speak, of the party, where this could very well lead to the collapse of the party, and we might be talking weeks, months in that regard. So I was kind of hoping maybe you'd riff on that one a bit more, but maybe that's what you have in mind on Wednesday. As for where would you like me to start taking the discussion on this?
Oh, well, certainly, just to clarify and to reinforce what you're saying, the party has never encountered anything not just like this as a singular incident, but we're talking about literally what's happened in the past 3 years. One of the things that you can do when you have some spare time, and I know most people have to dedicate time to this, they have to invest time in this, because my programs that I'm doing are 7 to 8 hours, 6 to 8 hours, honestly, and most people just don't, cannot spare the time to really deal with this, and so they wind up being unable to invest the time necessary to hear the entire program. But keep scanning until you reach the subjects that I speak about that are relevant to yourself, if that's the case. And in this case, when I spranketh on what was going on with the swine flu virus, remember that there is the occult aspect here, the zodiacal years in Asia. And during the year of the dog, Donald Trump unleashed a trade war and sanctions on communist China. And during the year of the pig, the year my mother was born in, which is a very lucky year, one of the luckiest years to be born in, the pig being representative of prosperity, that year the Russians unleashed the African swine fever in China. And then, of course, what happened in the year of the rat? We got introduced to the coronavirus plague, which, of course, sources from a mammal. We just have to identify which mammal it sources from. It's just there's no government in the world that can withstand this succession of strikes, of violations, to the point where they don't become blamed, they become scapegoated for what is happening during their watch. And with the Communist Chinese in particular, since they take all of the credit, they are going to take all of the blame, and they're trying to respond to it with totalitarian measures. If anyone could hope to survive this by a thread, it would be the Communist Chinese, on the basis of their totalitarian control of the media, their violent response to any dissension, and yet they were incredibly muted with response to Hong Kong. There's been no invasion of Hong Kong and establishment of total communist dictatorship. It's simply Hong Kong was just still too valuable. They were hoping that the delicate situation could be waited out, that certain concessions could be made, which in itself shows you how desperate the Communist Chinese were at this point in history, that they just cannot alienate the entire world that they're so dependent on in terms of economic, maintaining their economic growth. And all of that, of course, is stymied now. There's not going to be any economic growth now. This is going to impact Japan. It's going to impact the Japanese Olympics. If it's going to impact the Japanese, it will most definitely impact the Chinese far, far worse, by orders of magnitude. And again, we know now people are dying outside of China. Now, one of the things that was brought to my attention by John Warrington was that he was on, the internet, which he kind of lives on, and he was like running into various chat rooms about guys who were speculating about a conspiracy of a race-specific bioweapon, which, of course, the West has been working on forever, a race-specific bioweapon that would kill only Japanese, that would kill only Chinese. The West has been working on this shit forever. So this is not that. This is not that because, as our man John Warrington pointed out in the chat room himself, he pointed out that there are 57 racially specific different ethnicities in China. Everyone thinks China is homogenous. They think everyone is Han Chinese. This is what they think of when they think Chinese. They think of a person of Han ethnicity. But the Han Chinese are simply the overwhelming majority. Well, they're going to be a lot less so at this point, but still the overwhelming majority, but nowhere near the nigh infinite majority they once were. And the 56 other ethnicities in China are going to hopefully survive this. But it's going to take very likely a very big dent out of the Chinese. Now, it doesn't matter that they've isolated the genetic codex of this virus and they've been able to reproduce it. That might lead to a vaccine, but the vaccines don't work on somebody who already has the influenza, as Justin will emphasize. So those who are carrying it that are asymptomatic will continue to infect others. So there's going to be a big die-off before the vaccine can be even useful, can provide protection. And so we're going to see what happens. Maybe this can stabilize, the vaccine can help stabilize the situation, but not before it's going to take a big dent out of China and potentially humanity. So, but with that in mind, so what comes to your mind with all of this, and what came to your attention first? I just want you to go with it organically. I mean, I've kind of taken it in a direction for you. You might have had some observations yourself. My thought was that I was one of the reasons I was emphasizing so heavily the African swine fever in my latest transmission, the one preceding this one, which I ask everyone to review, twice if you have to. But one of the things I was concentrating on was the fact that the fact is, I kept thinking the virus probably came from the pigs, that this is where viruses like this normally come from. But I'm willing to go with the exception to the rule, as is what happened with SARS and is what is likely happened here. It wasn't so much the pigs, but the lack thereof that forced this virus onto the Chinese people by then the over-reliance on the wet markets of wild animals and hunted animals, captured animals that brought this. So a nightmare scenario has been realized. So yeah, take it from here, Justin. Just bring up what thoughts come to your mind. You might bring up some wild game you might have eaten while you were in Africa as well. Some other side stories. They're always welcome. And but in the interim, tell us what research you have done and what it's brought to your attention about the coronavirus. We know a Filipino has died of this. We know the Americans are what they're planning. They're planning to quarantine 1,000 fucking people on a goddamn Marine Corps base. So obviously the situation has gone well out of hand. The World Health Organization was bribed. Literally, the man who was running the show was bribed to not announce this because China was afraid that it would stop all visitors and investors and tourists. And we see what's happened now. The communist Chinese corruption. The corruption of the Communist Chinese Party has not only doomed its own people to suffering the outcome of this, the repercussions, which are magnified by, again, orders of magnitude by their inaction. But now the whole world will pay the price for what the Communist Chinese Party has done. It needed to be overthrown, needs to be overthrown, whether this does the job or not. But this, combined with everything else, the trade war and the lack of food, will just combine with everything else, not to mention Hong Kong's almost certain secession, it'll all combine to probably destabilize and dethrone the Chinese Communist Party. They'll finally be recognized as having lost the mandate of heaven. And what is so offensive about this is that as Hong Kong has been begging the world for support and dealing with the Communist Chinese Party as their oppressor all this time for well over half a year now, the British, instead of supporting Hong Kong, decided they were going to go with Huawei and the Communist Chinese and abandon their former crown colony completely. It just goes to show you just what they bring upon themselves, just like the Australians with their refusal to overthrow their Murdochracy, which effectively runs their goddamn country. Rupert Murdoch runs Australia as a goddamn dictator. He makes and breaks the prime ministers, and he's overthrown any prime minister or prime ministress who has resisted him. I mean, this is dictatorship. It's dictatorship of the state propaganda machine. And look what's happening to them now. Look at the price they're paying. I mean, these people have brought it on themselves, whether it's the Communist Chinese or the United Kingdom, which decided it was going to go all in with Communist China, just as the Chinese Communist Party is going to get overthrown, and Hong Kong will learn its own independence without Britain, which is probably for the best. And Australia, of course, is just going to burn into the sea. So we're left with a world that's dying right in front of us, left and right, and yet they're trying to start a new world war. I mean, you can go into that as well, Justin. By all means, your thoughts are welcome to be shared on that. You've got Donald Trump, reissuing World War II uniforms, except for his goddamn Space Force, which they issued woodland camouflage uniforms to, believe it or not, in a fit of incredible insanity. And all of this is, along with the autarkies and that are being built up because of the trade wars that Donald Trump is declaring against everyone. The Russians, of course, are behind it all. They've given Trump the orders on everything to do. Everything he does is because of the Russians. The only hope we have is to start a civil war, which is already started. Of course, eliminate the Republican Party, outlaw it as we did the Communist Party. And, of course, Trump has to be executed as a traitor publicly. And that has to happen so that people realize the full extent of this. And then once we've done that, then, of course, yes, Russia has to be taken on militarily. And the Chinese will help, as will everyone else in the world. Russia's destabilizing everybody, but they have no ability to fill in the power vacuum. They have nothing to offer the world that it wants, other than weapons that they sell once they bring the world to war, which is what they're trying to do. And so we're in a replay of the 1930s. Trump, of course, gave the executive order that all Jews be recognized as a religion. And that, of course, the next thing you'll be doing after that is issuing yellow stars. I mean, there is not a single way in which we're not reflecting World War II, and everyone is also threatened with civil war. The Israelis are on the verge of it. They've got a vote coming up in March, where Netanyahu, of course, has been directly tying all this time. We'll see what happens in March. The only reason Bojo won by a landslide was because, looking at the choice, none of England's youth went out to vote. Statistically, all of England's youth stayed home. So just all the old dying white trash pieces of shit in Britain on palliative care decided they were going to take the whole country down with them while they were in hospice. And they all went out and voted for Bojo the clown, and Jeremy Corbyn the communist bit the dirt. So Britain's just in for hell itself. They said that all this was, of course, a anticlimactic Brexit. I'll go kind of into that later, but it's only anticlimactic now. It just gets worse from here. So yeah, all of that comes to mind. The world's in 2020 is gonna fucking suck. So, so you can add to that. It's not called the year of the rat for fucking nothing. Though, so people know this, the year of the rat is the first animal. The rat's the first animal on the zodiacal sign. He is the animal who was so selfish that he leapt over the heads of all the other animals to be blessed by Buddha. All the animals on the Chinese zodiac were lining up to be blessed by Buddha, and at the front was the ox, the forefront, because the ox serves man selflessly, and he was the rat jumped right over his horns and got blessed first, and the rat's always there for people in the sense that when you run out of everything to eat, the rats are there. And that's they're always the backup in terms of a source of protein in China, have been for millennia, have never been the source of plague in China, mind you. So the rat's not identified as that. But this year, of course, it seems to have ushered it in. And so you've got this happening in the year of the rat, which, because it's also the first, is the hours go the same as the years. Each one of the 12 hours is a particular zodiacal animal, and they begin with a rat. The midnight is the hour of the rat. Midnight and high noon. I was born in the hour of the rat. I was born in the hour of the rat at high noon, in the year of the fire horse. So with that, we turn over to Justin again. Certainly that brings up any number of thoughts for yourself, and and I'll just kind of respond as you give me some breathing space here to try and figure out where in the world everything's going wrong, so I can provide somewhat of an analysis tonight, once you do take off from us. But yeah, let's hold a bit of a discourse. Go on, take it from here, and you can organically bring up your thoughts in light of everything I've just, vomited.
Yeah, well, Apocalypse 2020. I guess you've left me a smorgasbord for which to talk. I guess I'll bring a story. I have tried rat meat before. It is, or at least I was told it was rat. It's like a lot of other meats. It tastes a lot like chicken. I was given some. I was told it was smoked rat meat. This was in Bangkok. I quite enjoyed it. I certainly wouldn't. Not that I recommend others eat rat, but as a source of protein, I could buy into it. I've tried it before. It didn't seem to hurt me any. So I'll have that as my one little side story. One thing I want to talk about too, just quickly, because I touched on this earlier, the thing about coronavirus and zombie, the other zombie tangent. And this is, like I said, I didn't want Douglas to go down Zombie Avenue. I know because as this story develops, you're going to start seeing these connections more and more. But it was actually the Malaysian Ministry of Health had to send out a tweet letting people know that, and this is the quote, assuming the translation came through, the claim that individuals infected with this virus will behave like zombies is not true. Patients can recover. So we are seeing throughout the world the scare tactics and the concerns out there. As I said, in the case of Malaysia, they're already having people fearing that this disease is going to turn people into a zombie. So that's all I want to say on that one. One thing I do want to touch upon in regards of the outbreak of the coronavirus, one thing, interestingly, Douglas, when you were talking on your Wednesday show, you had brought up, I think, the fatalities at that time, and there's all kinds of skepticism and questions as to just how many fatalities there really have been. But at that time, I think you had thrown a number like 140 deaths out there, and I had sent you a text that officially the number was up to 170, and you had read that number out to your audience. Now, the latest number I have officially is 362 fatalities. So you're seeing just sort of some rudimentary math in the span from Wednesday's show to Sunday's show, a doubling of fatalities in a span of 4 days. And I find that interesting because not only that, but just looking at graphs of the confirmed cases as they start to show us, because one of the things I've read in a Lancet paper, in a New England Journal of Medicine paper, they're throwing out the numbers. I've seen 3 different papers where they've thrown out the sorry, I've lost it here. I'm talking about having an epidemiology background, but the doubling time of the disease and they've been throwing out numbers about 6 to 6.5 days doubling, but just based on numbers that I'm looking at, it looks like we're seeing the confirmed cases doubling probably every 3 days or so, right? As I just presented in terms of deaths, which is different than confirmed cases, but just from Douglas's show 4 days ago, we've seen a doubling of the number of deaths officially worldwide.
And so remember, we both agree that this is all very much understated, that the reality is got to be far worse, that the Communist Chinese Party is, of course, has been criminal. It's been criminal in hiding this, as they have been with every other challenge that they've faced.
Sure, I would just like philosophically wax on that one, because this is a very interesting paradigm for humanity right now, is because one of the things that is going on is a bit of this doublespeak here, because the Chinese government is getting lauded and praised for its transparency, that that this is so much different than the SARS epidemic, right? But they're getting criticized by doctors within mainland China saying, no, right? You guys are saying that this disease was more or less started as of January 1st, when the reality is about a month earlier. Yeah. And that's where the one Lancet article that I sent a link to you, that's one of the things that they're discussing in that Lancet article, was that they're under the belief, just based on looking at the transmission of the disease throughout the other provinces in China, that as of, I think they were saying the 25th of January, that they were figuring that I can't remember if it was the actual city of Wuhan or actually the Hubei province, but the case total was probably something closer to 75,000. Which gets to what Douglas had just said. But so one thing I want to talk about tangentially, philosophically, in this doublespeak is that you have the Chinese government being praised by the WHO, bribed as they more or less paid off the WHO, but for this transparency that isn't there, and that will this lack of transparency is going to affect us all, right? And that this lie will come back to punish us all, and but at the same time, it might this more or less this delay of withholding information by a month might very well be the end of the Communist Party, just because one of the things that's happened now, as of right now, on mainland China, 1/3 of the cases are outside of the Hubei province now. Like, this thing has left that one province. Yeah. It's that is the epicenter for sure, but I'm just looking at a thing right now. There, it looks like 10 different provinces in China now have 200 plus cases, with a couple of them now at 600. These cases, these two provinces with 600 plus were 500 plus as of yesterday. So just do back of a napkin math on this thing, where every 3 or 4 days you see a doubling of cases. Like right now, I think we're about 150 cases globally outside of China, and this is hopefully where we'll actually get a better understanding of what's going on with this disease, is stuff outside of China, where hopefully some of these other countries will see a little more transparency, and as we see the growth rates of the disease in some of these other countries, we'll get a better understanding of just what we're looking at in terms of infection, what we're looking at in terms of fatality, etc. Because the transparency in China, like, we're seeing all kinds of numbers getting updated daily, but if it's not true, it's meaningless, right? It's just propaganda.
Yes, it is, and that's what makes it so contemptible, is the fact that the World Health Organization is going along with this. China has just bullied and bought off everyone under the communist regime. Something like this ultimately was inevitable. And sadly, it had to happen for the communists to be overthrown. But in terms of where we go after that is going to be the challenge. And in terms of America, of course, our government is being overthrown, but from the top down. It's being overthrown by the Russians through Trump and all of the cultists who follow him, which is unfortunately a solid part of the population. Our friend Mr. White's getting some water, so he's gone mute for a little bit, I believe. So let's go, let him get that. And I'm definitely glad to be here with everyone. Of course, I'm sorry that it's under such circumstances. But then again, I'm sorry, it's under such circumstances almost every time I'm on air, right? We always got something horrible going on. And it's just endless, an endless sea of horrors. So when Justin White returns, we'll get a little more levity and a little more upbeat. He's back. Okay. Justin, thank you so much. So I was just telling everybody that I'm just sad that every time I'm on with them, it's like an endless sea of horrors. Yeah, do go on and tell us more about what you've been running across, and of course the conclusions you're reaching in terms of the scenario, and why do you think everyone is just so obsessed with as bad as it is, why is everyone so obsessed with making it so much worse? That will be that'd be interesting, your perspective on that.
Now, is this, we're talking the pandemic or just the world as it right now? Yeah. Well, it's obviously going to be the topic du jour, right? I mean, it's not only alternative radio that's really jumped on this one. It's said I'm listening to it on Bloomberg Radio on my way to work. It's getting it's a talking point, and part of the talking point is there's so much debate as to whether this is still is this really an issue? You have people such as you and I who are concerned about it. Are we just being fear mongers, or is it a case of it's one of the things I hear, and I've heard this a couple times at work this week, is so many people die of the flu every day, right? Like nobody's gonna, we're not gonna get that, and hopefully that attitude's right, but ignorance is bliss for a reason. It's I don't know. It's such a funny topic right now because there's for people such as you and I, we're more or less making these. I don't want to describe them as public health service announcements, but they're things of that nature. We are trying to let people know there's probably more to this than meets the eye in terms of what you're getting from mainstream media. But that's still sort of much like the climate change issue is it an issue, right? For a lot of people, they want to still look at this as being a non-issue. It's just some disease that's over in China. There's 1 billion plus people there, right? If I'm looking right now at seeing about 17,000 confirmed cases, what does that mean, right? What does that mean to 1 billion people? So there's those sort of attitudes. One thing I want to address, because it's an interesting story that's about the virus that's happened today, and that's what's happened in Paris, where they've had I assume it was probably an Airbus, but they had an airplane returning of French nationals and other European nationals. But for the most part, it sounds like there's some African nationals there. But originally, they had determined that 20 people on that flight were showing symptomatic of the coronavirus. That number has now, exactly. That number has now jumped up to 36 people. So this starts to be a concern, obviously, right? Because this is where all of a sudden the cases in France now get to jump up to, get whatever they were, 4 or 5 or something like that. You get to add another 36 cases there. Now that's 36 people, I think, on a plane that had 200. You more or less have to quarantine all 200 of those people for the next 2 weeks, and just to make sure that everybody there, that no one else is carrying the virus. Thankfully, in that case, this is a situation where you might be able to just have everyone quarantine on the spot and have no further transmission, assuming no doctor or nurse gets it. But I mean, how do you stop incidents like this, right? It's one thing that the obvious airplane, like something like that, they were taking people out of Wuhan. Like that's an obvious concern that you're going to want to screen people. But there's one of the cases in Thailand where you have it was determined that you had a taxi driver with the virus. Well, how many people did that taxi driver be in contact with throughout the day, right? Like, this is what people aren't dialing in when they're, when they're just seeing this as being a problem in China. They're not realizing that these slow 1 or 2 confirmed cases, when you have a disease, that one thing I've read, and I don't know, Douglas, if you can confirm this, because I haven't seen this in any medical journal, but they're saying that there can be an incubation rate of up to 2 weeks with this disease.
Yes, that's quite correct. Yeah,
so that is, you're confirming that, like,
yes,
that's scary as all hell, right?
Yes.
Like, you can, and that they're showing not just an incubation period, but that you can be contagious. Well, incubation, right? Like, so we really don't have much of an understanding as to just what's happening here beyond following it week to week, because that's one of the things we've seen. Like, from about 2 weeks ago, I think the confirmed cases was, I just was looking at the numbers as of January 20th in China. I think the confirmed cases was around 300. Right.
Yeah.
And now,
and as you say, it's it's been just expanding in a sense exponentially. It's been doubling, and it's one of these things where, like I said, when they were asking the people in Hong Kong, they concluded that the people in Wuhan, there must have been 44,000 cases at the time, and that could have exploded into 100,000 by now. And in terms of the people who did calculations on this, I remember Brendan came on and he said he had heard some calculations about what could happen if it manifested in the United States, and that, so many millions would die. And I told him, yeah, those were these understated public release conclusions. The conclusions in the scenarios were that 65 million people would die if this got loose in the United States, potentially. That's how many would wind up dying. But it's not unreasonable. This is not, the fear-mongering. I mean, I have been, of course, educated in this for all intents and purposes. Had I gone for just turning the credits in and bothered to actually turn in my master's thesis, I could have gotten an MA, a master's degree, MS, master's in science degree. And all I can say is that you have to be prepared for this to get really ugly. And you've got to start by, I would recommend getting your flu shot, because that has nothing to do with this flu, but it will at least prepare you for, getting used to shots. We've got still needs still needs for people to have these flu shots, and that'll at least help tone that down before any vaccines might be passed out for this particular disease, which I would line up to get the vaccine. I'll tell you that. And I can tell everybody, yes, I was through a situation in which the vaccines were pure poison, and that was in the Gulf War. But those were anthrax vaccines, and they were administered by veterinarians. They weren't even administered by doctors or corpsmen. They were administered by veterinarians because only veterinarians had the license to administer them. So they brought in veterinarians to inject the anthrax shots into humans. They had never been tabulated in terms of dosage for a human being, and at least not accurately. And they just played it as it went along, and ultimately wound up destroying the lives of every recipient of the full run of those anthrax injections. Because like rabies shots, you had to have a series of them. I never got the full series. And so I only had the initial shot delivered twice, basically as a punishment. And this is how the military operates. It's just total destruction of its troops. If you don't believe this, there's this one guy I knew in the Army. This is not anecdotal, by the way. This is what happened. Because he got disability for it that was complete with the check that he got when they had to send him money for the time he first appealed for getting disability for this. He basically was haunted by this his entire life because he felt responsible. He wound up working at the VA, and he wound up doing his best to try and help people at the VA, but he was in the service department, what we would call member services if it were a civilian hospital. And when he was in the service department, he related to me that what had happened was he was in an air-conditioned tent in the rear with the gear and the beer, and he said, boy, I'm glad we're not out in the 180-degree heat like all these other troops in the field. And the division commander overheard it and decided, oh, okay, I'm going to punish all of you. And this was just capricious, on a whim. I'm going to punish the entire division. He marched them all outside and forced them to take their their pills that were to be distributed only in the event of nerve gas being deployed. If the enemy was deploying nerve gas, then you take this pill to for your nervous system to survive a nerve agent attack, theoretically. And people took these pills without being exposed to a nerve agent, and all it did was basically kill them. He killed off his entire division. We're talking about close to 1,000 men. Just like that. Basically what happened was their hearts swelled up. Their hearts swelled up to the point where they died. It took them a year or two, some of them 3, but they all died. And he got away with it because it wasn't immediate murder. It's not like they dropped dead on the spot. So, there you go. The power of their military and what it does for you. So, aside from all that, bringing us back to the moment, this Chernobyl moment in communist China, which has got, like, I'd say a triplicate of Chernobyl moments that have piled up one atop the other with everything that's ongoing. We've got, the potential war with Iran, of course, that Trump has been trying to start. All these guys want to relive World War II all over again. The old white boys' order is dying, and all they've got is World War II and the myth thereof. They keep trying to refight it. So they're trying to drag us back into an autarkic world where you've got these autarkic economies, regional hegemons, and they're trying to, attack an easy target. And so this time it's Iran. And we're in a scenario where something very likely is going to happen. And the only thing that might stop it is these viruses take so many people down that people have to cooperate just to survive. So that may well happen. So maybe there's a blessing in this. But other than that, in Canada, how are people responding? And let's take it from there. By the way, did you have any personal experience with anybody who had any anecdotes or with the people who were on the plane that got shot down, so many of them being Canadians? You could probably add details about that most of us don't have, because it's still a very relevant situation and still developing.
Nothing on a personal level to add about in regards to that plane crash. I know at work there was definitely people that it struck a nerve with, because I can't remember what the total of Canadians was, but 40 or 60 or something like that. Yeah. It was, and thank you for your coverage on that, and particularly in your explanations, because that's I was quite curious as to the nationalities of some of these Canadians, that they were, for the most part, it sounds like they were Persian Canadians, to which most people don't realize there is both in the Ontario area and in the Vancouver area, there is very much a Persian community within Canada. I don't know exactly as to what the demographics are percentage-wise, but as one thing you discussed is that they were flying to Kyiv because there are direct flights from Toronto to Kyiv because of, as I've explained a few times on your show, there is a really strong Ukrainian-Canadian connection. So that obviously a very tragic event that looks like was was war-related incident. That was, and to me, I haven't looked too much into the various finger pointings as to who did it, but I found it less than ironic that on during all these incidents of assassinations and missile launchings, that it's a flight that's going to Kyiv, and that so it's you have this Ukrainian issue going on with all that's going on in the Ukraine, a civil war, all the BS things with the Trump impeachment, which is to the average Ukraine strictly tangential, but again, like, talk about having a country on the chopping block. It's the Ukraine is one of them right now. That's about all I would add on that. in regards to war or global war, one of the things I've been looking at that I find quite curious is this. The way the Russian propaganda is playing out is that they making it look like Russia is being the big peacekeeper in all this, or trying to solve the world's problems, but in the end really is just kind of teasing all the problems along. And I think one of those you're seeing is the reflection in this sort of faux potential military confrontation with Turkey, that you have both Turkey and Russia potentially at odds in Syria, and Turkey and Russia potentially at odds in Libya, when realistically I think what you're having is that a bit of a Hegelian dialectic there, where you're having both countries being presented as potential adversaries, when really what they're doing is going in there and carving up two countries to their own accord, and having it look like, oh geez, these two countries might go to war with each other at any moment. But they're backing the different parties in Libya, they're backing different parties in Syria. It's like, no, they're backing those respective parties so they can carve those countries up, people.
Thank you.
Right?
Thank you.
Russia is people present Russia as being a savior of Syria, but they don't realize what's going on. Russia has expanded its TARDIS naval base since it's joined that war. It has its own permanent airfield now. I think a second fixed-wing airfield up in northern Syria. That country, since Russia has got involved, yes, it has stopped the U.S. and its allies from carving up Syria the way they wanted to, but what has happened is it's just put Russia into the mix to carve up Syria the way it wanted to see happen. And I can riff on that as to what I believe is going to happen. These are not ideas unique to myself, but I think what you're really seeing is that within Syria, probably Iran as well, and Turkey, I think Russia is going to stab Turkey in the back on this one eventually, because I think they really want to. Well, they want to make sure that oil from the Kurdish areas, Kurdistan, let's call it that, as it probably should be called, give these people their own land. But yeah, there really is this connection to pump that oil, get it whatever, either into Turkey or into Jordan, but have that go to Israel. Again, another country that Russia is playing one side against the other. Everyone seems to think that, is Russia in support of Israel? Does, Russia wants Israel, right? Israel is what helps Russia divide Syria, divide Libya. That's me just getting on a bit of a riff here. If you want to interject, please do.
Please. I agree with you. I believe that all your observations are quite astute and most valid. I mean, people, of course, they can't get enough of anti-Nazi World War II analogies. I'm surprised that journalists haven't been comparing Putin and Erdogan to Hitler and Stalin carving up Poland. I mean, really, how come nobody is making these observations? Well, because everyone's too fucking stupid. They're
too busy making these comparisons of Putin being, the next Stalin or something, or this next liberator of Europe, or that they can't realize that this guy is doing not only a replay of World War II, but just a really bad replay of the Cold War as well, where he's taking a smaller nation, that is the Russian Federation, relative to what the USSR was, and he's just replaying this military-industrial complex, replete with, take as much of our natural gas and oil as you can, in addition to our missiles. But he's building this military-industrial complex that is about all it can do is stir up the pot so it can sell more missiles, really, if that's how I would sort of sum it up, because use these propaganda things to work with nations like Turkey to carve up lesser nations.
Yes. Victims, and so
victims. But there's victims like Syria and Libya, but then there's also going to be the victims of the former Soviet Union, that a lot of these sort of frozen conflicts that are slowly being teased, and some of these frozen conflicts are happening or will happen within Russia's own borders, as has been the case in Chechnya. I think you'll see some things within the North Caucasus in the near future, probably leading up to whatever Putin's able to pull off post 2024. But I think you'll see things within the North Caucasus in addition of the South Caucasus in terms of some of these frozen conflicts and agitations there, in addition to his geopolitical expansions into places like Libya or Syria.
Yes, yeah, definitely, and again, keep going. I think you're doing so well, and definitely appreciate your being here with me. And like, it's been too long, but you've been so busy. I've been just afraid to actually interrupt whatever it was that you were doing. Maybe you could tell us a bit about personally what things you were doing, work and whatnot. Tell us about how that's been impacted by some of these new laws, and definitely we're interested in. You heard what the fentanyl show the other night, right? You must have had some observations. Tell us what that brings to mind.
Actually, I have yet to be able to listen to that show. I know you sent me an email last weekend if I had any questions, but I didn't. And just because, as I said, this week it was a very busy week at work. It was a week that there was a certain irony for me as I was really building up to wanting to follow the Corona story, and that was that my own health was tumbling. I could, feel.
Have some time,
yeah. I mean, it really was a countdown as the week progressed. Like, how I would just felt myself getting sicker and sicker and weaker, and eventually, by Friday, it was like, I'm just not going into work. I'm too wiped out. I kind of went down a rabbit hole there. There was something just how things are work. As I was sort of saying earlier in regards to the introduction to the show, things are quite busy work-wise. We did take over or merge with another company, so that's some pretty big news for us, because this other new company they are just opening a much bigger grow facility than what we have, but it's still up and running. I should say it's our show now, but we are now based out of Calgary. We were originally out of Vancouver, but we're now based out of Calgary. We have an extraction lab so that we can do our own edibles and our own oils, etc., etc. And we now also have, I think, 4 or 5 retail stores to which we are able to, sell our products directly. So it's been a very busy time at work. There's been a lot of change, quite literally, because we've gone from, in the last couple months, just being a one building shop where we did all our growing and packaging and everything ourselves, to we now have 2 extra facilities that have been sort of garnered on us through a takeover.
Right.
So that's that on the work front, things have been quite busy, because there's a lot more pressure now, because we are not only sort of accountable to our customers, we're now accountable to stockholders as well.
Wow. And I think that's wonderful. And so does this give you like new work partners at work? Are you meeting new people, or they just all kind of staying where they're at, kind of?
A little bit, because our as is often the case when you have these mergers, when you have a merger, you don't necessarily need 2 chief financial officers or 2 heads of human resources or things of this. So that was one interesting thing, is that one of the first acts within a couple weeks of, once it was formalized that the merger did take place, was that the former CEO of the old company stepped down, and I think about 8 other people, executive types, got axed, which I was quite happy to read about, because from what I was seeing, the company, we're not generating a whole heck of a lot of cash right at this moment. So me, Justin Green Thumb, out there, busting my butt and sweating in the humidity, day in, day out, doesn't need to, randomly be paying some guy 6 figures who I have no idea what he's doing, right?
Oh my God! But I'm definitely glad that things are so exciting for you. So, go on.
No, it is quite an interesting time, because we had a talk from our new CEO. He had a sort of a town hall meeting, as he called it, and one of the things he brought up is that there will be blood this year. That there's going, that the industry is facing a lot of challenges that everyone who ran in there headlong thinking they're going to make a buck in the cannabis business is starting to realize that the buck isn't always there. So it is, this year is going to be a very cutthroat year for the industry. A lot of the earnings that a number of the Canadian companies had for their last quarter were less than impressive, because there is some real politics to the industry, where there's a lot of criticism against Health Canada for not being a little too rigid with their protocols for getting a license. That's really hindered a lot of licensed practitioners, a lot of grow-ops from being legal, becoming what's called a licensed producer, like we are. Where was I going? That we had the licensed producers. And the big thing too is also the province of Ontario, which is by far and away the most populated province in Canada, has been really stringent on the licensing of stores, and there's very few stores have been opened there. So there's been these. Despite having the legalization of marijuana over 2 years ago in Canada, it's been a bit of a slow go in terms of some of the legalities there, which to me, I find, there's an irony there. I'd like to laugh at it, but feeling the effects of it as an employee, I would like to see things a little less stringent. But the other particular on that one though too is that I find a bit funny. I lost my train of thought there again. Speaks of how sick I am and how much weed I've smoked.
I was going to make a joke, but I'm afraid to go on. Yes.
I was talking about Ontario, how they didn't have the amount of stores they wanted. But yeah, it's just that what I was going to say about that is that the irony is we're 2 years of legal, or about a year and a half now of legal, but it's still the black market that runs the industry, right? It's still the black market that makes most of the money. It's the black market that it's got its things streamlined, because to the black market packaging, there is no Health Canada, there is no, there are no health inspections. There are, all you need to do is get your half ounce of weed, put it in a Ziploc bag and sell it. You don't need to go through all this different paperwork and that. So it's a very interesting, I've always been proud of where I've worked and being in the cannabis industry. One of the things I've appreciated about it is that there is a very wildcat aspect of it. It is, it's much like people head for the hills for the oil or the gold, the same sort of thing. Everyone has had big dreams, big green dreams of making it big in the cannabis thing. And after about a year and a half, reality starting to set in for a lot of businesses, and it's going to be as I said, a very cutthroat year, and quite exciting that way. But that's we went down a cannabis tangent when we were talking geopolitics. So yeah, if we want to turn things back that direction, I'll leave that up to you.
Oh, no. I mean, I don't believe there's any need for the positive tonight. I mean, I think right now, kind of like just hoping to survive will be the most positive direction we can really go in. I mean, if we want to, I don't know if he's able. We could bring on Daniel Larola to speculate in Duterte's war on drugs. Just where do all the bodies go? Maybe. Just adding, if we want to talk international aspects of narco-politics. Let me take a quick look in the chat room and see what people are saying here. And I do want to, let's see now. Okay, so there we are. William Krajewski assures me, no, I had 2 bone marrow transplants, but I hit up my head a lot when I was a kid. Laugh out loud. Yes, thank you, William. So, shalom, in all sincerity. There's this other individual who's, I forget his name, but yes, thank you for clarifying that. He had a very Polish name, and he sends me envelopes with the Polish emblem on it, the two-headed eagle or the Polish eagle. Is it two-headed, the Polish eagle? What confuses me is it shouldn't be. It should be one head, I believe. Let me take a look at the Polish eagle, just so that people understand this. If you take a look at the European flags, yes, it's one head, but it's white. It's the one-headed white eagle. It's known as the Orzel Bieli I know I'm not pronouncing that correctly. More like something like Orzel, like a real harsh Orzel Bialy, National Coat of Arms of Poland, and just so people understand a little bit of the Eastern European culture here. The Eastern European culture was heavily fought over by the Roman Catholic and the Byzantine Orthodox churches, and those churches were the source of politics, and so a man's religion was his politics throughout the Middle Ages that formed Christendom, which ultimately became Europe, and the battle was for what kind of Christendom. And the Eastern churches overtook many of the more southerly Eastern European states, and the more northwestern states became under the sway of the Roman Catholic Church. So if you see the European eagles, you'll know you're in a Byzantine Orthodox Christian country, a country of the Eastern Rites liturgy, or the Slavonic liturgy. You'll know you're there because the eagles have two heads, and the two heads represent a head pointed towards Rome, towards the west, which to the person looking at the eagle would be to the left, leftwards facing head, left to the viewer, and the head facing towards the right of the viewer, would be pointing towards Byzantium, towards the east. But the nations that were under the Roman Catholic Church were not allowed to acknowledge the East in direction at all. The East ceased to exist. And so the head is pointed only towards the West, so that you know this. That's why the Polish eagle's head it's a very Catholic country, traditionally. So this is, of course, why Pope John Paul II was Polish. He was, very Catholic background. And he was rare, of course, because most popes were Italian for a long period of time. Now, I forget exactly what Derek was trying to tell us based on what he read in that book. Was that lady who wrote that book trying to insinuate that Pope John Paul II wanted to annihilate the black population or something?
No, it was that whoever Pope John Paul II collegiate roommate or something like that was, that man had been, I think that was, and I can't remember, Derek himself, he had to clarify whether that was actually from that book, or because I think he himself said he wasn't too sure if that line came from the book or from something else he had read. But I think that was, as I understood it, that was the connection.
Okay, that makes more sense. I couldn't understand why the Roman Catholic Church would want to have an anti-black agenda. I mean, they have more and more followers in Africa, and seriously considered electing a black pope because of the enormous upsurge in Catholic followers in Africa. So we'll see what happens in the future. There may ultimately be an ethnically black pope. This is to disambiguate from the, shall we say, the Jesuit high command, because the man who runs the Jesuit organization is also known as the Black Pope. They call him that because he's essentially the Pope of the intelligence arm of the Vatican. Aside from all of that, so what else has been going on in Canada? There must be quite a bit to share with us about things that have been happening, and certainly you have an extraordinarily large Asian community. My fantasy is that someday the city of Vancouver becomes more like a city-state, more like its own Hong Kong. Of course, many people would argue that's already the case, but there must be some concern, quite heavy, about coronavirus in Vancouver's Chinatown. I'm assuming they must be somewhat similar to that in San Francisco. And to just get you in kind of the mood for this, my gang brother Beaver and I were all over Chinatown during many of our recent social obligations having to do with the Asian Lunar New Year. And another thing to know about the zodiacal signs, just something that comes to mind here, we're just kind of bantering, in Vietnam, in terms of the 12 animals, what's so interesting is that in Japan, China, and Korea, The Moon Festival, as it's often called, is associated with the hare, the rabbit. The East Asians, never saw a man in the moon in terms of features. They always saw a hare or a rabbit, the rabbit in the moon. And so the lepus, the Latin name for the rabbit, has come to signify the moon, come to symbolize the moon. And yet during the Spring Festival, which of course is perceived to be a time of fertility, the rabbit, of course, is a symbol of that, just like in Europe, where you had the fertility symbol of the rabbit come to be separated, or celebrated with Easter. And of course, because rabbits fuck like bunnies, that's how it became assimilated or exploited by Playboy magazine, as in Playboy bunnies. All the symbolism goes back to that. It goes back to Ishtar, of course, the goddess of love, and of course sex and fertility, reproduction, the egg symbolizing that, hence the Easter eggs. This is why all the Christian fanatics, who are just total idiots, will say, oh, don't celebrate Easter, Easter is pagan. I mean, like, so fucking what? I mean, so is Christmas, right? I mean, so is everything when you come down to it. Celebrations are going to have histories that precede Christianity, and we've kind of arranged our holidays around the original holidays. We've just superseded them with Christian symbolism. People who don't want to celebrate anything on the basis of affiliation with paganism, it's just bizarre to me. As Christ said, he is in all religions that are true religions, true faiths. And that would include the pagan faiths. That would include the monotheistic faiths that are non-Christian. There's no need to proselytize or evangelize, but, getting back on some sort of track when it comes to the Asian Lunar New Year's. In Vietnam, the hare is replaced with a cat. So there was a book written on this, about the cat who went to heaven. It's a children's book. The children's book, which is illustrated. Fine illustrations done on rice paper. So if you look for this, like Lena Shea, who raises children, if she's looking for a book for the children that is excellent on this, it's The Cat Who Went to Heaven, and see if you can find the illustration edition with the rice paper in it. And it explains how the cat came to replace the rabbit in Vietnam, in Vietnamese culture. And so that's an excellent perspective on that. But instead of the year of the rabbit, you have the year of the cat in Vietnam. But in terms of now I lost my train of thought. See, I'm getting a contact high. See, what's going on right now is that...
You're welcome.
You're
welcome.
Yeah, Justin is, he's smoking it up, and I'm getting it all the way over here, south of the border. Yes, he's like, it's just that cloud it's just overwhelmed all of Canada ever since they made this stuff legal. So what was I talking about? I was talking about, of course, the zodiacal years, and I was going to say something about something else.
Something about you and Beaver in Chinatown.
Oh yeah. Beaver and I were in Chinatown, and of course I've mentioned to people before about how I have a taste for exotic animals that you would find in a wet market oftentimes, and this includes rats and snakes in particular that I have a fondness for in terms of their flesh. And so when we were in Chinatown, I could see why the coronavirus has spread as it has. Chinatown was never like this before. In the old days, Chinatown, and I've seen this year after year, but this year it just became the tipping point. This year was the tipping point, where it just really hit home. It should have hit me home 10 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, but it really finally hit home because of the coronavirus. But over the past 10 to 20 years, Chinatown has degenerated. It's, I don't mean like somebody complaining like, oh, it's become all touristy, because obviously Chinatown has not been what it's been in half a century. The great earthquake and fire, first off, of San Francisco, over a century ago by this point, tore down, destroyed, burned up the original Chinatown, which died in a very real sense at that time. And that Chinatown was a sprawl. But until maybe World War II, Chinatown was still sprawling enough where we're talking about it took up, 14 square city blocks. And so it's gotten smaller as most Chinese have left the ghetto. And the only people left in Chinatown, literally in some housing projects or in area, are the very elderly. And they're so old that many of these people are literally, they're centenarians. They're about 100 years old, or they're pushing it. So you see them all over Chinatown, and they're still active as they can be. And they go out and they shop and they keep themselves alive by shopping. But back in the old days, you had meat that was on display that was much more professional in its display, like what you would find in a Western butcher shop. You would have even the fish, which were unusual in the sense that you had large tanks full of living fish. You had cages that had birds in them. All of this was for people to eat. None of this was being sold for pets. Frogs, all of these alive that would be brought out and killed for you when you purchased it to take it home, so you wouldn't have to kill it yourself or cut the chicken's head off yourself, which people were doing, until a relatively short time ago, say maybe about 30, 40 years ago. Yeah, Chinese would buy a chicken and take it home to kill it. And they would even leave it tied next to the toilet to live until it was time to kill it at Lunar New Year. They'd leave it there for several weeks. So now that Justin's back with us, I'll get to the punchline. But when I was there, I noticed that what has happened is there's been a gradual takeover of Chinatown by no longer the overseas Chinese as we once knew them, which were Cantonese speaking, and they had, because they were in Hong Kong, a heavy anti-communist bent, and they were very much affiliated with Taiwan. So you had the Taiwanese flags everywhere. There's been a battle all over in Chinatowns all over the world as to Taiwanese or communist Chinese flags, which would fly. And certain times of the year, the Taiwanese flags would fly, the communist flags would fly at other times of the year. And then gradually, Chinatowns have begun to more and more surrender to communist China. And as this has happened, the Chinatown health procedures have disintegrated. It got to the point where the health inspectors in San Francisco and the Food and Drug Administration nationally have both said that they've just given up on going into Chinatown to even try to find anything wrong. All they can do is warn white people, don't go into Chinatown and buy any medicines or foods from their apothecaries, because you get things out of China like silence your baby from crying too much. And so there are medicines that will make your baby quiet. If your baby's crying too much and you want it to just shut up, you can give it this Chinese medicine and it'll shut up and you can get some sleep. Well, it's actually a kind of poison. It's actually a kind of a mercury poison. So you're literally toxifying your baby and brain killing them. And so this is what makes it stop crying, because it's basically been brain poisoned. And so you're basically retarding your child. So there's medicines like this, quote unquote medicines, poisons, being sold off the shelves in China, but it's Chinatown, in American Chinatowns. So it's just so impossible to monitor these things. And the animals, they bring in armadillos. There are armadillos that are brought from the deserts of Arizona. Literally, they'll have Chinese people, they'll see armadillos and stuff, and they'll pick them up, bring them back to Chinatown, put them in the wet market. Now, as health inspectors have said, I would sooner eat a dead rat. I mean, that you can imagine what you can get out of a desert armadillo. The Black Plague, for instance. I'm not exaggerating. The Black Plague manifests in squirrels and armadillos and various desert animals in the United States quite commonly. So we have a situation which is just untenable, and more so in Chinatown, and no one's monitoring it at all. So when I went in there this time, for the first time in my life, I was stumped at what I saw in one of the display cages, and it was only part of an animal. It was literally large, and it was a clawed arm with scaled. It was a scaled, clawed limb that Beaver was speculating it might have been the webbed hand or fin of some kind of sea turtle that had desiccated, mummified, and had not, and therefore the web shriveled, leaving it with a claw-like effect. The best way I can describe it is if you've ever seen the old grade B European kaiju film, what Americans would simply call a giant monster movie. Asians would call that a kaiju film. The Europeans produced one famous one back in the day, Reptilicus. If you ever saw that scene from Reptilicus, where there is a part of an animal, a reptile that's found, a dinosaur, that then gets, it's found in ice, it's brought back to Europe, and either Denmark or Copenhagen, something like that, Amsterdam, Denmark or the Netherlands or something, and it's brought back and it's left under a heat lamp accidentally, and it starts thawing and regenerating, and then the whole lizard is born out of it, the whole reptilian creature, and goes on a rampage of destruction. It looked like that prop from Reptilicus, except it was very definitely real. And the next speculation was that it might be the arm of a crocodile. It's just unidentifiable. It was mummified, desiccated, but not mummified in the sense that it was fossilized. It was just desiccated, so it was old looking. You could tell that, but it was being sold as food. And not even I, who eat almost anything, dared to touch that to eat that. But that was one aspect of it, and then the other aspect was just the sheer filth. It's just that since the mainland Chinese have taken over the Chinatowns and more of their migrants have come in, then it's become more like mainland China, where the meat displays are just meat one on top of the other. They're not like separate from each other in separate slabs. They're just huge mounds of meat that people are sorting through with their bare hands. Everyone who lives in Chinatown just comes out there and with their bare hands is sorting through the meat and buying what they want. And if you order it from the butcher, he'll just bring a big slab out on a bloody, block, and you get it all dirty because it's had all kinds of other things on it before. He's not hosing it down or washing it. He throws the meat on top of that. Turns it around while he's butchering it and cutting it, and he's exposing it to whatever's on the block, and then this is sold, and so it's you can see where the spread of disease becomes inevitable, and so it's this is if it's like that here, you can imagine what it's like in mainland China. Now, I'm sure there's areas in mainland China that are better than what you find in a Chinatown in North America or anywhere else, but then there's areas that are not. Selena's laughing at the Reptilicus. She says I should have bought it and taken it home and put it under a heat lamp to see if I could regenerate it. There you have that. So with that in mind, what's going on in Vancouver, Chinatown? Have you ever visited it, or you have any knowledge of what goes on there? Hear any anecdotal stories, or?
Actually, I can comment on that to a degree. I know nothing anecdotal, but I myself used to live just right by the Vancouver Chinatown, so I'm very familiar with it. It has a reputation. And it's interesting. My brother, as a Christmas gift years back, gave me a small little book on opium and the opium trade, and it was talked about an area of Vancouver known as the Main and Hastings, now referred to as the downtown east side, but it was a Maclean's article from the early 1900s, about 100 years ago, and it was the writer, she was admonishing that area of downtown as being the eyesore of Canada just because of the opium trade. And interestingly now, 100 years in the future, that same area is more or less now the heart of the Canadian fentanyl trade and the heroin trade. It still is the eyesore. And that area is the that is the heart of Chinatown. So traditionally, the Chinatown in Vancouver was right smack downtown. It was now there's very few Chinese living there. I'm sure those that do are more or less just either living in their family home or absentee landlords. The majority of Chinese live outside of the Chinatown area. They live more in an area of Vancouver known as Richmond, and that's in some of those areas of Richmond, Burnaby. That's where you'll see streets upon streets where all the signs are either Mandarin or Cantonese. Most cases, probably generally, it's going to be in Cantonese. So in terms of, and as a connection, because when I first cut my teeth as a stock trader, I actually had to work in the just outside of Chinatown in the what's known as the downtown east side of Vancouver. And I said I on a couple occasions of my life lived just outside of that area. And where this kind of ties into you is, interestingly, the downtown east side of Vancouver. It is the kind of seen as the asshole of not only British Columbia but also of Canada. Is where you have the hepatitis epidemics, the HIV epidemics, the obviously the intravenous drug use epidemics. And how this ties into yourself is, I've heard on more than one occasion the downtown east side of Vancouver, the heart of Chinatown, is being referred to as, or being compared to a smaller version of the Tenderloin in San Francisco. Yeah. So Vancouver's Chinatown is a dilapidated area. It is the heart of Canada's heroin fentanyl epidemic. It really is the heart of the drug epidemic in Canada. So where that so it really my concern, because one of the first cases in Canada stemmed out of Vancouver from a man who was supposedly a regular traveler to Wuhan for work. And I can only imagine the number of ethnic Chinese Canadians who do have work-related things in China, just because there is a really, I don't know what percentage the Vancouver area is of Chinese. I know when I left Vancouver about a decade ago, at that time there was a news item that said the Vancouver and what's known as the Lower Mainland in British Columbia, that area was designated. It was about a decade ago, it was determined that it was about 50% Asian at that time. Though, as I've explained to Douglas in the past, that the biggest Sikh population outside of India is in the Vancouver area. So that when we talk Asian, we're not talking strictly Chinese here, that we're talking Asia, really. We're, South Asia, Southeast Asia, East Asia, Hong Kong Chinese, Taiwanese Chinese, mainland Chinese, Korean, Japanese. There is, as Douglas has suggested, that maybe one day Vancouver does become its own city-state. In a lot of ways it already is, because it does have an ethnic makeup that is incredibly cosmopolitan and incredibly Pacific in its leanings, whereas the rest of Canada is not exclusively European, but has there's a fair more reflection of European, with exceptions of in the sort of Atlantic provinces and in Ontario, and probably a lesser degree Quebec. That's where you see a bit more of the Caribbean influence into Canada. So Vancouver has a very strong Chinese population. Much as you were saying, it has traditionally been Cantonese. That is Hong Kong. Therefore, a bit more supportive of free trade, democratic views. Is one of the famed gardens in downtown, in the Chinatown area, is the Sun Yat-sen Garden, Dr. Sun Yat-sen Garden in Vancouver. So that sort of speaks a bit more of sort of some of the more nationalist leanings of the Chinese populations of if that's changed as you're suggesting in San Francisco. I really can't comment on that one, primarily just because I'm not, it's been about a decade since I lived in that area. But to answer your question, I'm very familiar with Chinatown in Vancouver. I lived a few blocks away. I loved doing I loved to go shopping there. There's just all kinds of cheap seafood and cheap groceries. There's a frugality there that the Chinese consumer and the Chinese seller has, that both the Chinese in Vancouver, it's always a pleasure to do business with Chinese and Vietnamese people, because they seem to have a sense of economy that a lot of Canadians can't seem to get, and they seem to be able to provide deals that hopefully are deals by legal ways that you're not always seeing in other stores. So yeah, no, I'm quite curious as to what happens in Vancouver in regards to the coronavirus, because as it ties to your question of Chinatown in Vancouver is sickly, right? A virus like that would devastate. It would destroy. Well, it'd be like, what would that virus do to the tenderloin, right? It'd be the exact same thing. That's the exact same living conditions that you're looking at, just pure squalor.
Yeah, the difference, however, is that there is no, even though the Tenderloin has a kind of open market, there's an open market that is at the Civic Center where they're selling foods. It's not in the same kind of unhygienic condition that Chinatown is. So the Chinatown is actually worse. So just so that people understand.
Whereas I guess the comparison there is like the Chinatown in Vancouver is both a Chinatown and a tenderloin, right? It is sort of the eyesore of Canada. It is where the epidemic of Canada.
Yeah, and so that's it's definitely going to be where we might see a huge outbreak and a burning zone, so to speak. And
scarily so. Yeah, my like I said, this is my concern is with something like this. I mean, and back to the transparency issue with China and how all the praise they were getting from the WHO. And one of the things the WHO said is their concern was that not to focus so much on China, but on some of these other nations that might not have the resources there that China has. Now, take that comment for what you may, but like, I find it interesting. I was reading today, I think there's one suspected case in Myanmar of the coronavirus. Now this is Myanmar, where gambling is legalized, and all kinds of Chinese like to go there, particularly during the Lunar New Year. And so far, you're only seeing one suspected case. Is this the reality, or is this just some really bad epidemiology?
That's unbelievable. Go on.
well, you have that. One thing I wanted to, like Thailand, you're looking at only 19 or 20 cases right now, despite the fact that I think the Thais issued out a warning. Let me pull out here. They're saying that, this is from a Daily Mail article, that at least 22,000 people from Wuhan are believed to have visited Thailand in January alone. Right, so exactly. And if you're only looking at 19, 20 cases in Thailand right now, that's Buddha's blessing on that one, right? Yes. Or the cases are just about ready to start coming out of the woodwork, one of the two, right? Mm-hmm. And I find it interesting, of everything I've read on all the different airlines or countries that are restricting airline access to China, I've yet to see Thailand's name on that, right? So I haven't seen anything with Bangkok Airways or Royal Thai Air stopping or reducing any flights to China. So if that's really the case, a lot of concern. So yeah, just when you have country like, I think Cambodia is another country where I've only seen one case of coronavirus so far, but there's all kinds of Chinese travel into Phnom Penh. Right. And having lived in Phnom Penh, again, this is much like seeing the squalor of the downtown east side of Vancouver, even more so in Phnom Penh. I shudder to think about what a disease like this might do in some of these ghettos, right? Like, just ravage them, absolutely. Well, I mean, if you have an airplane coming back from France, back from Wuhan, where you had 36 people, and I appreciate an airplane's going to be your damn near perfect vector for spreading a disease like that, but that's still, you're on an airplane, right? You had some money to get on that airplane in the first place. You got something going for you. It's going to be a little bit different than some shithole in Phnom Penh, right? Or, Rangoon or where have you.
Mm-hmm. And definitely one of the things that I was going to ask you about was, it's kind of on a side note, but it isn't. As we know, these exotic mammals can be vectors for diseases. And what did you see when you were in Laos and in Southeast Asia? You must have seen some of these wet markets, something similar. Tell us what you saw and whether.
Actually, well, yeah, I was thankfully for bringing that up because you're talking about your taste for rat and snake, and then bringing up what squirrels have. I have actually eaten squirrel in Thailand,
Ah.
and interesting. I saw someone comment on the YouTube channel about eating bat. I actually have tried bat up in Laos, and that was again much like rat. I enjoyed it. I'm not going to recommend other people eat it, but I liked it. The bat in particular, it had they had cleaned out the innards in terms of the stomach and had a bunch of like mint and herbs and stuff tucked in that. So you had this meat that was tasting like chicken, and you're eating the bat itself with the bone size. It's more or less like you're eating chicken wings and a drumstick and stuff like that. It was quite good. So yeah, no, I have tried bat. As in terms of seeing wet markets, well, this incident with the I seeing bat and rat being cooked on the on the side of the street in Laos. And in terms of actual wet markets, no, I didn't really do that. But then again, I was not somebody who was really crazy about going into markets in Southeast Asia. Generally, I'm not a particularly materialistic person. So like this idea of hitting a market looking for whatever the next steal in a deal isn't something that generally appeals to me. Smells, particularly a lot of really ripe smells, don't appeal to me. So like I'm not inclined to look to explore these sort of things myself. So yeah, and generally because there's I don't want to see things like turtles or that getting chopped up on the spot. Yeah. So yeah, no, I tended to though I have definitely tried some exotic meats that other people haven't, but I've in terms of actually exploring in markets as such, that really wasn't my thing.
Yeah, I understood. I understood, and but definitely, you still saw quite a bit, and that's impressive. I mean, you weren't just staying in your hotel room and eating bacon and eggs like some American in exile, petulant, about his environment or something.
No, I
like
know
that.
anything but no. It's actually pretty much the exact opposite. It got me into a fair bit of trouble, in terms of gastrointestinally. Like the second time I came back from Southeast Asia, I was seeing a naturopath, and she just more or less shuddered when she looked at me. She had met me before, but yeah, I came back emaciated and just, littered with parasites. But again, that's what you get with an attitude of, I'll eat anything, right? This is the downside of being an adventurer, right? This is the downside of like, sure, I'll try that, like. Yeah, well, just as a quick story, I think the second time when I was in Southeast Asia, when I met the Chocho speedboat driver, that was one of those times in my life where I actually turned down. Like I would say, that was at my most adventuresome in my life. I was probably 24, 25 I was 25 at the time, right? So there really was, you could more or less throw anything in front of me, whether it was booze or food or whatever, and I was gonna I'd take a wing at it. But so I was walking to the backside of the country in Laos with this buddy of mine, and we came across these guys who they had just slaughtered a goat and were burning the hair off of it, and they had a jug of goat's blood. And they were, with a scoop that they were drinking up, and they had one of the guys offered me a chance to partake in this. But the goat had probably been, I don't know when the thing had been killed, but that blood was starting to look a little bit thick.
Congealing. It was congealing.
Oh yeah, it was. Yeah, it was very coagulating there. It was starting to congeal a bit, and I was still almost there. I was almost gonna do it, and then I just had this remembrance that it was just 2 days ago that I had really bad diarrhea going, and I was just thinking, I'd had to the point of having to take antibiotics for it. It was just like, yeah, dude, you just came off, you just sort of just did your regime of antibiotics. Do you really need to man up and drink this goat's blood? And I turned it down, but that was like, I had, to a degree of regret, because like I said, there was a side of me that would, was up for almost any challenge at that time in my life. But yeah, that one I turned down. It was probably a very smart decision.
Yeah, well, that's definitely appreciate that, and oh my God, so I'm looking through the chat room right now, and I had stopped just before I reached Veronica Barrera. So if you're still with us, Veronica, buenas noches a todos. Love you dearly, and someone M says that he's looked at a book on coronavirus or something at Zurich. And he says that end time Mahdi decoding, I don't know, economist amazing things. I don't know. He's relating something from what sounds like a YouTube summary. And of course, William Krajewski says stay away from unclean meat in terms of the book of Leviticus. I mean, what's so interesting about that is that seems almost like it speaks for itself. I mean, when I take a look at what's in Chinatown, you would think it would be self-evident to not go in there and start eating that shit. But then again, of course, I do so all the time, but then I have somewhat of an advantage than your baseline human, and it's just not impacted by that sort of thing. I don't come back with these parasites that many people do. I'm very fortunate in that regard. But at the same time, it's Gary States, of course, responded by saying, responding to the Leviticus statement, is that because the meat magically becomes clean if some rabbi prays over it or slaughters it in some self-approved method? That was generally the thought, actually. Yeah, that was kind of the thought that was held, the common school of thought. Paul Nicholas says, a friend of mine thinks the new hospitals being fabricated in China are actually giant morgues. Well, they wouldn't bother. They would just dig giant pits. They would just dig giant pits and pour lime all over the bodies. That's what they would do, because that's what they did in the past. So that's already been, shall I say, yeah. People just have these thoughts. Sometimes you can see why they would have them, but it doesn't make sense. And so aside from that, then we have someone again talking. I'll skip all those, and I don't think he really says anything that's all that coherent. Michael Anastasia says, at the beginning of the SARS outbreak, I was in Vietnam. I went through the market and ended up tripping and falling on a bunch of chickens and guts. Luckily, I did not get sick. Thank you for sharing that. And Mona Hawk, to Michaela, yeah, love you dearly, honey. Mona Hawk, of course, and that's the wonderful lady who was involved with the band. I'm trying to remember. Oh my God. Write out your name, please, honey. I forgot your name. Oh my God. I forgot her name. She says, hi, D3D. So little miss, what's her name, was ripping you off. No wonder she tried to stand between you and anyone else who might have befriended you. I've forgotten her name. No great loss. She forgot the name. I remember the name of the individual she's referencing. Actually, Laura Lee Solomon was well, I guess towards the end when she was spiraling, there was a bit of ripoff going on. Yeah, I guess I could say that, but it was nothing like what happened with Laurie and Aunt Fenton. It was more or less a spiraling situation. And I apologize so much. I know who you are, Mona Hawk. I know you're a fabulous musician. I know that you were, I'm forgetting your name. I'm just going totally blank. So you got to write that in there in the chat for me. Paul Nicholas says, DTES smells like urine, just like San Francisco, unfortunately. Now, is DTS an acronym for some territory inside of Canada? Let me look that up. He must.
Sorry, I think he's the DT,
downtown East Side.
Downtown East Side, exactly.
Oh, he's talking about the Dr. Sun Yat-sen Classical Chinese Garden, basically, right? Is that what he's referencing, perhaps?
Yeah, well, there is a famed garden down in Chinatown there, which is not too far away from the downtown East Side.
Well, believe it or not, this is what I'm getting on, of all things, don't ever do this. Don't ever go to Wikipedia. But unfortunately, Wikipedia is the first thing that comes up. And remember, this is literally a bathroom wall, the bathroom wall of information intercourse. Nevertheless, this is what someone wrote on the bathroom wall. And it's the first thing that comes up is downtown East Side, a neighborhood in Vancouver, British Columbia. The area, one of the city's oldest, is the site of a complex set of social issues, including high levels of drug use, homelessness, poverty, crime, mental illness, and prostitution. There you go. And they give area codes, so you know where to call. So thank you, Paul.
It is a tourist attraction. People will go down. Not a lot of people, but some people will go down there just to get a look at, what depravity looks like.
Well, Paul Nicholas says that they're actually beautiful places, but they're dying.
That's fair. Yeah,
okay.
No, it's but at the same time, it's also. It smells. It's there's needles on the ground. I mean, again, I'm speaking of a decade removed, my own presence. So I take that with a grain of salt. But I'm fairly intimate of the area. I used to work there. Used to live near there. Right.
Oh my God, we can make jokes about how I thought the place cleaned up after you left, but.
Well, interestingly, there is a push from the I guess the west side of the downtown. There is this slow push of commercialism happening that I'd be curious, having not been there for a decade, that I'm sure there has been a bit of a facelift going on there. But it is kind of funny that how do you facelift an asshole?
Right. Well, it's called gentrification, and what you see in San Francisco is a nightmare. By the way, I'm hoping everyone can still hear me, because we had a color change on the stream health, the live stream health. But that's just because I'm looking at it directly. It probably changes color multiple times while I'm not looking at it. But Bizarre HD, which is, of course, George Knight, hugs unto he, says, loud and clear, Douglas just came on. Much love unto you, and much love to you, dear brother. And Paul Nicholas says that if the coronavirus started in downtown East Side, it would wipe Vancouver out. If someone got sick in the DTS, he says they just let them die there. And so, thank you for all that input. It's so hard to say. It depends on whether or not it gets cordoned off. So some places might be, literally look at what they're doing in the United States. They're opening up Marine Corps military bases for this shit. So truly frightening times.
Speaking of shit though, but because it's one of the things that's come up with the coronavirus, and it was the case out of Washington State that because I guess the guy was having some really bad diarrhea, but they found coronavirus in his stools, and so that's that's one thing they've started to announce with this virus, is that it isn't just airborne or sort of from mouth and what you touch, but it is also you can have the fecal connection as well, which, interestingly, taking it back down to the level of a Tenderloin or a downtown East Side in Vancouver, like wildfire, man. Like if that thing can also stick in feces, well, when you've got people just indiscriminately crapping on the ground.
Mm-hmm. I thank you for bringing that up, and so let's in terms of looking that up, I know I saw something on that earlier, that fecal matter coronavirus might be passing through it. It's definitely, of course, on average, most people we know don't eat shit. But what we're getting is it might wind up in places in food, like in the Philippines.
Exactly.
Yeah, doctors say the virus can be spread by fecal matter. Yes, so illness spread via contamination of food and water with fecal matter. I do know that in Hong Kong there was a SARS outbreak that was due to a leaking pipe on the side of a ghetto building. It was just an apartment building that had a leaking pipe that was so fine, the crack was so fine that it had aerosolized the fecal and waste product inside the pipe and was just spraying people with it going by on the street. And that was the source of a singular SARS outbreak, which most people in the United States have no idea about. And so something like this could happen. Scientists have discovered that fecal samples from patients infected with the novel coronavirus also have tested positive for the virus, meaning it is highly possible that the live virus can exist and spread through contaminated fecal matter. most cases of canine coronavirus are contracted by oral contact with infected fecal matter. A dog may also become infected by eating from contaminated food. So now they're saying new coronavirus can spread between humans, but it started, with in a wildlife market. Okay, we know that. But the dogs getting it. Now, this is interesting. Coronavirus in dogs. Okay, so you've just now had another. Does that send a shudder up your spine, Justin? Any thoughts on that? What that brings to mind? Just frightening shit, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, I don't want to, don't want to fearmonger, but the story just gets better and better.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, because now you're sure that you don't have coronavirus, right?
I'm hoping not. I'm hoping not. I mean, well, this is kind of the interesting thing about one of the ironies of the company I work for, where management, for the most part, comes out of Vancouver, and it's for the most part ethnically Chinese, so that there is that racial divide at work, right? It's just a reality. There's no social commentary. It's just a reality. So that, it's kind of interesting that the contribution to this valley in terms of the Chinese population, which is minuscule, is actually through my workplace. So in terms of, it would be any sort of ethnic strife or anything that might be forthcoming, I'll get to see it on the front lines.
Yes, you will. Oh my God, and that's well, that's frightening. How do you intend to deal with that? Have you thought about wearing a mask to work, or do you feel? I mean, Chinese do it all the time. I mean,
I'm in a workplace where we have masks provided for us. We're not expected to wear them daily, but we are expected to wear them if we consider ourselves to be infectious. Just because we don't want people breathing any pathogens onto live plants or drying plants or that. So I'm already in an environment that's quite thorough on its. I'm blessed that way, that I work in an environment that's very thorough in terms of providing masks. We're expected to wash our hands. Like I probably go through a half dozen to a dozen pairs of gloves every day. So I work in an environment that's pretty hygienic, and with the daily expectation of maintaining high hygiene.
Right. Okay. That's good. That's wonderful. We're glad to hear that. And in terms of what do you think is going to happen with, say, for instance, how they sell your product? Do you think there's going to be any change in how that's sold based on what's going on now? I can't imagine how, right? I mean, nothing.
I would no, I can't see anything, and it would be purely speculative in terms of just where does this virus go, right? Like any sort of change on our end would involve radical change at a national level as in terms of the severity of the virus.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, definitely. What else has been on your mind lately? What do you find politically to be very relevant? I mean, I'll try and discuss again in Arc of Narrative tonight. When I'm closing kind of the Arc of Narrative or somewhere towards closure, I'm going to try and tell people that this isn't the only thing we have to worry about. Of course, it's also war. We've got war, plague, and famine. We've got the largest. If you're looking for the biblical locusts, they're in East Africa. In light of everything,
no, that's. I'm glad you touched on that one, because that's just that's a story I just looked into maybe 2 days ago.
Tell us about it.
Just that there is I think they're saying it's the biggest plague of locusts they've had in East Africa in 70 years, I think was the number they were throwing out there, that it's primarily in Kenya, but I think is migrating its way into Ethiopia, and concerns that it will kind of get into the breadbasket of Ethiopia and do that. And I've seen pictures. It's biblical.
Yeah.
But the other way to explain it, there's a lot of bugs out there. if you were ever an eater of locusts, there's a protein. There's a protein source like on others. Interesting. One thing I was reading on that yesterday was, and it gets to a reality back to the coronavirus and just what is the infrastructure to deal with these situations, because this is back to the locust plague in Kenya. One of the things they're saying is, just we keep on spraying. Because that's the most effective way to deal with the locusts. But the local response was, we need more spray, we need more planes. And this is where I'm going, tying that in, is back to the coronavirus in China. And one things we're seeing already is a strain on masks, a strain on testing kits, right? It's one thing to think, it's one thing to shut down a city or whatever. It's another thing to take these preventative measures, but it's another thing that logistically have the equipment available. It's like these two hospitals. Like one of them's already been built, that they're being slapped together in the span of a couple of weeks in Wuhan. There was like two hospitals. I think they were going to add a combined something like 2,400 beds, which is not nearly enough already. That's not nearly enough. But it's one thing to slap together a building, but if you have diagnostic equipment, where's that coming from? If you have anything that's like dialysis equipment, there's medical equipment here that you need in order to make a hospital a hospital. You can't just have a room with a bed in it and call it a hospital. So, just logistically, whether it's with these locusts or with the coronavirus, it's one thing to come up with a solution. It's another thing to be actually, is that solution even possible? Is it even feasible? Like how do you kill off a plague of locusts if there are no planes, or you have a limited number of planes, or you have no pesticide to spray? These solutions don't really work too well if logistically they're unavailable.
Right. Yeah, it's just and this will be the problem anywhere. We're going to have that in the United States. I don't know about Canada, but in the United States, most certainly we're going to have a problem with the way the hospitals are now. They're not even really set to handle anybody very well. When I went into the hospital for my emergency with the... oh, by the way, tell me how I sounded that night. I should have you back on when I have... some night I hope to have Brendan Zogit and Crystal Rivers and Mr. Peter Moon on all at once, because they were all pretty much on with me, so to speak, especially Peter Moon and Crystal River, but our man Brendan Zogit was kind of like with us for a period of time and then was off, or when I was getting sick during the time I was preparing for that colonoscopy. I was wondering if you were listening live that night, what impressions that you had. Share with us whatever impressions you had, or if you've listened to it even in repeat or the recording, tell us what it sounded like. Were you able to listen to the whole episode, or what? Do you remember?
No, I wasn't. So no, I can't. Unfortunately, I can't comment on on that.
Oh, that's too bad. J-Mo Reese was saying how it was one of the funniest, but so you weren't listening and you never caught up on that one, I take it. Did you find out I had gotten sick and had gone to the emergency room? Or?
I did. I remember you were, the last I heard from you on the matter, you were considering it. So I take it everything you went full steam ahead, did you?
Yes. Oh yeah. I knew I needed hydration is what I needed, and but when they're both on with me, I'll go more in depth on it because it's one of those things that since they were there, it'll be funnier. It'll just to kind of reenact it with them, so to speak, and that I can go into some other people's impressions. I'm sorry that you missed it, actually, because you would have had, I'm sure, some wry commentary and some drollery that would have been rich. Do me a favor and
I think I do. Yeah, I think you and I already. I think the last time I was on your show, though, I think we got into matters of fecal concern and that.
That's right.
There's no need to indulge you.
Yeah, we always seem to shit talk, don't we? Yes, that comes up quite a bit whenever we...
Literally, not just the figurative shit talk, but the literal too.
Yes, well, speaking of shit, that brings to mind, just as kind of a review to people so that they understand this, and I know one of the things that we do when we have you on is usually the subject is brought up one way or another, and I'm not going to do it tonight, as I have people, I have you explain your CHO experience, because so many people are kind of new to it, and they've never heard it, and then it it adds some depth to them, gives them an understanding for where I'm coming from. We're not going to do that tonight, but instead, while you're here, I will take advantage of your presence to have you review briefly and succinctly what happened, because this is important. I do want people to understand this, because lately on my blurbs, which is the plugs that I do, which is very similar to a conventional terrestrial broadcast radio station, even though there is no, I maintain no delusion that I would go on that venue, and I don't think those venues are productive anyway. I mean, it's a dying medium. It's something that only the elderly listen to, is terrestrial broadcast radio, except when you're at work or you're on commute. The people who listen to like nighttime radio are like people who live in tent cities and people who live in trailer parks. I mean, this is not, it's not, these are not people who are actively participating in society. So in terms of bandwidth, I'm happy to be on electronic bandwidth. But in terms of what I do try to do is emulate, from the old days, plugs as they are done on terrestrial broadcast radio, and I've timed them. I've practiced with this, and I know it takes the same amount of time. The plugs on radio are long. The period of time they spend on radio with commercials, and then this bit of plug for the station itself, it all adds up to an incredible 17 minutes. Literally. So I've measured this, and I've timed my blurb to be about the same. But one of the things I provide is a public service warning about Pavel Edward Prevara. So one of the things I'm wondering is, have you checked up and seen if his timeline is still even up? Has he maintained it? I'm assuming if he has, it's still the same old face up there, which is mine, and basically that he's got the same old statement up and probably hasn't produced anything new or shown anything new, because I don't remember him ever being that active on Facebook, really. And but I'd like you to try and put into perspective for people, just briefly, what had happened with Agnieszka and Pavel, and what Agnieszka had done, how she had kind of showed up in your life like a whirlwind and just did her thing and then just pulled out, and how you had found out that she was essentially doing this to a lot of communities that in the old days were ufological forums, and then and obviously had been assigned to myself, and was the handler of Pavel, and that this will help put some perspective in it for people as to what was going on. And the reason why is because I bring them up when opening and closing the show. People, I don't think, really grasp, who are not constant listeners, what happened. So there's new listeners who listen to that and they don't really get what it's about. So put it into some perspective for people, and that should help. And you're open to that?
Yep.
Okay.
And so just quickly, as you were talking, I have pulled up Pavel's Facebook account, and more of the same. He's got his likeness of you on both his image and his background image. His last posting is a tale of you and Venus Clark, and that's from September 30th. So yeah, no, I guess he hasn't. He isn't active. He is still. I guess he's not particularly active, but he's still using your likeness, and it looks like his last two posts are ones condemning yourself.
But Venus Clark, what's he saying about her? What?
Well, it's just some a story of a thing about a burning car story. People can go to read it for themselves. It's a missive that Pavel had from September 30th about some condensation of yourself. So now,
so he's basically speaking about my medical cosmetologist, so people understand that.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And later on, just do me a favor, either cut and paste or get me a screenshot so I can see what he's saying. Just curious.
Sure.
But other than that, I'm sure whatever it is, it's defamatory and slanderous. And but
Well, okay. It's DDD equals double down deceiver. So I don't know. Is that slanderous to yourself?
it sounds like he's giving me a rapper name, so that's cool.
Double down deceiver. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
not a bad sounding one. I mean,
cool. Yeah,
yeah. There
yeah.
you go.
But that's brilliant. Okay, that's so fucking stupid. So
Well, remember who we're talking about here. But yeah, no, so Pavel, for people who didn't know, he was, I guess, a producer on your show for about a year. Is that right? Is something like
yes,
that?
and during which time, just so people understand this, I was trying my best to be kind to him, knowing that it was highly suspect because of the forewarnings that I got from our dear friend, Justin, and because Justin White had forewarned me about him, I was hoping that this individual could be broken away from the Aquino influence because all these people come and they all have the same fucking sob story, which is, oh, I'm trying to escape, I'm trying to reform, and it's always bullshit. They literally can never leave. They are truly, and then when you try to give them attention, give them exposure, one thing to note is that I was speaking about how he had this insane idea that he was trying to waste my time and draw me into this black hole of establishing my own station, which is something that was brought up by Derek Talley. And a shout out to Derek Talley, and of course this is in no way, shape, or form downing Derek Talley, of course, who was just on with us, just an hour ago or so. And Derek, of course, had asked me on air, gee, why don't you start your own station? And of course, Derek Talley had his own shows for a period of time. And in no way, shape, or form is this like trying to take advantage of me or something. I'm sure he had an idea he could work with that he could also help, that he could participate with a constructive program. The problem is, of course, these things just, if you have a station, there's no point in having one unless it's 24 hours. And to do that, you have to have resources. You have to have people who are going to show up. Sure, Derek would, but you can't count on so many other people, and you wind up with this. It's a losing game. It really is, and I saw it as a losing game firsthand with Revolution Radio, with the GCN, with American Freedom Radio. I mean, these are all just madhouses. They're madhouses, and you're dealing with people all the time who have their egos and their agendas, and in the end, there's always going to be one person who dominates, and is basically floating the station. And so when it comes to what Pavel had an idea of starting a station long before Derek Talley had mentioned it, I knew that was manipulative, and that was with the idea of wasting my time into something that would just take everything. Because in the end, he'd be asking for money. He'd be asking for money to do this, money to do that. Oh, and, honestly, raising money on these stations is very difficult. And, but we were talking about things he had an idea about, like what people would do. There's a wonderful lady out there, Jessica Castillo-Carey. Hope she hears this. And Jessica she's a sex educatress, and she works in a store that sells sexual enhancement tools, the kind of toys, adult toys, etc. She it basically was someone he fantasized about having on to speak about all matters sexual, during an hour program or 2 hour program. And he's not even taking into account people's personal lives. Like, why would they agree to this? What would it do for them? He had an idea about Daniel Arola talking about mixed martial arts or various other types of martial arts. And certainly Daniel Arola is more familiar with this subject than almost anyone. But then there's a problem of talking for 2 hours, which is difficult for any average person. And it just, that would be difficult to get anybody to do that, to be able to do that. And on the subject, it's just, these things are hard. And then his other idea was, of course, he himself would be doing something. And that's when Brendan was saying, what the fuck did he think he was going to talk about? What did he think his role was going to be? And I couldn't remember at the time. I was like, God, I don't remember something stupid. Now I remembered just the other day, and I shared it with Brendan. since that episode in which I discussed this. He wanted to be a DJ figure who would get on and just, burn the discs and do some stupid stuff. And that's when Brendan laughed aloud and said, yeah, I grew up with all these immigrants, because he's Arabic himself, Brendan, which a lot of people don't know. He's of Syrian extraction. And he grew up with a lot of immigrants in his neighborhood, many of whom were Slavic. And he says, yeah, all these Eastern European guys have that same sleazy dream where they become DJs and they get all the chicks, and they go in there and, burn the discs and crap, and that somehow they're going to be, white chocolate, like they say about basketball, the white guy who, can jump but doesn't have the white man's disease, that they think somehow they're going to burn it and be able to, get laid all the time like that. And, that was exactly his pathetic fantasy. Of course, I was saying if he were like burning, being a disc jockey, what would it even sound like when he was talking? Like he always sounded unga bunga bunga bunga, unga bunga bunga bunga, and what kind of music would he play? Like, what would Pavel Edward spin in terms of disc music? What would he spin? I would think of something like polkas. Polkas would come to mind that he would play. It'd be like something where, at any rate, I've taken that to the ground. So with that, I turn it back to Justin and the experience that he had to put this into context. And thank you for your patience with that, Justin.
Hey, it's always a pleasure to listen to you, Riff. So yeah, that's a bit who Pavel was. And Pavel was somebody who had, as I remember it, he had been following Douglas and myself, which, in case of Douglas, he's a public figure. That's understandable. Myself, I was somebody who hadn't even been on Douglas's shows yet. I had gotten an odd shout out and such, but I really was a nobody in regards to that. But Pavel, and where I'm going with that is Pavel was somebody, he had followed me on Facebook for a while, which I'd kind of felt as odd because I think the only connection was Douglas. I would take a look at Pavel's profile and see that he was Canadian, so it something of note. But I was a little bit cautious because here's somebody who following me but not sending out a friend request, what have you. Eventually, because as Pavel started to be a little more interactive on Douglas's timeline, and that I gave him the benefit of the doubt and extended a friend request to him. This would have been probably about a year ago, I guess. And it was, or no, I guess so, over a year plus ago. I guess it was not May last year, but the year before, June, not last June, but about almost 2 years ago, that the whole Agnes thing blew up. But so that leads us to Agnes, who Agnes was a former roommate and lover of Pavel's for over a decade. And one thing Douglas had talked about early on that I'd looked into after my encounter with Agnes and Pavel was that they had particularly Agnes, she seemed to be more the brains behind the brains of the operation, and Pavel was more of the yes man, the guy who would on the message boards just chime in and be supportive of Agnes. But it
Ed McMahon figure, yes.
Very much so. Yes, he was very much. He was the Ed McMahon to her Johnny Carson, a reference that most of the younger listeners might in no way get.
I agree. Basically, he's there to just say.
Yeah. A lot of what I do on Douglas's show, I'm very much the Ed McMahon to Douglas. Douglas is Johnny Carson, where I from time to time jump in with a quip here or there. But so in Pavel's case and Agnes's case, it seemed like within the UFO community, within the Zeta Talk community, which I guess is just another aspect of the UFO community, there was, through my own research, there'd be this tendency to be on message boards for about a week, rattle a bunch of chains, just get people talking, and then disappear. It seemed to be more or less Agnes and Pavel's MO. They George Filer, I think the guy's name is, of Filer Files. He's a famed ufologist. He was in contact with them. They were posting messages on his website. So they seem to make the UFO rounds. But about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, Pavel took an interest into Douglas, and he brought in this woman called Agnes. I can't remember her last name, Douglas. I don't know if it's relevant, but she was a something like exactly. It was a Polish last name. Agnes, like Pavel, they're immigrants. They're Canadians, much like myself. But Agnes' storyline was that Pavel had got her really interested into Douglas. That, or I guess her storyline more correctly was that her and Pavel were former lovers slash roommates slash enemies to the point where Agnes had Pavel put into prison for physically abusing her. And it was, I guess, upon Pavel's release, or that. They ended up becoming friends again. But anyways, yeah, Agnes was a character who introduced herself to me through Douglas. She had said Douglas had recommended we become friends. It doesn't sound like there's any real truth to that, but yeah, she more or less did followed her
certainly not.
her modus operandi, where she had for about a span of a week just really stirred the pot with a number of people, myself included, and just really tried to rile up a number of people within Team Dietrich that Pavel was a really bad person, how abusive he had been to her. But then, yeah, proceeded to send me photos of her and Pavel going out, photos of them having lunch together and that, and, just made very little sense as to why you would reconnect with one of your within a former abuser, right? Somebody who had physically abused you. So yeah, it was just a really weird story that for about a week's time, Agnes more or less seemed to try and turn one side of Team Dietrich against the other, and just generally cause a big mess and make it look like she was innocent to it all and was there to help and help bring the team together, when she was straight up an agent of chaos would be the best. Yes. If there was ever was a chthonic Cthulhu character, minion of Cthulhu, it was her.
Yes, very much so. And so what else comes to mind with that? She personally, of course, basically was trying to mindfuck you in a manner that was quite abusive. If you care to share some of that.
Not really. I mean, I can, but it's been a part of the past. B, it was something I kind of was suspicious of to begin with. It's not like wasn't my first rodeo with an internet troll. Right. I've been, as somebody who's been online for a couple decades, it was.
But this was special. It was like two in a row. It was like two.
Absolutely. No, she was. I guess that's the one part of the story. She was one of two women who had affiliations with Douglas, in the sense that they were friends with Douglas on Facebook. That was the affiliation, who made a point of befriending me and starting to chat me up and just be friendly, not flirtatious. The flirtatiousness was most definitely on my end with both women to begin with, but that's within my prerogative to do as such. In the case of Agnes, I was attracted to her physically, very much so, and she was quite an intelligent woman. But it's, I mean, as you say, it mind fucking, but really what it was stirring the pot, as the expression goes, right? It really was this thing of trying to make herself as a victim, that the perpetrator was Pavel, that she was a great organizer, and that she had a real sense of social justice, that she was really she had, I guess, the other part of the story, she had a real fascination with Douglas, really developed a fetish for you, I guess would be the way to put it. Really romantic. Well, I mean, she was under the impression that you two were going to eventually get married, was really how I had it described by others to myself, and just through my own communicate with her, that she was very obsessed with you, and had it that you were the champion of the cause, and that she was going to be behind you 100%. And in the end, she was anything but. She was a disruptive force that burnt herself out in about a span of a month. inclusive of eventually sending Douglas a message saying like, "Oh, I'm leaving Team Dietrich, but you'll never have to worry about me disrupting your message," which was complete BS, because that's all she's more or less done is over the last year and a half is periodically throw herself back into the fire and stir things up,
which he's been assigned to do. That's right. And
it'd be the only way. That's the only way I can comprehend it, right? Like, I mean, the only other way to look at it would be just straight immature trolling of pure boredom. Which, given that she's unemployed as last I heard, and living with her parents,
as Pavel, maybe, both of them are.
Yeah, and full disclosure, I live with my parents too, so I'm not, I don't want to come across as a hypocrite or condemning of people based on their own choices or their own circumstances. But so maybe she is just nothing more than being a real bored, immature troll. But the fact that I don't believe that. I don't think that to be true. I know Douglas doesn't think that to be true, but yeah, she, to this day, I'm sure she's probably listening now, but I to this day, I believe that in the next month or two, there'll be another Agnes flare up. There'll be some, she'll be back. She'll be trying to, putting a poker in the fire and stirring it up a bit more. I'm not sure exactly when or how, but she's like a herpes flare-up. She'll be back.
I think it's more like whether she gets reassigned or not. Honestly, I think she worked basically on assignment. She really wasn't operating of her own free will any more than Pavel was. Pavel was definitely.
Well, but I just don't think that assignment's up myself, right?
That may be the case. It's these assignments seem to be perennial. At the same time, they might get reassigned. I think that it's one of those things where if something has failed as miserably as they did, they just don't know what to do with them other than to reassign them elsewhere. And when now that they've got them someplace else, I assume they'll be bothering somebody else who's just simply a new target. Maybe that's not the case, but always be prepared. And just this is one of the reasons why we're bringing this up. So our audience is kept prepared. Our listeners are kept prepared, because what happens is they circulate the audience. That's what Niall Parkinson was doing. They circulate the listeners. Niall Parkinson knows that I have a very close listenership, that my listenership really is kind of like an extended family. So then what they do is these people, these cultists, they go around and they bother everyone in the family, and they try to find some way to get them to bother me, so that I get approached by other people saying, "Oh, now Parkinson really wants to talk to you," that sort of thing. And so, like Brendan has observed, it's always the same shit. They'll come into the chat room saying, "How do I contact Douglas?" It's all bullshit, because everyone knows how to contact me. Everyone knows where to contact me. It's so this is all like part of their way of just getting people to respond, wasting time, literally throwing shit out there and disturbing everybody with it. So when it came to Pavel, however, one of the things that I'd like to emphasize, and I know that you will be earnest about this, and you'll speak true in both cases. First, Justin White noticed that at one time, one of my early stalkers, who has seemingly completely disappeared, thank the gods of my ancestors, and that was Matthew Schwab. And Matthew Schwab was claiming to be my biological son. Matthew Schwab was, of course, just simply a creep, and he was mentally disturbed. He was at first rather amusing and rather just seemed like a fan and just a young guy who was maladjusted, and he was someone who interacted with anybody who was interacting with myself. And then he approached me to become an acolyte, a sorcerer's apprentice. He wanted to learn about black magic and its workings, as I learned from Michael Aquino. And I refused, of course, to teach him this. And he ran to Michael Aquino after that, a person who he felt would accept him as a disciple. Well, Michael Aquino didn't want anything to do with him in that sense, as Matthew Schwab is totally incompetent or incapable of even beginning to discipline himself towards that level of accomplishment, however negative the accomplishment may be. So Michael Aquino instead just metaphorically opened up his head, took a shit inside of it, and then closed the lid without flushing. Basically told this guy that I was his biological father. So Matthew Schwab began hounding me for years, and not that it bothered me any, I would simply ignore him, but what he kept hounding was people around me. So he would basically go around hounding all of these, anybody I knew, to get them to report to me what he was saying. Now the interesting thing is, whenever he approached anybody, he would get in with a foot in the door by knowing something about them he should not have known. And so when he would approach somebody, he would tell them something about their relation that the person knew about, and that nobody else should have known this person. It was like an uncle or something like that, and that's something that usually only a family member would know about. And then he would say something in the course of weaving a story, a lie, a fabrication, which would tip the person off that, okay, this person somehow knows about my uncle but doesn't know what really happened. Because he would say, oh, I just talked to your uncle, when the uncle had died several years ago. So this would happen with everybody, and yet it was intriguing enough to most people where they would then speak to him and then be tripped off enough where they would contact myself. So Justin is back with us now from a water break, but in terms of what I was just saying that the way he would get his foot in the door is to tell people something that he shouldn't have known and then fuck it all up by fabricating a story, like saying, I knew your uncle when their uncle had died 2 years ago. But the fact that he knew about their uncle was enough to get people weirded out where they would contact me. So how did he know this? He was just given the information by Michael Aquino or the NSA, just the intelligence agency that was exploiting him. Now, bear in mind, what people don't understand about this is that the majority of assets that are exploited by intelligence agencies are mentally disturbed people who are easily taken advantage of, manipulated, and exploited. That accounts for Agnes and Pavel as well. These are mentally disturbed people, and they're criminals. They brag about being hackers. Our man Justin will confirm that. Both Pavel and Agnes insisted they were hackers. Insisted they were, in essence, criminals. So these are people who do not deny their criminality. But one of the things that Justin observed was that one time Pavel really went off on Matthew Schwab. And the reality was Matthew Schwab was just passing out pictures of himself with his niece and his nephew. It wasn't like he was exploiting them in some way, that these kids were like naked. He was just passing out pictures of himself with them to different strangers, saying, oh, here's my family environment. I'm the son of Douglas Dietrich, which would, of course, imply that these people were somehow also related. And then Pavel went off as if he were like butt-fucking these kids on camera and shit. Pavel was going off like that and then saying, oh, you're going to pay the price, you're going to be exploited. And Justin realized there was something off about this, that this was really overkill reaction. And when, of course, we got the screenshot evidence collected by Maria Mikhaila Grigorich, God bless her, of Pavel using my face to reach out to kids in different countries, young boys, which, of course, I have connected through the show's DD.com, the direct linkage of evidence there onto. We knew what this was all about. That Pavel was essentially the guy who's exploiting all these kids, and that's why he was going off and projecting it onto Matthew Schwab, just so that, literally, cops would go after Matthew Schwab, and the authorities would go after Matthew Schwab instead of going after Pavel. That's his thought. That's how these people think. It's like they know, if you're a criminal in this kind of realm, you know there's only so much manpower to go around. You know there's only so much finance and energy for investigations. And he apparently succeeded, because Matthew Schwab disappeared. Now, whether he got the special stern talking to by the Canadian version of the FBI or the FBI itself, or whatever went down, he disappeared and hasn't been seen, hasn't been heard from, hasn't been seen. And so Pavel did that, and then Justin White will also confirm this. Pavel, towards the end, when he was beginning to, and we have a screenshot of this, where Richard K. Cole one of my primary stalkers assigned by Michael Aquino via the multimillionaire Stephen Outram. By the way, anyone can look this up. Just look up Douglas Dietrich, Stephen Outram, burners. You'll find thousands of pages. Stephen Outram he's got a net worth of $70 million. He spends all his money on stalking Douglas Dietrich. His entire life is Douglas Dietrich. There's nothing else in this multimillionaire's life. He asked to have sex with me while I was in drag. He wanted me to do him in drag. I said no. He vowed he would destroy me. It turned out he was an Aquino cultist anyway. And the first thing you run across, if you scroll down, is him talking to Michael Aquino on his own blog called Burners, in which, he defends Michael Aquino, has screenshots of himself speaking to Michael Aquino in public exchanges. So this individual paid $1 million, since I wouldn't do him for $1 million, which he offered me. He paid $1 million to Richard K. Cole, who would. And he's also paid him to stalk me the rest of his life. Now, Richard K. Cole just gathers other cultists. He pays them nothing. He exploits them. And one of the things that he said that we have a screenshot of, collected long ago, was that he was reaching out to Pavel, and Pavel was responding. And Pavel, of course, was none of these guys, because they're all compartmentalized. What they don't realize is they're all part of the same cult. They have no idea that the other guy's part of the same cult, even though both of them are well aware of each other. None of them really knows that they're both working for Michael Aquino through different people such as Stephen Outram, etc. And the end result is that because of this compartmentalization, they don't interfere with each other's attacks. The entire idea of a psychological operation and attack on the target is to make sure they're attacked from multiple fronts, that the fronts work independently, and then the target's ultimately taken down from all sides. So in terms of Pavel, however, one of the things Justin White also noticed was that as he began to expose himself more, he began to become much more sympathetic to the Cthulhuoid cultists that were killing people publicly. So then we had the young men who were running loose in Canada on a short murder spree, and Pavel was extraordinarily sympathetic to them, talking about how he was banking that they would escape, that they were going to get out of this alive. And so, Justin, I'd appreciate you verifying both these things, of what had gone on between Pavel and Matthew Schwab and that bizarre grotesquerie of his projection, and then what had happened with his sympathetic delving into the Cthulhuoid cultists that were wearing Cthulhuoid t-shirts when they went on their murder spree. How this was all becoming apparent to you as well before Pavel tried to basically download my entire account, and basically he had copyrighted my name, Douglas Dietrich. He had copyrighted Douglas Dwayne Dietrich for himself. He had copyrighted it as a brand. He had trademarked it. So he's got Douglas Dwayne Dietrich now as a trademark, a brand he can't do anything with because he doesn't have any of the materials. He was going to download everything from the Douglas Dietrich Google account and steal everything on the YouTube channel. He was foiled in all of that. That's a whole story in and of itself. And we wound up stealing everything he had from him. But, so, put into perspective what memories this stirs with you in both those counts, if you'd be so kind.
Okay, thank you, Douglas. Yeah, first with the Matthew Schwab thing. This actually, Douglas, irony of ironies, it's, I think it's the 1 year anniversary of that Matthew Schwab meltdown. Because it was, I do believe it was on that show. It was a show that we were doing on Super Bowl Sunday a year ago.
Yeah.
It was. It totally was. So yeah, I guess it's apropos to talk about it. It was a show that was supposed to be discussing women's issues at a global level, and eventually Douglas did thankfully take this show in that direction after I had. I won't say hijacked it, but it, took stories off in another direction. But before all that, the show started. That show that year, the anniversary of that show tonight had started. The show started off with that diatribe against Matthew Schwab that Pavel had, and it was, it struck me as very odd at that time because it was the one time Pavel really took the bull by the horns and made a real statement, and it was he was full of venom, and at the time it was impressive because he was chastising a guy for sending out pictures of his nephew and niece, and but yeah, he went at it with a vindictiveness of really calling the guy out as for being a perv, and just how he was gonna go to hell if not to jail for this. And it was somewhat out of character because it was anyone who listened to Pavel over his time on Douglas's show, he tended to be quite monotone, to say the least. It wasn't very expressive about anything. I mean, he enjoyed a good laugh. He was not without I was going to say a sense of humor. I'd be careful of that. He obviously did have some humor to him. It might be the other way of phrasing it. But yeah, it was just that one show where it really struck me as being a bit out of character for him, because he got incredibly passionate and attacking of a man in regards to what he considered potential pedophilia, so a subject matter that should be dealt with very serious, but not something I'd ever really heard Pavel speak up against before. And he just really, the show started off, he had really set the tone for the show with that speech, and it was just very much out of character. So yeah, I'll definitely confirm that one. And what was the second one you wanted me to...
Before we go on to the second one, it's important to remember that today's not just Super Bowl Sunday, it's also Groundhog Day, which is one reason why we have this repeat, which I had never really even realized it was the anniversary thereof, but the Groundhog Day adds that repetitive factor, kind of like the film. Yeah, and I think it's entirely apropos. See, this is almost the synchronicity bordering on the occult. This is something that even though subconsciously my mind may retain things, still to see it manifest like this is impressive. The other thing I definitely wanted you to confirm was the fact that towards the end, just before he was caught red-handed trying to download my entire account, and I basically had to kowtow to this idiot for a period of weeks. You might remember that as he began to sever himself and realized that he and Richard K. Cole were working on the same assignment, when the compartmentalized walls began to melt down, which is one reason I think they might be pulled out from their assignment, is simply that at this point, when the various assets begin to recognize they're doing the same job, it tends to ruin the entire operation. That's the whole point, is that Aquino had taught me that a long time ago, is that once the compartmentalization breaks down, and everyone realizes they're on the same project, they stop operating because they start thinking, well, the other person will pick up the slack. And then they start slacking. See, so that's one of the things that he was always emphasizing, is that that way, when they begin to realize they're on the same job, he usually pulls out one of the assets or both. So it explains quite a bit. Explains a lot. But in terms of with Pavel, one of the things that you saw was that he began to recommend books towards the end, and this is when he told me he was going to shut down the entire channel, and this is when he was basically holding me hostage. And at that period of time, he said, then he started recommending all these stupid books on Freemasonry. You might remember that. He started doing this like bibliography, like I have a reading list of what people should read, and brought up, in this boring fashion, all these books he was recommending that were entirely contraindicative to what I've been exposing. Basically, Freemasonic propaganda and shit. And to misguide people on to anything, and it was just part of what he was doing to, basically, this was his sabotage of the program, what he felt he was going to dominate the rest of the time. He thought that he had trademarked my name, he had total control over me, that he was going to steal everything, and that before he could steal everything, he was going to discredit me on air. And then what happened was that towards just before everything broke, we were speaking of the kids in Canada, one of whom was photographed wearing a Cthulhu t-shirt that went on the murder spree. And he started emphasizing how sympathetic he was with them, saying that he had ideological differences with me. He brought up on air, I have ideological differences with Douglas Dietrich. And then he started talking about how wonderful these kids were and how they were going to escape. He felt that they were going to get out of this alive. He was convinced Aquino was going to bail them. That Aquino, if he had to, would have sent in a helicopter to rescue them, pull them out of the forest and get them out of there. This was how they all think. They all think that they're not expendable assets. How this, with the very name of Cthulhu, meaning the Forsaker in the Arabic, the Great Abandoner, and yet they all believe they're special. This is part of their mania. So this, I'm sure, rings a bell with you. What was going down at that time?
Right. Yes. Yeah. Yes. Right. No. Thanks for the cue on that. Yeah. That one too was a bit unusual. Because Pavel's, he was a weird sort of thing where he was interested in these the escape that these two men were attempting. At the same time, he was somewhat critical of them. But as you mentioned, he was at the same time, there was a degree of support from him, particularly in the sense that he did seem to be under the belief that they were probably being helped along by some sort of network, that there was some sort of there was a group that these guys were a part of, and that there might be if these guys had, I think, if his storyline, if the guys had their stuff together, they'd maybe head to an urban area or something like that, and then start to just sort of melt in with the general public, which might have been possible. But yeah, at the time, you had to realize these guys' faces were plastered most everywhere in Canada, right? Like that there was these two guys were public enemy number one at the time. It would have been pretty hard. So yeah, no, he did have this weird sort of fetish that he seemed to think these guys might be able to pull it off and get away, which was a very different view from my own, which saw these guys up in northern Canada and figured, a couple teenagers that they were fucked and were probably dead within the week, and which was more or less what the case was at that point. Was within the week or so they had already killed the three people they had killed, but that their time was short lived, because they were out there in the wild, and even though they themselves grew up on Vancouver Island and might have had some outdoors background to them, they might very well have been natural fishermen or what have you, but you were out there in the thick of it, right? You were out, that's out there in the wild, and that's not easy to do. Like I have a little, have some background in doing some wild crafting and having, my dad was always taking us out on long hikes and sort of roughing it and camping. Like I would feel a little more comfortable than the average person being out there, but like what those two were trying to accomplish as teenagers was nigh impossible, right? You have to grow up in that environment. So yeah, that's a bit of a tangent, but yeah, no, he definitely was somewhat sympathetic. I always found that case to be pretty odd, because the one thing they did like to show was that same picture of those two kids, and one of them had a SpongeBob SquarePants weird Cthulhu T-shirt, and the other guy was always the photo. He was always in camo. Yeah. Which I can't remember what did. There was some slang for the camouflage that Pavel kept on using.
Yes. He kept bringing this up, and he mentioned that they had stopped.
In their camis, I think he kept on referring. He was in his camis, I think he called it. Anyways, yes.
Right, and they had stopped actually at a log cabin or something. There was some hermit, one of these types who lives out in those places, and they had stopped in and he had given them food and supplies. Pavel was convinced this was part of the Aquino network that was helping them to survive out there, that they would have plenty of rest stops that would carry them to their ultimate destination of escape. You might remember his bringing that up. And because the guy later on said he did not know them, whether or not he was an Aquino cultist living out there worshipping Ithaqua, and saying that I did not know them simply so that he could carry on the facade, or whether he was just some hermit who literally did not know these kids and was just helping them out, like a decent Joe who's must be incredibly naive, because kids don't normally show up in the woods who need help. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do, but at the same time, being of that environment, that stranger things would happen. Like when you're out in the woods like that, and you see a couple of young kids, there's a good chance they were, those guys could have it seems, what sort of story could a couple kids have for being out there? Well, this is Canada. They very well could say, we're on a bit of an adventure. We wanted to, we're out exploring, right? It sounds silly, but like that, having, live in small town Canada, it's, this isn't a big city America. There's a different sets of motivations. But yeah, no, the likelihood that this guy was somehow affiliated to some cult that is, to me, doubtful, more likely laughable. And what he really was a kind-hearted Canadian, as many Canadians are.
Nevertheless, I can't remember. I think that the police approached him rather than the other way around, and it's still odd because Canada. He might have thought they were hunting. I don't think their arms. I don't think their firearms were hunting arms, and there's no way they could have hid their firearms. That's the point. If they were stopping there for a while.
Yeah. No, agreed. Unless the because I think they had at least one handguns. But I mean that. I don't know. Are you keeping that in the vehicle at this point? Are you parading it around?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm not really sure on that.
Yeah,
but yeah, it was said it was quite a tale for the summer to have a couple young guys on the run. But in the end, they got what was coming to them because they were just way in over their head.
But to drive the final nail in the coffin, and I'm sure you remember this as well, Pavel was in total denial of their white supremacy. You might remember he kept saying, "Oh, they're not really white supremacists. He only connected Nazi regalia." But you see, he put all this Nazi regalia on the internet, but it doesn't really mean he was fetishizing this the way that the media is saying. I don't know if you remember that or not. That was one of the ways that Pavel was trying to upset the whole narrative that everyone knew. That was painfully obvious. These were a couple of white supremacist cultists, which is of course par for the course for the entire phenomenon I've been dealing with throughout my life and what I've been exposing to people. I don't know if you remember any of that or recall that specifically.
Vaguely, but I do I do remember him being. Like I said, it was a weird sort of energy because he was, I wouldn't say he was like totally supportive of the young men, but at the same time, he was, like I said, he definitely was carrying their story along, right?
Yeah, it was one of those things he couldn't be publicly too overtly supportive of. It's like that, and it was like, but he kept trying to contextualize it in such a fashion, recontextualize it, redefine it, that they were sympathetic. And so that was definitely part of what exposed everything at that point. And one of the things that I definitely find just bemusing. It's not at all to put myself in a quote unquote a superior position. It's bemusing only not from an elitist perspective. It's just it's part of the insanity of this. Is when you take a look at the blog spots of these crazed people, whether it's Stephen Outram or Richard K. Cole, the first thing you notice about them, and they have entire blog spots dedicated to me that are thousands and thousands of pages in both cases. Richard K. Cole has his own blog spot, and it's nothing but, if you look on it, just shit about Douglas Dietrich. With Stephen Outram, it's thousands of pages on Douglas Dietrich. And I don't know if this leads to any memories or vibes with Justin White for tonight, but since we're going down memory lane, it's important to make these points. The interesting thing about these people is that they have a bizarre straitjacketing, a focal constriction in which their focus is constricted, narrow as a preacher's mind. Only a preacher of the opposite spectrum than what your average person thinks in terms of. And they're as narrow-minded as some Southern Baptist reactionary part of the, I don't know, Gainsborough or whatever that church was where that guy kept saying God hates fags. They're like that, except they're like that for Cthulhu and the white supremacist trip, and that this is all going to help them in their apotheosis, in their service to the chaos and the anti-gods. But the way that they keep redefining myself in their mind is they keep saying Douglas Dietrich is an extreme leftist. Now, this is in the case of Richard K. Cole, who tries to politicize this. He keeps saying I'm extreme leftist, that everything I'm coming at. This is also exactly what Stephen Outram was saying. Both of them as well are obsessed with my sexuality. So if you just look up Douglas Dietrich, Stephen Outram, burners, everything that Stephen Outram says, because of course he asked me to have sex with him and I said no, not even for $1 million, which is what he offered me. Everything he talks about is how I'm gay. And he's just obsessed with my sexuality. The same with Richard K. Cole. They're both obsessed with my sexuality. They just go on about it and they don't stop. And it's obviously their issue. They obviously have a crush on me, or they just wouldn't keep looking at me. one of the sentences that Brendan Zoget and I saw when we just, for the first time in ages, decided we were just going to take a quick look and see about their activity. We saw, of course, Richard K. Cole saying, Douglas Dietrich is the ugliest cross-dresser. And it's like, well, why do you look? These people aren't invited to look, but they keep looking. And obviously they're jacking off. And they keep on coming with these condemnations, and they keep on coming with these quote-unquote analysis. They contradict themselves in a single sentence. Every single sentence contradicts themselves. They go on, but their obsession is this leftism, the homosexuality, quote-unquote, that they keep projecting as there. When Stephen Outram made a Wikipedia page about myself, I don't know if Justin remembers the Wikipedia page, but it was up there for a period of about 48 to 72 hours, during which time Stephen Outram had just put up all this stuff trying to say that I was this extreme left-wing homosexual. And he put up, like, himself he did this, a multimillionaire. He put up, like, 400 links, nigh half a thousand links, to different gay sites. And even then I thought, God, he's just doing me such a favor. I mean, he's just, making me potential friends. He's promoting me. He's like, but he thought that somehow this is the death of me, that this is, to these people that are locked into this paradigm, that homosexuality is the kiss of death. They don't live in a world where someone like Pete Buttigieg is running for president. That the world is progressive, and that these white supremacists, these white male supremacists, these white male heterosexual supremacists, and of course everything in their identity is something they're born with. It's not something they earned. They're born male, they're born white, they're born heterosexual, though I think the majority of them are not. They're desperately trying to say they are. And so they keep pushing this as their identity, in their last gasp for just killing us all. They're making this the issue when we're over a precipice with climate change, plagues, potential for war in so many arenas. And they're making this the issue. They're playing these same old games while we're on the edge of a cliff. So the most important thing to realize is that when you see them, attack them. Don't be silent. Attack them. Tell them what they are. Faggots. And make them go away. Just say, faggot, everything you say shows you just want to fuck Douglas Dietrich. That's why you're here. And send them on their way. And then the manner in which they do this. Let me put this into some context. You take a look at anyone that's a threat to them. Think about what they're saying. I have always condemned communism. I've condemned communism in Bernie Sanders. I've condemned communism in China. And when I'm condemning communism, I bring up the fact of Taiwan being a fascist nation. Here I am saying I'm the biological son of Adolf Hitler. And what they've done now is to attack that. And you can look this up. They claim Adolf Hitler is leftist. You can look this up by all of the people who are part of this mindset. The person, the Trump of the tropics, who's running Brazil now. Oh, God, I'm forgetting his name, but you know who I'm talking about.
Bolsonaro?
Bolsonaro, thank you. And Bolsonaro, the ballless wonder, says he visited Israel. And when he visited Israel, he started saying this speech about how Nazism is a left-wing movement. And of course the Jews were upset. And of course they're like, how do you say this? And he says, oh yeah, it's all leftist. So what they're saying now is National Socialism is far more socialist than nationalist. It goes back to the old days when the British were claiming that Adolf Hitler was a national Bolshevik as opposed to a national socialist, because he was working with true populism and was not manifesting the kind of elitism that the traditional reactionary politics would manifest, such as pro-monarchy. So to them, he was National Bolshevik. That's what's being resurrected now, is this National Bolshevik mystique. And whenever somebody threatens that, say if someone's a real threat to communism, like tail gunner Joe McCarthy. Joe McCarthy was responsible for McCarthyism. in which he was identifying communists in the United States government, right down to the point of their infiltration of the military he had been a part of in World War II. He was known as Tail Gunner Joe because he was a tail gunner on a bomber. Then, how did the military respond? They got together a bunch of quote-unquote veterans who had never been in combat, who began to identify him as a non-veteran, saying that, oh, he was never in a bomber, oh, he was never in World War II in combat. And then Tail Gunner Joe and his crusade against communism went down in flames. You had John Kerry, who was in Vietnam. And John Kerry, take a look at the medals that guy won. Take a look at all the medals that were awarded to John Kerry. You can look them up. So here's a guy who was not only in Vietnam, but he received medals for his service. Then when he ran for president, the Republicans swift-boated him. They got a bunch of swift-boat veterans. And they all went up there and said, this guy was never in Vietnam. This guy was never in combat. He's lying about his service. And they cost John Kerry the presidency. And yet, he's the man who was in Vietnam. And the man your military was promoting was George W. Bush Jr., who had never been in Vietnam and avoided service by joining the Champagne Wing of the Texas Air National Guard. And they called it the Champagne Wing. You can look that up because all they did was party. They never flew off the ground. And so here they were, your military, attacking John Kerry, the man who had been in Vietnam, to get elected as president instead of Vietnam war dodger George Bush Jr., who had never seen a day of combat. And then, now take a look at myself. They attacked Douglas Dietrich. These men, like the Martian Marine, who never saw a day in combat, never even served a full tour of duty with the Marine Corps, saying Douglas hasn't been in the military. To the point where they forged documents, which we proved by bringing in a Veterans Administration federale to do so, and got the man who forged him, John Victor Lillier, deprived of his pension and his retirement, which he should never have been collecting simultaneously, and was sending him to jail when he killed himself. This is the level at which these people operate, so that the people who do see combat, like Tail Gunner Joe fighting communism, like John Kerry running for president, they get them shot down on the concept they didn't see combat, so that the guys who avoided combat become president or become recognized. Take a look at Donald Trump. Your military is 100% Donald Trump, when Donald Trump had no less than half a dozen deferments from Vietnam on the basis of bone spurs. So, these same guys, Stephen Outram, Rich K. Cole, Pavel Edward, condemn Douglas Dietrich, forge documents, lie about everything concerning my life, and uphold people like Donald Trump, whose entire life is based on a lie. Bone spurs to avoid Vietnam, when the guy walks across mile after mile of golf course. And at the same time, he gives all the money to the military. So, the military wants the cowards, the draft dodgers, the liars, the losers, the service evaders. They don't want the real combat veterans like myself, because we know better. Because there's nothing that scares us. That's what's to keep in mind. So, with all that, I turn it back to Justin. Any other observations he might have? He'll probably have to go to bed soon, whether he's going to work or not. And let him get ready for that. He's welcome to hang out as long as he wants. But so we went on this kind of, I was talking about, the entire thing as it ended with the observations about not just the falsification of records and everything, but the other subjects I was covering. I don't even remember them now when I went on my latest tangent. But if any of that rings any bells or brings up any memories, feel free to respond with your own observations and the like. I think it's very important to have people understand just how For instance, you might remember and you might emphasize to people that when we had poor Daniel Arola producing and he didn't know what to do about it, he didn't know about the technical details, how we were constantly being knocked off the air by Pavel Edward, who did have the key. He had the code key to the channel still at that time. And it was when we got Brendan Zoget involved, we were able to block him, and then I was able to bring Judith Agard on a second time so we could basically discuss that without being knocked off air. But Pavel Edward was knocking us off air every other minute, which just confirms everything he did was based on the orders from Aquino. You might remember that, the horror we had with that, and talk about that.
Sure. Just first to touch on, I do have to wrap this up fairly quick, so yeah. I'll do a talk on some of this, and then, as I say, sign off. Just because whether I go to work tomorrow or not, I just need to go to bed. It has been a long week, and I am starting to feel a bit fatigued. So with what was going on with Pavel there. I think kind of similar to the coronavirus, kind of have whipped this one to death. I don't know if I really want to talk about that guy a whole lot more. One thing you were on your riff there, we'll talk about that. Something that you said sort of teed something with me is, I'm finding curious this. I was talking about this with my mom too recently, that and you've obviously talked about this a fair bit on your own show in regards to the Nazis, National Socialism, or also just this fascism. I find it quite curious that it's fascism's seemingly the ultimate insult now, right? Yeah. Like if you want to something you don't like, well, that's a fascist. That's a fascist. I don't even know what the word means anymore, right? I mean, I know what the word means. I actually, I understand the root of the word. I understand the etymology of the word, but I don't think anyone else does, right? And so where I'm going with this is when you this talk of the National Socialism being a left-wing ideal. This is the two wings of fascism now, right? If you're someone's Well, first off, if you're extreme to the left, you're a fascist. If you're extreme to the right, you're a fascist. Right? Like the labels become meaningless because it's become a label of anything you don't like. Yes. Anything you don't like and you see as being controlling is fascist. No wonder there's this confusion. And I think the confusion is intentional. It stems back to Alexander Dugin and a lot of his thinking, because when you get into his thinking of what is his book, The Fourth Way or something like that, which it's this thing, his way is this nebulous way that it's condemning of communism, condemning of fascism, condemning of liberalism, but it's, what is there to replace any of those ideas with? And it's, chaos, except it's not. It's chaos, but it's chaos, delivered as order, right? Where it's condemning these other forms of government, but not being able to provide anything valid in return beyond. The irony of is that fourth way is, more or less just a reprisal of fascist ideas or sort of National Socialist ideas. I mean, I think Dugin's original term is he was referring it to as National Bolshevism. I think is what he wanted to refer to as his system of thought. But it's this nebulous system of thought that has no real philosophy to it beyond condemning everything else, which gets back to my tangent of this is where we're at in the world now with this idea of the fascism, where it's, is it a left wing extreme? Is it a right wing extreme? It's what it is something you don't like, and therefore it's the ultimate insult. It's the ultimate insult of a label. Even though, the more I learn about fascism, the more I'm kind of curious about it, or ditto National Socialism, where you just it's one thing to condemn these systems of governance, but let's actually take a look at what they were looking to accomplish and some of the merits therein.
Yes, thank you. And definitely one of the things to emphasize is that it's radicalized centrism, and that's certainly something people just don't comprehend. If you were to just
Yeah. Perfectly. No. Sorry. I wish I had said that myself. But you bring that expression, radical centrism, up. Well, that's not the first time I've heard you say that. But that's to me, I think that's probably the most apropos way of. That's probably the perfect place to on the spectrum to put fascism.
Yeah, thank you so much. And honestly, if someone were to try and just understand it most basically, if you were trying to look at extreme examples of economics, if you were to just look on the simple left and right spectrum, which is what you would get in school on a chalkboard, and that's only two-dimensional. You can only operate on two dimensions on a chalkboard. And they'd say, well, to the left, you'd have collectivism, and collectivism, the ultimate examples would be Albania back in the days of Enver Hoxha, when you had collectivism to an extreme that was beyond what they had in the Soviet Union or even communist China. Of course, Enver Hoxha was a diehard Maoist and aligned with communist China. He was considered an enemy of the Warsaw Pact and the Soviet Union, and he had Yugoslavia between him and the Soviet Union and their satellite states, and Yugoslavia was what gave him the opportunity to just become this total collectivist maverick that was pioneering people sharing everything they could, and he was so prepared for invasion from either the Soviet Union or Yugoslavia, which were totally alien to each other. Yugoslavia was a de facto member of NATO because Yugoslavia was a extremely liberal form of communism in many senses, and very much open to tourists, and films were made there like Force 10 from Navarone with Richard Kyle, who had played Jaws in the James Bond franchise, was in Force 10 from Navarone with Harrison Ford. That was all filmed in Yugoslavia during the days of communism. But Yugoslavia had the third largest army in Europe after the Soviet Union and the NATO forces. So they acted as a third power and acted as a buffer between the Mediterranean, where Albania was right on the edge and able to indulge itself in bizarre socialist experiments of collectivization. And they've left a legacy of nothing but bunkers. Like, they have more bunkers than you can imagine. So many bunkers, they have no idea what to do with them. And inside those bunkers were planes. They even had planes inside the bunkers that were just all rotting with water that had got in, etc. And on the right side of the spectrum, at the extreme end, you would have had Hong Kong the way it was before, where it's total lack of supervision in terms of housing safety regulations. Everybody could pay the government enough and you could build anything, sans any fire safety inspections. You could just buy off all the inspectors, and as a result, you could put additions onto buildings that are just totally unsafe, little additions that literally hang off the side, etc., which is why when fires happen in Hong Kong, hundreds, potentially thousands of people die because there's no fire escapes. There's no way to get out. These are extreme ends of the spectrum. So if you say, well, if Hong Kong's on one side and Albania's on the other, left and right, obviously with Japan just a little left of Hong Kong, where would fascism fit in? Well, for that, you need a third dimension. That's the radicalized centrism. You have something that neither the Americans or the Russians were operating on. That's what made it such a threat. And that's why they felt it had to be destroyed. It's the only thing that works. So the principle being, they called it corporatism, but it gave people the wrong idea that it was corporations running the state, when in reality fascism is the state tells the corporations what to do. Well, that's what you had in Japan. That was the model for all the East Asian success. Japan maintained its fascism, and because they had won the war. And so Japan had MITAI, the Ministry of International Trade and Industry, which told the corporations, you're going to build this, you're going to do this. It was based on a government agenda, and we're doing this as if we're exporting for war. We're going to export these many cars to America. We're going to make video cassette players. We're going to export VCRs. We're going to do all this, and it's all on a wartime footing of exportation. Export or die. That's what the Japanese said. So they dominated the world industrially. They conquered the world industrially, which is all they had ever been asking for. Is just give us a chance to sell our products. And all the Western world said no. They sanctioned them, surrounded them in what was called the ABCD encirclement. America, Britain, China, and the Dutch East Indies. And Japan had no choice but to strike out. And when they broke out of the cage, the ABCD and the E encirclement, then they fought the Allies to the point where the Allies sued for peace and opened their markets. And once they opened their markets, it was game over. Nobody wanted to buy that American shit. Then, same with Germany. So that's all that fascism was asking for. But the West wouldn't have it. And the West and the Soviets had divided the world. And it was just sheer plunder. You can see what happened in the aftermath of the Soviet Union. Nothing good happened in the aftermath of the Soviet Union. And they have nothing to offer the world other than weapons with which to wage war. They produce nothing anyone wants to buy other than weapons. The Americans, they force their weapons on people. It's a terribly, the general situation is stark in Canada. Canadians know this. They're the battleground, not Europe. If there had been a Third World War at the time of NATO and the Warsaw Pact in coexistent existence, Europe would not have been the major front. It was a minor front. The real front would have been all the missiles going over Canada back and forth, and the majority of them would have just fallen on Canada, just by accident and sure malfunction. So there you go with that. Well, we love Justin White. We thank him for being here. And yes, he was on with me the night that Pavel kept knocking us off the air. That's what I mentioned to confirm. I know it's not really doing it to death. It's just so people understand what he did. He did have the keys to the kingdom at that point, and we had to get rid of him, and because he was actively trying to destroy everything after trademarking my name and the like.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah.
And it was a show that I was on. It was indeed a show that I was on with you that for the first hour or so was quite tedious because it was. I mean, for you and I, we were communicating, but I guess the show kept on dropping. So, no, that most definitely that event did happen.
Thank you, and thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for everything. The work you did on the coronavirus. Epidemiologically, would you say that just before you leave, what do you want to warn people about? What should they be really cautious about in terms of all this? Just aside from, any practical recommendations you may have, or just any.
No, not really. Just if you're interested in the story, keep following it. Try and the official numbers are coming from the same source. I don't trust the transparency therein, but at the very least, just keep educating yourself by looking at the cases as they develop. Just because hopefully this is something that day to day you and I and our listeners don't have to deal with, but it is a growing concern, and keep an eye on it just so you have your own opinion on it. Like right now, it's still few and far between cases in Canada and the U.S., but let's see where we're at a week from now, 2 weeks from now. In terms of any actual advice, I can't really offer anything to people. The things I'm reading, the same old saying: wash your hands. Right? Just common hygiene. That's about all we really can offer people, right?
Well, I would say that you don't want them getting their information from Twitter. Please, people, do not go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The obvious, and that's where I'm saying, try to get your. And this isn't any. Anyone who knows me knows I'm no champion of mainstream media, but do consider looking at, if you want to educate yourself, take a look and see what medical journals are saying on the matter, what some of their studies are. That's what I've done and shared with Douglas. That's what some of our communique is. That's why I sent links like that to Douglas, because I know he doesn't need me to send him some conspiracy theory thing or whatever, right? Like, we can all find that stuff. That's going to be up for all of us to balance. And if we didn't really discuss things about the extracurricular activity of cremating bodies that haven't been properly diagnosed with coronaviruses. Some of these scandals that we're hearing coming out of China, which I don't doubt, but I didn't really want to address with Douglas in regards to hearsay or gossip, because there's all kinds of talk shows you can listen to for that. There's all kinds of stories, links you could go online and dig up, as Douglas said. Try and find stuff outside of Twitter to look for your things. But yeah, the only real advice I'd give is keep your eye on it. Like, for me, it's been a story I've been following because I I do have a background not in epidemiology, but supporting epidemiology, so it's curious to me. And there was just something about the story that just didn't sound right to me. So for the last 2 weeks, I've started to follow it on a daily basis and starting to see its developments. And I would recommend, if people are curious as such, to do the same. I certainly don't think people should be dwelling on it. I don't want people obsessing on this, but just be aware, see as the numbers develop that just to get your own opinion, because there's all kinds of misinformation out there, whether this is something to be concerned about, whether it's something not to be concerned about. And like any virus out there, any disease out there, that's how much how much of your life you're gonna spend worrying about that is up to you, but you should put some thought into it. But yeah, no, just as a whole, keep your eyes on things. If maybe in a week's time the cases are starting to go down in number, and it's just it is something similar to the SARS scare, where unfortunately some people died and whatever, but go field epidemiologists, we've nipped this one in the bud. Maybe that's where we're at 5-10 days from now. My guess is we're not, but yeah, right. Just week to week, keep your eyes up and just see how things develop. That's what I'll be doing.
Right, and thank you. Bless you. We love you dearly. I love you, brother, and thank you for your joining us, your patience, and we want you on again sometime soon. And I think you'll have more to say within a matter of weeks at the most, if not days.
Well, yeah, no, absolutely. Because as we've already discussed with your audience, right? As your last transmission on Wednesday, you had 170 deaths from this disease. 4 days later, we're up over 360. Let's see where we're at a week from now.
Yeah. Yeah. Go on.
Okay, so that's about it. Love you dearly as well, Douglas. Thank you very much for having me on the show. I apologize. I wasn't my finest hour. I am coming off a cold, and likewise, because I am sort of coming off a cold, I have spent the last 3 days heavily medicated with cannabis in addition to some Advil. So maybe not my finest hour in terms of a show, but thank you and your audience for having me on all the same.
Oh, it's always a pleasure, and we definitely want to thank you for being with us. So then, all right, you have a great night. And
you as well. Thank you, everybody.
Yes, blessed dreams. And so I want to thank everybody. I know that definitely I'll take a look into the live dashboard now, see what else comes to mind. William Krajewski says, catch you on the replay. Good noise. Past his bedtime. Well, good night, dear sir. And our love to you too. Oh, JMO's with us. So let's take a look if we can catch up on some of the other people in here. And of course, Gary State says, I can hear you. Maybe the virus could be introduced to DC and help cleanse the general area. And so our lovely young lady, Selena, says, what a bizarre story about Pavel. Thank you to Justin on the coronavirus. Hope we'll all survive corona. Yes, very much so. Anyhow, I do kind of name her tonight because I will be giving her a shout out. And I might as well start now in the 10 minutes to the top of the hour with the plug for the show. And then kind of return back to our friends in the chat room and maybe even bring on our man Derek Talley for a little bit at that point, see if he's still up with us. Of course, he's 2 hours ahead of us. It'll be close to midnight at his time. But I don't know whether he'd be up or not. In the meantime, Mein Kampf, My Struggle Be Thine Own, contribute to the struggle at showsdd.com/donate.html. Where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal Holdings Incorporated on showsdd.com. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Dithrax, Dietrich or Dragon's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magatur. And you can follow him on Facebook. Friend him there as well at facebook.com/john.war. Were it not for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas he who saved nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would otherwise have been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Ember Rose Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote Edomite Thelema, or Will Magics, of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, to children for years prior to her exposure, and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Eurotrash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Privara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys, precepts predation. You can find all evidence you need thereof on showsdd.com for linkage, and this service essentially as a public service and alert and Achtung, a warning, calling attention from all fans, friends, and followers to Bolo, or be on the lookout per pedo predator Pavel Edward or Paul Edward Privara. See the full story, the September 8th, 2019 episode of Critical Omissions, entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of Critical Omissions, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my Google account after having hacked it via VR co-managed Douglas Dietrich channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence. And he's been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my known image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation-published employment expertise as simply Jap. Paul Privara, referencing himself on LinkedIn as a data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole. Say that for a young lady who was talking about you say tomato, I say tomato kind of nonsense, basically complaining about the way I pronounced hyperbole, saying the hyperbole, or my syneticizing it with my accent, was grating to her ears. So, hyperbole then, and the citing of Jap as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, make us no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap otherwise being acronymous for a software, Java Anon Proxy, which you can find out more about at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, similar to Tor in its function, the onion router by acronym, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deployable to hide web browsing. Paul Privara, thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others and such. His About section in Linked readest, my objectives remain the same. Resolve data problems through abstraction, which ought to obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted. It is obfuscated as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Paulie Boy the Pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statement as, I exploit Jap to resolve data problems. It as transmission of questionable data through abstraction, cascading and mixing the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate. It has to cult the data to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Paulie Boy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euroslut handler, Agnieszka Agnes Maria Shrugzinska, promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they have been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide us in plain sight. Paulie's entire LinkedIn entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paulie Pedo Privara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap specifically, in disambiguation from Jap the ethnic slur, which would pull up anyone's profile who had worked for either a Japanese restaurant or the Empire of Greater Japan itself, will come across his page using the all uppercase spelling, and most likely not anymore, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it is via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page and his page alone. His critical omission, a blatant hypocrisy what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain this in his openly published public statement per myself as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a liar, which you can find at facebook.com/PI342, instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons what be all too obvious. No one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors that they have finally found Waldo of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation, all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague. He has now established a false Twitter account by which to continuous misrepresenting himself, called, in the uppercase, of course, all uppercase letters, at @DDD_now. The official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific be at Doug D. Dietrich with only the D's in the uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Paulie Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Sethiistic, it is satanic high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the United States National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michael Angelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army Special Forces Psychological Operations. Retired, but laterally transferred because he was too much of a liability to the Army after my exposure of him to the civilian intelligence world, where he ultimately retired again with a rank of equivalency to general in the civilian world, what in federal parlance is known as a supergrade, and all of his assets, of course, be integral his ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, the anti-gods. But now you too can do your part in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08. Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis. And confer a footnote on my biosire on the homepage of showsdd.com for the meaning of my biological father's name, which most people don't even know. That I be alive and well and resident as his scion in the city and county of San Francisco, and if at all possible, electronically relay the contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking Renegatis Humanis Arma Ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the paedopathophalacracy, such being our present Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. You can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make a donation online using either the credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my videographic and audio recorded archives through to this year from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madam Diana Linsuchin Takabayashi Hideko, entered this world. And of course, that was the year that, the year she left this world. Getting that contact eye from our friend, Mr. Justin White, who wrote me an apology that he was in a bit of a mental fog with his medications. He distracted me there for a second. At any rate, that's the year that I started recording, or records were started to be made of my public informant expositions, and that was the year 2011, the very year my mother was murdered, and she, of course, she was assassinated. Nigh immediately aftermath, Sanjuichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack. against the Fukushima Daiichi, our Big One cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 isles of the Greater Japanese Empire, when 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the Sixth World broke upon us, and magics could again be worked conjointly with Mother Earth to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crisis analyst Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, long gone, established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/donate.html and donate online, where it is fast, easy, and secure. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, or between 12 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all of those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel, and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2. As managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit on facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage, our Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kali Combatives. Yea, so all the Magator-backed Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels. Our extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com. And their lead bandsman, Ronald P. Stroiney, whom you can friend on Facebook as Zeb Shepard, he being general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroiney and Associates, serving the Chicagoland area's legal needs since 1980 in federal appellate practice, divorce and family law, real estate, bankruptcy, criminal, and DUI. Visit thedefreeway.com. As well as the Soy-Desan American Freedom Radio archives of the transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel Pravara smuggled onto YouTube, Precepts ultimately copywriting such for himself, as alluded to within entitlement of the same dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio about being introduced to American Freedom Radio, those episodes being re-recordings with new images taken from correspondent points in my presently banned Facebook timelines, but reformatted per the date our Grand Magator John Warrington named each file, and along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, are now only to be found on douglasdietrich.com once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I've informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to mine own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. Now, my manager, Lena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, and not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteerist. As my webmistress, the young Madame Lena Shea, has been e-relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online, my presently transitional website situation being in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton, handling in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, while stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dread not. Whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3%, plus or minus, to process, so you can help us save a few extra United States dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com. The most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and Mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved Greater British brother in battle, the Team Thrax, our Dietrichs, our Dragons, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube, Bizarre HD channel managing mixologist, George Edward Knight. You can subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/BizarreHD, itself spelled BIZAREHD. You can friend him on Facebook at facebook.com/George.E.Knight. 7. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich, the son of Dietrich's, or son of a dragon's, Anglo-corrupted as Dracula's, expositions via YouTube would not be possible sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis. The Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malik, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance against the Russo-sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted as Jedi, literally Master D, or the Master of Enlightenment, myself, is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically all of my loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to the United States Department of Veterans Affairs, benefits, and or services, due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to DouglasDietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Now, finally, and above all else, visit AwakeWithinTheDreamProductions.com to emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Dievel or Devil Angel himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site, the Sacred Mount Shasta, this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020, Kamanalara. My gratitude unto all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyself and all thine own. With shout-outs to Stephen Myers, wonderful black African-American brother from another mother, who donated 750 United States dollars, USD 75. He says, "You're welcome. Well worth it to have the truth of knowing what you don't know can kill you." Thank you, dear brother. Thou art loved. And Patrick Lee, our dear friend, Asian, and no, not an American Lee. Well, he may be an American. I don't know his nationality, but his ethnicity is definitely Asian. So probably an Asian American, and that's Patrick Lee. Donated 500 United States dollars. USD 50. God bless him. Love you too, dear brother from another mother. He's done this before. Both Stephen Myers and Patrick Lee have donated before. God bless them. Thank them both. Selena Khan, lovely young lady in the private messages, sent myself care packages, 2 care packages of tea and wonderful ladyfingers biscuits. And these biscuits would make for fabulous tiramisu. Have them with cheese and something in the near future. And so, large selection of bag teas, exactly what I need as kind of a contra to the strong green tea that I'm always drinking. A nice alternative. God bless her. Stephen Myers, Patrick Lee, Selena Khan. There goes a trio of musketeers for us to carry the day. And we have mass prayer requests for Sarah Shields, who was unable to join us tonight as she lacks the internet. For Maria Michaela Grigorich, who's been dealing with trying to move and find new property. Maintain it, her in your thoughts and prayers that she gets new property on which to live, to resettle, where she's close to the earth, has a yard. Trying to do this since the death of her mother and her sale of the house she lives in now. And Nathan Brooks. Nathan Brooks wrote myself, "Sir, I absolutely need your feedback, buddy. Thursday morning, I was taken out of my home by constables claiming I owe child support with the amount of a cash bond already set. And for the rest of the week, private detectives, who refused to identify themselves, were stalking our home. Thankfully, the only soul that was still at home was our poor 9-pound poodle while they were jiggling the doorknobs and looking through the windows. Thankfully, our neighbors were able to report all of this to us right away, even took some pictures of their vehicles for us. And until further notice from a sheriff's department, my 12 boys and my wife don't feel safe in our home. My question for you, sir, why do you suppose detectives came after I was detained from my home, when your whole event was clearly very carefully supervised as overseen by the agency, Title 4D and 4E from Chapter 7 of the Social Security Act, Customer Service? Sir, in your expertise, what could have possibly been their motives in arriving after I was already taken into custody and processed into the county correctional facility? Well, we got a follow-up letter from him, and he's in deep trouble. So this letter sent in the mail to Brother Doug Dietrich. Greetings. In the name of our Lord Christ, my friend, I have always hoped our first letters would contain a donation for yourself. Alas, corruption in the state of Texas holds me in contempt and is attempting to bankrupt my house by filing false police reports and committing my body to the county jail sans any evidence or probable cause. While it's quite clear to any objective view that I am being silenced before this year's election at my family's expense. The first matter I wish to bring to your attention is an independent documentary by an associate of mine called Croaky of a Deliberate Crime. Croaky, Croquis, I believe, which details the many CPS activities here in Texas and demonstrates their cases of, or lack thereof, premeditated perjury in cases of child abduction. There's still a lot of work to do, and that's what they are hoping to cease by locking us away. But God is in control, so if you'd be so kind, please pray for my wife Emily and our children, who are now on the verge of utter poverty without their loving father. Peace and blessings, Nathan B. And says here in Romans chapter 8, verses 31, 33, and 34, what then shall we say in response to these things? If God is for us, who can be against us? Who would bring any charge against those whom God has chosen? It is God who justifies. Who then is the one who condemns? No one. So thank you, Nathan Brooks. Prayers for his wife and 2 sons. Maintain them in your thoughts. I looked him up, and all I could see that he was arrested for was contempt of court. I have no idea what's going on. He looks in a bad way in the photograph. But then so would I in that case. I have no idea what his case is. But his children, yes, we must bear them in mind and pray that all goes well. At any rate, aside from all that, well, let me check around a little bit, do a little bit of maybe even send a little message here. Here we are with Daniel. I'll see if he. Okay. That's funny. Here we are. All right. What are you doing now? Gotta take a little break there for my voice. Yeah. And let's take a look at Derek Telling, who I can give a call to, perhaps. Check in on him. Let's see if he's active in the chat room first. Let me see. The live dashboard. And, all right. And here we are. Okay. A lot of stuff going on in the chat room. And Jerry State says, I can hear you. Maybe the virus. Okay, here we are. Fiddler's Green says, aloha. Aloha, Fiddler's Green. Paul Nicholas says, but they touch doorknobs. If it's transmitted through feces, the poverty-ridden centers are fucked. Gary State says, well, if it can be spread via fecal matter, then into the sewers and possibly into rats, then rat feces in people's homes and the circle of contamination would be complete. Let me tell him, let me know if you become available. Okay. Let me know if you become available. And now, another checkout. Because they are morgues, they will be burnt in mysterious fire. Oh, I don't believe those hospitals are morgues. A more internationally presentable version of the pit idea. Derek Talley says, I just made it home. Oh, hey, Sam! Oh, I can call him. Okay, let's give a call to Derek Talley. Let's see if he can respond. All right. Derek Talley. Okay. So there you go. Let's see if he's able to make it. Hey, dear sir, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Oh, wonderful. You sound good. So, I don't want to keep you up too late because obviously you have to maintain your health. I'm not quite sure it's healthy for me to exploit you like this when it's about 11:30 at night where you're at or heading towards it.
Yeah, yep, it's 11:18.
Okay, wonderful. Now you can talk. Now you can talk and we can understand you. And so, did you hear me bring up the part about Miramar, the Marine Air Base, being used? The permission has been given to use it to quarantine 1,000 people. This is not fearmongery. This is a fact. Were you able to catch me while I was talking about this with Justin?
Yes.
Oh, good, good. So you did catch that. And you mentioned that passengers from China are going to be quarantined there at the Miramar Marine Base. So let me bring up some stuff from JMO, and then you can kind of add your wisdom into this, your own insight, based on your experience. JMO 72 says, I'm going to ask if the start of 2020 is not the inversion of what the year of the rat is supposed to be. It is. It is the inversion thereof. Very satanic. He says, I assume intention here, which may be erroneous, such just may be the natural balance. And he says, ebb and flow of human strife and life. My question to Douglas is any source that accurately describes the Chinese zodiac. There's something to it, even way more so than Western astrology. Well, I appreciate that. And, oh my God, I've been looking for a book forever that, they said that they were doing their best, the author, to synthesize both Western and Eastern astrology. Of course, he's concentrating on Chinese and Western zodiacal efforts, and then it was thick as a phone book. Really garish, lurid, colorful zodiac on the cover, almost like neon. But other than that, not too much comes to mind at the moment other than what you've observed. We're going to turn towards Derek now to kind of burn bandwidth with myself and just kind of give me even more of a breathing space for a little bit. Take us to the bottom of the hour at the absolute least, and then we'll see how he feels. What are you doing tomorrow, Derek? Do you need to go to work tomorrow, or are you kind of like taking it kind of easy these days with everything that you're contending with?
I go to work tomorrow. Yes, but I don't start work until 1400 p.m. I'm just the only day I'm taking off next week is just Wednesday for that port thing that they have to do for the chemotherapy. Other than that, I'd take off Wednesday for that, go right back to work Thursday and Friday, and then that'll be it for me for a little while.
Wow. Okay. So give us some more about. Have you ever been personally to the MCAS, the MCAS, the Marine Corps Air Station in Miramar? I take it you haven't been in California in your life, have you? Or am I wrong on that?
Yes. Yeah, that's why I went to boot camp. I went to California, and because when I lived in California, I lived at Lompoc Vandenberg Air Force Base, and it was the middle of my 11th grade year that my dad got promoted to the chief of computer command up at NORAD. So in the middle of my 11th grade year, we up and moved to California, and I said, I'm sick of all this military shit. So I joined the Marines, and they sent me back to California. And that's
oh, shit!
yeah, that's where I was going to go. So I joined the Marines with the boot camp there. Then I was stationed in San Onofre for SOI, the school infantry right there in San Onofre on Camp Pendleton. And so I know I have been to Miramar. It's been so long. Yeah.
Oh my God. And it's so funny. So you were a Hollywood Marine, just like me. Oh my God. And of course, that was always a nickname because everyone from Paris Island claims that they've been through much greater hell than graduates from the San Diego Marine Corps Recruit Depot. And of course, there's all kinds of stereotypes. They say the San Diego graduates think better, and the Paris Islanders are better fighters. I mean, there's just all kinds of crap out there. But honestly, I will tell you the truth. I do not believe I would have survived Paris Island. I probably would have died. But in terms of, I don't know if you ever had that feeling. I'm sure you would have survived in either case. As a matter of fact, that's probably what you were looking forward to. You were probably trying to get to Paris Island and to the Atlantic seaboard and just any place but California, but got sent back, which is quite funny. And so, aside from all of that. What else comes to mind that when you were speaking about the book by Dorothy, and this was, of course, the hunting viruses or five-rail hunters, something like that. Yes, mention that again.
Yeah, virus hunt. Yes.
Yeah, now that people can hear you, you can do a little summary of that and tell us about why that. What was in there that you do remember that that stayed with you, that is similar to what you see now with the coronavirus? What was similar with that you see now?
Oh, well, like I said, it was like about 2 years ago when I read that book, and I just brought it up just to, for the fact to say that I'm a little rusty on my epidemiology, and I really wanted to add something of some substance to the coronavirus discussion, but a lot of it was kind of going over my head. So I just pretty much brought that up so to let everybody know that I do know a little bit about the subject, or I'm smart enough to read up on the subject, but I really didn't feel comfortable with adding anything with what I knew. But that I brought up that book because it is that was one of the most interesting books that I bought. So I'll probably rather read it, or go through over it again before I offer anything of some substance to it. But when we and Justin White were talking, he appreciated the fact that that I did read those types of that I do those types of studies and everything. So some very interesting questions that you asked about it. So it's probably good that I brush up on that again and see whatever else I could read on top of that has to do with the coronavirus, because I'm learning a lot in these last couple of days, just from paying attention from what's happening with this. It's a very, very scary virus, sir.
Yes, and so in terms of what else comes to mind with your dad, tell us about how tonight's birthday party went, and how when you finally left, I take it your dad probably retired for the evening as well, kind of retreated into slumber. And where did the rest of the family go? Did they stay there overnight, and how did everything go with that?
Oh, well, both of my brothers are from Huntsville, Alabama, so we all call it a night. I left before the game ended, so it was like around the fourth quarter. Not too long after I spoke with you and Justin, I said, "Well, I'm going to hit the road." And then, as usual, they made me me a plate to take home to my son. And when I was almost home, my son called me on the phone and said, "How far away are you?" I said, "Well, I'm here in Tennessee." He goes, "Well, my car broke down on the side of the road." I said, "Well, he told me where he was at. I said, "I'm about 10 minutes away." So I went and pulled over to the side of the road, got the strap. See, we're in Tennessee, you got to be ready. Somebody's always going to call you and tell you that their car broke down. You got to have that strap in the trunk and pull up. Yeah. That little Dodge Dart works like a pickup truck when I needed to. Yeah, so I pulled him. I went by the highway. I pulled over on the highway and hooked up my son's car to the back of mine and pulled him on home and gave him his plate. Yeah, but it was a nice little outing.
Okay, wonderful. That's I'm really glad that you were able to do that. And in terms of anything else that comes to mind that strikes you as important in the times we're in, what do you want to bring up that you think I might address tonight? Just curious, what comes to your mind in that regard?
You know what? Not that I can think of, but my little brother's married to a real nice lady, and she's got two nice little girls. And it was one of those little girls that found my dad's picture on that Freedom Wall that I sent you. Now, the Freedom Wall is a wall that they have in Huntsville, Alabama, by the train station. I haven't been to it yet, but they were telling me the story. About how the little girl, and I keep saying little girl, I don't know how old she is. She's not even in kindergarten yet. She's probably like around 3. But she looks at the picture and she goes, that looks just like Papa to Run. And talking about my little brother, but she was pointing to a picture of my dad. And with that Freedom Wall that I sent you, it's got pictures of thousands and thousands of vets on it to make up that one picture, and she walked right up to that big thing and pointed to my dad.
Wow.
He said, "Yeah, that looks like my, talking about my brother." She said, "Yeah, that looks like just like Papa Duran," and that was so awesome. So
that is, and by the way, I do want to remind people, this weekend, the 1st of February, was yesterday. Obviously, it's February 2nd, but this is all part of a very special Holy Day weekend. It isn't just the start of Black History Month. 'Tis National Freedom Day weekend, created by a former slave commemorating abolition. The first day of February is commonly seen as the beginning of Black History Month, but yesterday's significance actually goes much deeper, and it's commemorated throughout this weekend. Along with lesser things such as Super Bowl Sunday and the Groundhog Day converging. All of this started in 1863 when President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, freeing slaves throughout the majority of the Confederate States, but not in Union or in areas where the occupying Union Army needed slave labor. But other than that, he freed the majority, hoping that it would discombobulate the South and create rebellions. Of course, Lincoln knew that a proclamation alone would never be enough, leading to the creation of the 13th Amendment. That 13th Amendment, which formally abolished slavery, was officially approved on February 1st, 1865. Almost 100 years later, that day became known as National Freedom Day. The mastermind behind National Freedom Day, it all began with Richard R. Wright, spelled like the Wright brothers, Wright. And that particular individual at the time of the proclamation signing was just 9 years old and still enslaved, according to the National Constitution Center that I sourced for this information. Wright went on to have an expansive career, serving as the first president of Savannah State University. He was, of course, a civil rights advocate, that almost goes sans saying, and an author. It wasn't until Mr. Wright was 86 years of age, circa 1942, at the height of the Second World War, that he began seriously lobbying for the creation of National Freedom Day. Again, according to what I was able to find through the National Constitution Center, Wright held grassroots celebrations honoring February 1st and even went on a national speaking tour while working with legislators to get the day recognized. But Richard R. Wright never saw his dream of National Freedom Day realized. Wright died circa 1947, a year before the day was signed into federal code. Now, National Freedom Day became official on January 25th, 1949, before World War II was even formally over, when President Harry Truman signed a bill establishing National Freedom Day on the 1st of February. Now, thanks to, President Harry Truman, needing votes, let's just put it this way, to give you how convoluted this situation was. Harry Truman was still legally at war with the Empire of Japan and the Thousand-Year Reich in exile. One war was still undergoing intensive talk-down processes. So secret in terms of essentially surrendering to Emperor Hirohito that the Americans propagandized their meetings as meetings with extraterrestrials. A lie that would be carried on into the time of Dwight D. Eisenhower, which inspired him ultimately to make his speech condemning the military-industrial complex. Now, Harry Truman was no angel. He was a Klansman. But, as they say, a drowning man will grab even the bladed edge of a sword to try and get out of the water. And that's what Harry Truman did in his own mind. Harry Truman desperately needed the support of the American people. He was the most unpopular president in American history. More unpopular even today than Donald Trump. Because it was known to the generation of that time. Somehow, some way, though none of them knew exactly what was going on, they knew they had lost the war. There's no nation that wins a war and winds up giving the equivalent of what at that time was trillions of dollars, in today's terms of monetary, to their former enemies, all the Axis powers, Germania, Italia, and Japan. So Truman did what he did, and though the day was not made into a federal holiday, Harry Truman wrote in the proclamation that citizens should pause and contemplate freedom on that day. He so writing, "I call upon the people of these United States to pause on that day in solemn contemplation of the glorious blessings of freedom, which we humbly and thankfully enjoy." No doubt his family made their plantation off the backs of enough black skin that he could say thank you. The least he could do was give a much obliged in form of a holiday that we don't even get a day off for. But nevertheless, do bear it in mind, and hopefully someday everyone will honor the fact that the Japanese pushed a former Klansman as president into such a desperate corner that he decided to sign into effect a day recognizing the Proclamation of Emancipation. With that, of course, I do want to emphasize that regarding the new virus coming out of Wuhan, China, what our man Derek Talley has been talking about, definitely, they're flying people over into a base from out of Wuhan, China. They're flying them over to the MCAS, and that's who they're keeping there for now in temporary confinement and isolation quarantine until it be deemed that they're safe to unleash upon the public. Of course, if this stuff is carrying through their shit... Oh, God, he turned the camera on. Well, I hope you can't see me, Derek, because you look scary as hell. Damn, Derek, turn some lights on. You look like... Oh my God! I saw this.
How do I switch the audio?
I saw this thing moving on the screen. I said, "Holy God, what is that?" I mean, you've got this mini cam that let's put it this way. It's anyhow, it just tunnel visioned on you and gave this look of like what I would see if I was looking at somebody through a cardboard tube, like something you would get after you used up all the toilet paper and then put the cardboard roll to your eye and was looking around it. That's what it looked like I was looking through. And I get your face moving around in there. I mean, oh my God. So, other than that, do, by the way, tell us whatever comes to mind now that I've been bringing these subjects up. I know you'll have to leave us soon to go to bed, or how are you feeling? Are you feeling tired? Or are you feeling... how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit tired. I took a nap, but I'm glad you brought this up. You know what? You always bring up good, important stuff that I should be bringing up. But you're on the ball, you know. But there one thing that comes to mind is that before Martin Luther King was assassinated, he was denounced by 168 newspapers,
Oh my
and
God.
they denounced him for not supporting the Vietnam War, and they denounced him for also not denouncing the Black Panthers and the other freedom fighters that were fighting for their freedom. So after Martin Luther King was assassinated, they recreated a Martin Luther King that a sanitized Martin Luther King that they wanted the world to celebrate, and now you have a a subservient turn the other cheek. You have their remake of a Martin Luther King that they want you to hear be like this. This is your hero. We want you to be like this, but what they have you worshiping or what they have you honoring isn't what Martin Luther King was, because the very papers that honor him every year are amongst all the papers that denounced one of the 168 newspapers that denounced him before he was assassinated. So I just wanted to bring that up.
I really appreciate that because we don't understand through having Martin Luther King, the caricature, this kind of Jesus Christ caricature. In other words, he just took it and he died, which is also a kind of revisionism concerning Jesus Christ, who, when he was alive, said, "I bring you not peace but a sword. I come here to turn son against father and father against son." What people have to remember is that Martin Luther King was actually a radical revolutionary. And what he had was a radical revolution of values. He was a radical, not a saint. He should be remembered as a revolutionary. And nothing I'm saying is in the negative. The tragedy is that Martin Luther King's radicalism is forgotten by those who wish to exploit him. And the way that they wish to exploit him is to essentially turn him into the pincushion, the man who gets beaten but never fights back. So we must remember to instead hail the revolutionary king. And that's what gives his name this almost magical meaning. All hail the revolutionary king. As Jesus Christ was King of Kings, Martin Luther King was an embodiment, a personification, the epitomization in many ways of the black revolutionary tradition. So the annual King Day celebrations provide a great opportunity to defend King's revolutionary legacy against the system's efforts to whitewash and degrade his frontal challenge to its crimes. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was one of the great revolutionaries in these United States and world history. A leader of the civil rights and black liberation movement, a fierce internationalist, anti-imperialist, and pan-Africanist, a black militant, pro-communist socialist almost, and indeed people declared that he had been trained by the communists. Part of the movement was far to the left and in opposition to the Democratic Party. Now, since 1980, with the rise of Ronald Reagan and Margaret Thatcher, the two-party system, or U.S. Anglo-American imperialism, has waged a counter-revolution against the civil rights victories of the revolutionary 60s. In that the revolutionary left won so many ideological battles against American hegemony. And the system has understood that a counter-revolution must include a ferocious battle over the historical record. And in the past 40 years in particular, it's been profoundly painful for people who were there to witness, and very difficult to combat. The lies and slanders against the historical and political achievements of the black and third world-led movements. And that includes an epidemic of recantation literature written by depressed and disillusioned former radicals, denigrating what were then outstanding achievements of the Black Panther Party, the Nation of Islam, non-communist groups, of course, and just so many others. Now, of course, I was not there consciously, being quite young, but there's so much I do remember. And of course, much of this happened before I was born. I think Selma and some of the real decisive stuff happened in 1963. If I'm stirring any memories with you, feel free to speak. I definitely would appreciate your kind of bringing up what comes to mind when I, you reinforce what you're saying, Derek, and so, if you do, if something comes to mind, by all means, do express it.
Okay, definitely.
And I want to thank you for even bringing it up as well, because, again, that just brings to mind, you had to do that, the horrible scars of that goddamn, firearms protest for gun rights in Virginia, of course. And it's just, oh my God, it's beyond offensive. It's truly talk about pissing on his grave and shitting on his legacy when thousands of white gun owners claim that gun rally in Virginia was the realization of Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream. That's at that point, all reality has been essentially inverted on its head. If people can't believe that Americans are stupid enough, along with the goddamn Russians, to believe they won the Second World War, take a look at all the goddamn white trash that said their gun rally in Virginia was the realization of Martin Luther King Jr.'s dream on Fox News, as reported by Newsweek. You can verify this yourself. The fact that they're saying that, have said that, I mean, really, I can't get angry enough. I mean, I'm left at a loss for words. America is
me either.
Yeah. Thank you.
Speaking of crazy people, I was gonna save this. I was gonna talk to you about this, because it really makes me upset. But we were talking about some of these people from my old network. They went and started a new network, some kind of GK network or something. But they went and found them a crazy Negro, somebody who writes. As soon as I looked him up, the first thing that comes up is World Net Daily, and all the articles that he wrote for World Net Daily. So without even knowing a whole bunch about him, as soon as you put his name in the search engine, World Net Daily comes up. But his name is Michael Massey.
Michael Massey. Michael Massey.
Yeah. Who is that?
Piece of shit. Yes, human piece of shit. that's what he is. Yes. I mean,
this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing. The levels that these people, these trashy people, once they find themselves a Negro that will that's so self-hating, like a Jesse Lee Peterson type, what's that other guy, Larry Elder, and even it all reminds me of it takes me back to Omaha, Nebraska, the Larry King guy. I mean, if that's who I have to be in order to be liked by some of these white trash pieces of shit, that's what I'm saying. If that's what I got to take myself to be in order to be liked, what the hell? I don't even know what to say. But I looked this crazy man up. He looks crazy in the face.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I haven't heard nothing from him or nothing about him, but he's holding conferences and saying that anyone that speaks of any kind of social justice in the church is going to hell. So they have a whole conference now called the social justice, with a big circle around it and the X going through it, and any church that teaches about social justice is trying to teach you about black liberation theology, and there were a bunch of, there's no such thing as black liberation theology. I mean, the Bible says justice and judgment is more acceptable to the Lord than sacrifice. And he didn't put a race on it. You're supposed to love your neighbor. Love your neighbor means love your neighbor. You know what I'm saying? But here they found a Negro to latch on to that's gonna lead them to hell.
Yes.
So what can I say?
Yes. They found their house nigger. I mean, I don't even understand why you're using the term Negro when the term house nigger is just so much more applicable. And,
I'm trying to be polite on yourself, but damn, these people are fucking weird. I mean, they're just as weird as what I can't even give them a break. I wanted to give them a break. I started looking them up just so I could give them a break and say something nice. You know what I'm saying? Oh, God. This is embarrassing. I'm telling you, I don't know what to say.
No, I mean, guys like that don't deserve a break. I mean, I don't even know why you try to be civil with these people. I mean, when it comes to Michael Massey, I'm trying to consciously remember I have brought him up and spracketh on him before when I was speaking on just the various subjects, and he had come up in the past and he was doing something incredibly offensive and stupid at the time that I had called out. I honestly do not remember now specifics. I would have to go through my notes. Other than that, I do remember that he was incredibly offensive. I remember his name. I remember he was saying just stupid stuff, and he was essentially, as you say, just basically a self-loathing black man who wants to be white so bad he can taste it. And so he's basically hired himself out so that he can present himself as some kind of alternative black man, the kind of black man that whites want to see. I think we need to disambiguate him, of course, from the baseball player, because unfortunately, that's what most people are going to find when they look this idiot up. So there is a black baseball player by that name, and that's not who we're talking about. No, it's somebody else who's comparatively minor, a minor player. He's like a small fry, and JMO72 says that it's a social engineering tactic. And that's right. He's quite right. And he says the sanitization of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. exists to make black males fit that framework. They want us to just take it with no resistance. It's quite true. It's kind of like this is the what they would consider the positive example, and the kind of example of what they want you to evolve into after that would be a Michael Massey type. That would actually be speaking on behalf of the white man, and you know what he's like? He's like the character in Boondocks. Boondocks is the yes.
I know, Uncle Ruckus.
Yes, Uncle Ruckus. That's right. He's Uncle Ruckus. That's what he's like. Who's actually quite funny. Anyhow, and there goes Karen O'Connor saying live in Dublin. Just to let you know, Douglas, since you got a new system, yes, and all our love. So thank you, honey. Mwah. Love you too, and very glad to have JMO with us. I hope he heard my latest transmission preceding this one was very much inspired by his essay. So I want JMO to know that. And aside from that, what I do want to do is kind of thank Derek for bringing up a subject like, again, what happened on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, because today is Freedom Day, and it's kind of, the 2 days are so reflective of one another. America is on life support, and that gun rally in Virginia on MLK Day is just one more example. I mean, honestly, Martin Luther King was obviously a leader of peace activism, even though he was radicalized and was very militant about it. He was killed in Memphis as he stood for civil rights and unions. He was killed by a racist with a gun. And he will be, or was honored by all kinds of people on that Monday of that MLK weekend. But on that same day, so many more dishonored his memory. with all of the gun nuts showing up to rally against common sense gun legislation. And those people rah-rahed the NRA, the National Rifle Association zealots, with anything but peace marches. It was concerning enough that the governor declared a state of emergency. And the head leader of that rally is a man named Philip Van Cleve. And he is a Barney Fife, or rather, he's what Barney Fife would call a nut. Barney Fife, of course, was played by Don Knotts. Most of you young people out there are too young to remember him. He's a guy who had a very fast metabolism and always looked like he was on the verge of starving to death. He was, of course, suffering from a condition that made him look like he was very malnourished. Now, but he had an eye for calling out, of course, people who were insane. And one of them would be Philip Van Cleve. Now, I noticed in that guy's bio that he was born in 1952. And I noticed that Philip Van Cleve had no resume that shows me he participated in any military service during Vietnam. So what we have here is just another dangerous chicken hawk that promotes violence and weapons of war, but was obviously not willing to serve where anyone would actually shoot back. So, yeah, what does that tell us? It tells us all you need to know, because they would have accepted any volunteers. People were allowed to volunteer in Vietnam, and he obviously did not. So he's a proponent of a strong interpretation of the Second Amendment to the United States Constitution, id est, believing open access to guns guarantees that individual Americans have the right to defend themselves and, as he put it in a 2004 rave, to take back your country should it ever become a totalitarian state. Now, although some other gun rights groups, such as the Citizens Committee for the Right to Keep and Bear Arms, have criticized the VCDL, that Van Cleef Defense League, for which is, Virginia Committee for Defense League or some shit like that, but he really had the initials named after himself. They've been criticized by even other gun rights advocates for having their members open carry en masse. Yet he defended this practice, saying that it helps educate both citizens and the police about Virginia's gun laws. And he's also defended the VCDL's advocacy for passing concealed carry laws that allow college students to carry guns on campus if they have a permit, saying that the Virginia Tech shooting was one where such guns would have solved the problem. To quote his T, if just one of these adult students had been armed in that building, there would have been a much better chance that somebody would have stopped the madman. That
is so false. Do you believe that? Because just like if the shooting on the Army base, I was listening to that live, and they said there were 4 shooters, and then they said there were 3 shooters. But you know what happened? There was one shooter, and then somebody pulled out their gun to stop the shooter. Then nobody knowing where the shots were coming from saw somebody pull out their gun and shot somebody who pulled out the gun to pull out the shooter. And then somebody shot that person who pulled out their gun, who pulled out the gun to stop the shooter. And it was just not...
Yeah, you're actually making me happy. You're actually making me happy to see all these concealed carry guys kill each other. I mean, to me, that is a comedy routine. That is a comedy routine of karmic justice and social Darwinism. I mean, if it always worked out like that, I would have all these guys carry guns just so they could all blow their own heads off, or each other's. But yes, unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. The reason it worked out that way was because it was a military base, and there were probably not in an area where there were children. I don't know if he was near the PX or the commissary, or whether they had one on the base that was worth a damn, because some bases just are not that well equipped. But what you say makes so much fucking sense, and it just verifies everything I've always said about this bullshit, that these guys are really worthless. So many of the guys who do have guns, and they wind up that's what happened with the couple who were supposed to kill us over there in Las Vegas the time I was at the Super Soldier Summit. and oh fuck, what was their name? I keep thinking Jared Kushner, but it was oh god, the Las Vegas shooters. I'll look them up now. I can't even remember their last names. It was been so long, and I do so many drugs just to forget this shit. Las Vegas shooters. I need to add the shooters. That would help. Oh god, now I'm getting the idiot who's in the hotel. Las Vegas shooters couple. But they, of course, was a very similar Gerard and Amanda Miller. Gerard, that's why I keep thinking of Jared Kushner. Gerard and Amanda Miller. And Gerard and Amanda Miller killed each other, blew each other's brains out, because that's what I had instructed them to do. And anybody who doesn't know the background of that, long story, I'll go into that some other time. They came there to kill everybody at the Super Soldier Summit. And what happened was there was a third idiot, a white guy with a concealed carry, who was in the store in which they killed each other, killed themselves. And he pulled out his gun, and the Las Vegas PD, LVPD, came in and shot him dead and made him a hero, saying, oh, he was there and he was a hero. And he got shot dead by Gerard and Mandy Miller. They did not kill him. He was killed by LVPD. And so that's just shows you what happens with all these idiots. You know, just because there's a bunch of maniacs with guns in area does not make you safer. It makes everything worse. So yes, by all means, Derek, you're absolutely right. I'm so glad you brought that up. What else do you have to add about that? What else do you know about that particular shooting? Because it seems you know quite a bit about it.
No, I just happened to be, I remember where I was. I was in East Chicago, Indiana, and I just happened to be loading my truck. And I was coming back for a reload, and I stayed in my truck because I normally get out and I go to the fuel outlet, but I was listening to it live. It was on a right wing station, 890 AM WLS Chicago AM. That was the station I used to listen to. They had some good shows, and they had some real shit, extremely right wing shows. Starting to show up at the time, but they had some good shows at the time. And of course, I used to listen to WVON, which would be the black station talk show in Chicago. But I remember hearing it live, and but by the time I got out of my truck, I said, "Man, there's something going on at the Army base. What was it, Fort Bragg?" And I said, "There's like 3 shooters." I'm thinking maybe like a little squad got together and said, we're going to just go shoot up the base, but it started off as 4 shooters, then went down to 3 shooters, then it went down to 2 shooters, and then it made sense that, but what happened was one person was shooting. He's probably not even a good shot. I mean, this Muslim guy who was a psychiatrist, that's another one to figure it out. I can't even get to, well, anyway, once you get past that one, that they gave a Muslim guy a position of being an officer psychiatrist over a bunch of white guys, and trusted that he wasn't going to brainwash them to go join Islam. Well, he's the one that went in there and started shooting, but then nobody shot back at him because, somebody pulled out a gun to shoot against him, but nobody figured out who was shooting, because whoever pulled out the gun to shoot him, somebody pulled out a gun to shoot them, and then whoever that person was, somebody pulled out a gun to shoot them. And when it's all said and done, it'd be like, damn, that Muslim guy's a damn good shot. 13 people. Nobody took him down.
I'm sorry, I'm enjoying this too much. I'm enjoying that too much. That is so fucking funny, and it's just so perfect. It says it all, honestly. And this is a comedy of horror. It's a comedy of horror. This is like it's like something out of what's that Scary Movie? It's like the film Scary Movie, and except it's actually funnier. But honestly, I thank you so much for sharing that, and the way you were just there kind of listening to it live. It's incredible, and I really appreciate your eyewitness testimony to that, because you were just right in the thick of it, listening to it while it was coming down. You knew what was happening because you, of course, have your training. Yes, Selena says better than the movie scene. Yes, it says it all, and this is what these clowns are really going to be doing when they have this kind of firepower, and you let them loose. But in terms of Oh God! What else comes to your mind aside from what we've been mentioning with all these people? And it was just I'll let you go, let you kind of go to bed in a matter of minutes. But I do want to see what else I can squeeze out of you. We're at the top of the hour, and it's probably best that you say goodnight, of course, to the audience. But before we do that, what was your impression of what happened with Kobe Bryant? I do want to mention one thing. Elena Shea, my manageress, did tell me that apparently, if you remember, because I don't have the sports gene and and I'm atonal because I'm deaf in my right ear, I literally, when I heard Kobe Bryant is dead, I honestly, first thing I thought in my mind was for some reason, and I didn't know why, I thought he was a rapper. And I says, oh, I brought it up with your friend, Mr. Ben Westhoff, and asked him what he knew about it. And then he says, oh, all I know about him was that he was a great basketball player. And I was like, oh, shit, did I put my foot in my mouth? But then my manager informed me he was he was apparently doing some rap. He was experimenting with it. So I guess, I'm going to make this up. I'm going to say, yeah, I must have heard it and subconsciously absorbed that. Probably I didn't, but, honestly, let me look up what she said in the messages to me. But it was definitely something that adds to the there we are. Kobe Bryant has an unreleased track with rapper DMC. So there you go. So there. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that, but I know the rappers really like him. He's a nice guy. He was dating Brandy at the time. I don't know if you remember Brandy. She's an Atlantic recording star from Atlanta. She has a brother named Ray J. That's a rapper. That was an awful rapper, but Ray J's the one. Ray J. Brandy's fresh. She's nice, but then she brought her little brother on the scene, and he, oh gosh, that was a charity. That was a charity deal. But the only claim to fame that he brought to the table was he's the one that made the sex tape with Kim Kardashian, who's now married to Kanye West. Brandy's little brother. But Brandy's cute. Brandy was very cute, and that would have been a superstar marriage if Kobe had married her. But Kobe married him a nice lady, and my condolences go out to Kobe Bryant's family, his wife, his remaining daughters. I feel so bad, and now that he's gone, you got a whole bunch of tough guys out there who wouldn't say nothing when he was alive, but now that he's gone, all of a sudden they want to attack his image, and he was accused of rape, falsely so, and found not guilty in court. But then now that that he's dead and gone, there's people who want to bring that up and say, well, the facts are he's a racist. No, it's not a fact. It's only a fact if someone points at you and says you're a racist and you're a black man, that they're attacking the image of the black man. As far as I'm concerned, I mean, you can't get no nicer than Kobe. Kobe was, he wasn't a threat to anybody. He doesn't pose a threat to anybody. I don't know a whole lot about his life, but I know he was born in Europe, just like I was. I was born in Wiesbaden, Germany, and so I was learning a little bit about Kobe. And he also was born in Europe, and he seemed. I was looking at his interviews, and he seemed like a real cool dude. I could have hung out with him, and I hate to see his image get attacked, because that's just exactly what they're attacking, is his image of him being a black man, which means they're attacking my image. So I'm kind of taking it personal. And then the whole little slip up thing where the MSN news reporter said Los Angeles niggers, and then she goes,
yes,
"Oh, I mean,
yes, I was going to bring that up. Please tell me what you know about that. That's oh my God, yeah, that's just it's so bizarre. And by the way, speaking about attacking the man, before you go on with that, my manager, Elena Shea, said she got an email from a conspiracy theorist claiming Kobe Bryant worshipped Lucifer. She says personally she thinks it's amusing, but she obviously doesn't take it seriously. She says the email's from someone she should have unsubscribed to a long time ago, and he's obviously just trying to cash in on the tragedy. So, that's what this is all about in so many ways. But as for this woman, she says, yeah, there was a woman announcer who said the Los Angeles niggers comment, and that was just, I said, oh my God, I can't believe this. Of course, this is the problem, is that white people say this stuff when they're with each other. When they're alone in a room with each other, this is how they talk. And then what happens is at some moment, when they're doing something public, it comes out, like with Don Imus, when he said nappy-haired hose, if you remember that. It's like that. And then, this is the way they think all the time. This is how so much of the white population thinks 24 hours a day. And then every once in a while it'll slip out, but it slips out with these people who are speaking publicly for hours, and then you lose it because you fall into almost a subconscious flow and you talk like you're in your living room. And then once you get to that point, it's all over, because then it comes out. All the stuff you say when you're with your friends. So tell me what you make of this. Tell us what we can learn from that. Or what do we learn from that? What do we take from that other than what I've just said?
I think you're hitting it right on the nose, because there's like what's called the 5 steps to Nazi Germany. So first, they talk about you quietly in their home behind your backs. Next, they talk about you openly. Then third, they talk about you on the air. They don't care about talking about you behind your back. Fourth, they start making legislation against you. Your saggy pants. You're different than any legislation they can create against you. And then, of course, the 5th step is, what we see, their fantasies of the people who go to these gun rallies on MLK Day. So that's it's a slow progression. We're at like the final stage, and my wife told me when I'm off to watch this show called Harlem Godfathers or Harlem or something like that. Well, I went and watched the previews of it, and it's back in the 60s, and there's this white supremacist goes to this black guy, goes, well, I'm a white supremacist and you're a black supremacist. We're basically the same. I'm like, what kind of bullshit is this? Because I don't know any black people who are planning to kick down white people's door and are planning to circle white people. I mean, the only people for the last 500 years, when you say race war, it never included black people going to white people's houses and kick down their doors. Or
burning down white churches.
Right. It's only one way. So, it's just us being ready. So whether, the black people, or whether we're talking about celebrity gossip, or whether we're talking about something else, hey, as long as you're ready and know they're coming, because we don't have any plans of going and kicking down their door or beating up their old ladies or beating up their children. It's only a one-way war. So, I mean, you could call it a race war if you want to, but it's not a race war if it's only been working one way for the last 500 fucking years. I don't know. I don't know if any black people were planning to do this, any kind of harm. And then, I listen to the white people on the radio, and they're all, well, we just want to be left alone. I can't believe that. WTN. You want to hear some ridiculousness? I don't know if you got the iHeartRadio, where you can go through and listen to some of the different radio stations that are across the United States, so you can hear some of the programming that people get in their minds. They all play the same program, and I mean, I think there was a stream called Conservative Stream, and then you look on Conservative Stream, you can see every conservative radio station in the country, and they're all playing Rush Limbaugh at the same time. It's like 90 stations. Okay, and then
sounds like hell. If you want
to hear the one that's in Tennessee, it's called WTN, and it's actually FM instead of AM, but it's called WTN. And oh gosh, these people are ridiculous. I mean, our local from our local DJs or what do you call it, radio personalities, to all the major ones they put on, the Sean Hannitys, and I mean, they just repeat each other and say the same thing. I mean, and the thing is, when you read the book of Revelation in chapter 16, it talks about these three unclean spirits that look like frogs that come out of the mouth of the dragon, out of the mouth of the beast, and out of the mouth of the false prophets, going through all the world to prepare them for the battle of that great day. I mean, it's just mirroring. Don't these people know that that's what's happening?
Yeah.
I mean, really.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, and I honestly, I'm it's just, how do I say it? It's one of those things where I'm left shaking my head at how obvious this is to anyone who bothers to study, who bothers to truly study sincerely, not trying to, instead of just reinforcing in an echo chamber whatever prejudices they have, but actually doing research. You would find out that everything I've been saying is true. And think about how eager the people are to deny it, and those who do, think about what kind of people they are. And it only reinforces everything I say. So, in terms of what Derek has brought up, it's definitely one of those things like, what do you recommend for tonight, knowing that what we know historically, anything that comes to mind that you just want to people to particularly pay attention to bear in mind before you go off into the gentle night to retreat into some slumber and get yourself some much-deserved, well-earned rest?
For the sake of history, get as much real-time news as you can. Just like everything that I told you about, the original news stories about there being 4 shooters at Fort Bragg, or I believe that was Fort Bragg. I don't know if I got my bases right. That was the Army base, but from there being 4 shooters to 3 shooters to 2 shooters and then down to 1 shooter. Once they got the story that they wanted to roll with, all the other news, clips were probably scrubbed. I could probably never find those. I mean, it would probably be rare, for me to find those news clips of the original. So we're living at a time in history in the making, and the news is just so sickening right now. And I think that's by design. So that way they can, if they need to go back and scrub history, they can scrub it, and not a lot of people's gonna
miss it.
Right.
Oh my God!
So this in real time of what's happening. Maybe they can maybe go back to getting newspapers again, and save up some of them or at least buy newspapers on days that something important happens, and you can save the original newspaper of wherever city it is you're from, and then when they go back and try to change the narrative later, you can say, well, I've got a newspaper from way back in 2020 that says totally something opposite.
Right. No, that's important. That's very important. So what you're saying is actually, if at all possible, make certain to download the news and preserve it someplace where it can be recalled. In the old days, we would have newspaper files for people who did this. And it's definitely well taken. But at the same time, I would like you to emphasize why it's important to balance that out, because most of the time when people just watch a lot of news, it's not healthy. It all it does is it pisses you off, and I have ways to deal with this psychologically. Well, obviously people know about the drugs and the alcohol, but I mean, aside from that, I have ways to deal with this psychologically, and they don't include Russian roulette, as many people have claimed. So in terms of what would you recommend to balance that out? Obviously, you're not a depressed or angry person to the extent where you're running around like the guy in the military base, firing off at a bunch of. Though of course that's really tempting to do that and get a bunch of white guys to pull out their guns and start shooting each other. I mean, that's almost worth it, but it's not to be encouraged. What do you recommend people to do to balance out the news, because it's so toxic and it's just not healthy to watch?
Well, just whatever relaxes you. I'd say stay away from 24-hour news channels. You know what I'm saying? I would do that. I mean, back in the day, you could listen to the 24-hour radio news channels, and they would have some good programming. And then when the when the blowhards come on, then you just change the channel or whatnot. But nowadays it's all 100%. Everybody's an uptight blowhard. You know what I'm saying? So, uh, I think Justin White kind of alluded to. He takes in as much news as he can, but then he has to vet what it is that he gets. And take that with a grain of salt. So I really don't know what to tell anybody. If anybody knows something that they could tell me, by all means. I used to be a news junkie when I got out of the military, and it was you could discuss anything with anybody, and then that Rush Limbaugh came along and kind of divided America. America was more together in the '80s. My wife, when me and my wife were young, and she was just my girlfriend, I was in my 20s. And Walmart was just starting to get big. She used to hate to send me to Walmart for a gallon of milk, because I would just go into Walmart to just get a gallon of milk. I would see someone with a World War II hat on, and I would speak to them and tell them I just got and we would stand and they would tell you all their stories, and I'd sit there and listen. I talked to them for hours, just in Walmart, and you can't do that now. Those days are gone. Those people are gone, and their children that are now their age that I have to deal with. They're not too nice of people to deal with.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, and it's just not that nice anymore. So people have changed. People have truly changed. And I'm just curious. Have you been watching any of these movies? Like I was shitting all over the Joker, of course, because it's sweeping the Oscar nominations. And I hope you heard what I said about the Oscar nominations and how disappointing.
Yes, you did an excellent job. You did a better job than any of the black people who I know that spoke on it. But I don't think anybody. I think at this point in the '80s, we really went in on Oscars. I mean, even the Ghetto Boys had a song where Willie D said, "Fuck Oscar, Emmy, and Tony." You know what I'm saying? He goes, "I made a lot of records, and a lot of people know me. Now, where's my motherfucking trophy?" You know what I'm saying? But we knew how. I think at this point we're just like indifferent to it. So now when they try to throw us a bone, it's to somebody who's just so obviously one of their puppets, controlled opposition or sellout or something. It's just like, oh my god. I mean, like today, Jennifer Lopez at the Super Bowl halftime. I mean, give me a break. I mean, it's like, oh no, I miss Jennifer Lopez on the Super Bowl. It's the end of the world. What the hell? If you just think of everything that they're trying to do now, if they had done it 20 years ago, they probably could have put us on a string and get and accomplish whatever it is they want to accomplish. But they wanted to make it so obvious that they were being assholes toward us and terrorizing us that now that we've kind of got our own thing, got kind of carved out our own media. We have our own black media. We're finding our own way, finding our own people. I'm introducing as many people as I can to Douglas Dietrich. You know what I'm saying? Now all of a sudden they want to become conscious and hey, look, we've got Jennifer Lopez on the halftime show. We know you don't want to miss that, do you? Sorry, guys. I'm not watching the Super Bowl this year. So.
I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you that you resisted that. Oh my God! Yes, it was. I forgot. What about your dad? Did he watch or did he decided to work? You said on his birthday. So was that so he could watch the Super Bowl today, or he avoided it?
Well, no. See, no. My dad actually worked a hockey game yesterday, and I think he said it was his second time working a hockey game because my dad's retired. So when my dad, so yesterday was his birthday, but he's got, now that he's the double retired, 27 years in the Air Force, 25 years at the company that he retired from when he immediately got out of the Air Force. So now he's getting 2 big fat pension checks. The house is already paid off. I mean, he's got a classic car in the garage that he brought when it was brand new, the 67 Mustang. He takes that to car shows when he feels like it. So now he just got one of them jobs just to keep busy, to where they'll call him on the weekend and say, you feel like working? And if he feels like working, he'll say yes. If he doesn't, he'll say no. So yesterday he said yes. And then so today he was just chilling. We had a little surprise party for him. And, he had of course, the Super Bowl was on. I don't think anybody of my age and younger, I used to feel so left out when people spoke about the Super Bowl, and people would bring up names and then look at each other, and then they would look at me and say, so what do you think about Joe Blow on his touchdown? I'll be like, well, he looked like he was about to make it. Yeah, he did. He made that. And I'll be, oh, yeah, he did a great job. I'm here bullshitting like I really know something about football. I know how to play football, but hell, I don't even fucking watch the shit. You know what I'm saying? Now I don't have to hide anymore.
Yes. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Yes, it's so wonderful. Yes, it's just a relief. It's just a weight off your shoulders. By the way, Daniel Arola says that Trump made a tweet to congratulate the Kansas City Chiefs. He mentioned the great state of Kansas, except the Chiefs come from Kansas City, Missouri.
Fucking Trump.
Yeah.
That Google machine is a hell of a tool, ain't it, Trump?
Yes.
So you ought to use it fucking sometime. Hell.
Yes. Oh my fucking God. I mean, this is the man who's running the country. This is the people they all hero worship. All these. This is the Great White Hope. That's the oh my fucking God. It's it's the end of the world as we know it. In terms of but Kobe Bryant, aside from the positive aspects of Kobe Bryant, there's something very, very strange about this helicopter crash. Was he irresponsible, do you think? And I heard, and this could be just bullshit where they're just blaming the victim, that he pressured for the helicopter pilot into taking off. It obviously was not good flying conditions. It was in the fog. It should never have taken off. They lacked the instrument they were supposed to have, kind of a GPS system, but beyond, where you can sense the mountains. I mean, this is the greater San Francisco Bay Area and all these areas in California that have these mountains.
He didn't pressure that pilot, because even the sheriff said the sheriff's helicopter and the news helicopters didn't fly into that fog. But then other pilots that have flew Kobe says Kobe would never do that. And a lot of us who are fans of the soul hip hop music era, we remember Aaliyah. That's exactly what she did. She not only pressured her small plane pilot to fly all of her equipment across, in one swoop. There was a bunch of her bodyguards that her 300-pound bodyguards that wanted to get on the plane. And I guess she said, well, I could let 2 of you on. And said, no, man, we need to all go. And all this equipment that you guys are bringing on the plane, this is too much weight for the equipment. Well, we just need to get, there's something that money can fix. The pilot's telling them, for one, in Aaliyah's case, her pilot had already been popped once for cocaine. Mm-hmm. So he was smalling for this smaller airline, and it was one of them things to where he was telling them, no, you can't do this, and no, you can't do that. And they were just saying, hey, we got the money, don't worry about it. Probably one of them bodyguards probably reached in his pocket and threw out a wad of money and tossed it at him and said, here, make it fucking happen. You know what I'm saying? And they crashed in the lake. But, so we kind of learned from that. If the pilot says no, then the answer is no. I mean, throwing a wad of money, now you and the pilot and the wad of money are all at the bottom of the fucking ocean. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So we've learned our lesson about overriding the pilot when the pilot says it's either no, I can't go in the fog, or no, this is too much weight for the aircraft or whatnot. So and other pilots that Kobe flew with had said Kobe had never pressured them in any kind of way to either fly in any fog or to fly with any extra weight more than what they would recommend that would get on their aircraft. So now I've heard something else about Black Mamba. The name Black Mamba. Kobe Bryant was in a lawsuit with some pharmaceutical companies about that name. I don't know what that's about. Maybe somebody in the chat room could
The
elaborate
first thing that
more
comes
on
to my
that.
mind is some kind of Viagra or extends pill. I mean, Black Mamba. The first thing that comes to my mind is an erect phallus.
Right, but I don't know. I don't know why Kobe Bryant would be in a lawsuit with a pharmaceutical company about that name. But that's something I'll look into more, because that's all I have, is that Kobe Bryant was a um, in a dispute with pharmaceutical companies about the name Black Mamba, which is a type of snake. So I don't know whether he was going to use that name, or whether they were going to use that name, or whether it was going to be an energy drink. I don't know. I have no idea what that's about. But other than that, I really haven't looked into anybody who even looks like they're about to say something conspiracy theory. I just pass it up.
Yes,
You
yes,
know.
it's probably for the best, and I thank you for that, and definitely, God bless you. We love you dearly. You've helped take us to the bottom of the hour. It is about probably 12:30 a.m. in the morning now, so get some sleep. Am I right on about the time, Central Time, that you?
That's right. You're correct.
Oh my God. Oh well, you get to bed. Love you dearly as a brother, and we will be speaking again soon enough. You've helped immensely, and I definitely appreciate that. And I'm so glad you got to a place where we can hear you talk, and the sound quality is wonderful. And of course, your insights are deeply valued, and they help bring things into perspective. I'm so sorry to hear that about Alia. Definitely, I'm so sad that she's no longer with us. I'm sorry it happened like that. That's just terrible. And then she was working on that film that they had her brother do her voice for the film because they had scenes of her, but they didn't have her voice, so they had her brother actually do her voice for the vampire film she was filming. That was the
Wow, I didn't know that.
yeah.
Well, they do computer generate him, because he may have like the same accent or the same voice inflections as her, being growing up with her. So what they do, make him computer generate his voice to where he spoke normal, and then it translated his voice to make it sound like his sister's.
I think it was something like that, probably. I never knew the details, but I understood that he was brought in to help complete the film in that sense, because of course she was no longer there, but all of that was just so heartbreaking, but thank you for sharing what you did. I'll cover what I can tonight in the time that I'm willing to stay up, and in the meantime, bless you, and you take care. All right.
All right. Good night.
Yes. Good night, dear Derek. And that was Derek Talley. Wonderful to have him with us. And so January is ending in a storm of news. Trump's impeachment trial is, of course, dragging on. I definitely want everyone to know that I'm obligated to, of course, cover some of that tonight. We are just entering February, to the point where, of course, I'm still in last month in terms of my feelings, and it'll just take a while before I get used to the fact that we are in a new month. And right now, I'm just, how would I say it? Just not too. I'm not missing last month, and I'm enjoying, of course, the fact that we have this wonderful Asian Lunar New Year in my own community. I'm very glad to be participating in it, and I feel so bad for the people in communist China who have been impacted by everything that's happened. That's just been so horrible to destroy that experience for them for this year, and it's just going to wind up hopefully with the positive outcome of dethroning the Communist Party. It's just a party that should have been destroyed long time ago, or overthrown. They may relocate possibly to India, where there's a strong Maoist movement. But for now, we're going to have to work at getting to that point. It's like Brexit. It's really just beginning. And of course, along with Trump's impeachment trial dragging on, the coronavirus outbreak continuing, Brexit has, of course, happened, and it's all happening on the eve of the first 2020 United States presidential contest. Of course, what has been starting in Iowa, which is so important. Now, in terms of the coronavirus, the deadly coronavirus still does not have an official name. No one likes being associated with the notorious virus, so naming one can be a rather fraught political process. Regarding the new virus coming out of Wuhan in China, two things explain as why it is causing so much alarm. One is that it be spreading exponentially. The number of reported cases grew from 282 on January 20th to almost 7,800 just 9 days later. The other is profound uncertainty. Will the new virus become a global disease? And how deadly will it be? Well, we know now the answer to that first question. It is a global disease. Now we just have to find out how deadly it will be. The best guess is that the disease will spread around the world, more so than it already has. Now, it may turn out to be no more lethal than seasonal influenza, but that would still count as a serious threat to public health. A definite answer is weeks, even months away, but public health authorities have to start acting today. It was an unlikely sight that a friend of mine in the Chinese underworld, we were dealing with gathering many of our accomplices from all parts of California, from all over Asian enclaves in the United States and the Western Hemisphere, and of course from across the Pacific, those that were able to come before everything really shut down. And one unlikely sight that was described was by one of our affiliates on Los Angeles public transit en route to ultimately what became one of our latest gatherings. And it was unusual outside of peak fire season, at least, because he saw amid the Lakers jerseys, crying babies, and assorted commuters, 3 people in a single subway car were wearing some form of surgical mask or N95 respirator. Now that was on Wednesday morning of this last week, on a Purple Line train headed downtown Los Angeles. And about an hour before that affiliate of ours spotted the masks on the subway, a State Department chartered jumbo jet had touched down at a Riverside County Air Force Base, 60-some miles to the east. And that plane was ferrying 201 Americans out of Wuhan, China, the inland megacity at the epicenter of this coronavirus outbreak. And the passengers, who had cleared a preliminary health screening during a refueling stop in Alaska, were not under any official quarantine, but they were ordered to stay on the base for a 72-hour hold and were being encouraged to remain there for a fortnight, 14 nights, or 12 weeks, 14 days. More than 6,000 miles across the globe, a quarantine of absolutely unprecedented scope was in place and still is round Wuhan. Chinese authorities have indefinitely barred well over 50 million people, nigh 60 million, across 17 cities from traveling and advised them to stay home to contain the rapidly spreading virus. Now, first detected late last year in Wuhan, this new strain of the coronavirus is known as 2019 NCOV by its scientific categorization. Now, most experts believe that the virus originated in humans by jumping from an animal to a human. Human-to-human transmission has since been confirmed in multiple countries. As of midweek last, the virus had killed at least 170 people and infected well over 7,000. And by then, just 5 cases had been reported in the United States, including 2 in my own golden state nation of Southern California. So, how scared should we be about the coronavirus? Now, I made contact with some of my old connections from the medical industrial complex. During all those years, I worked as a patient advocate, as a senior care provider for my parents in the terminal decade of their lives. And all the doctors I worked with, all the lecturers who presented at UCSF, certain contacts have been maintained. And one of them I know has a master's degree in public health and reported from the 2014 through 2016 Ebola epidemic in West Africa as a medical journalist based on the same lessons I took at UCSF. Nevertheless, this individual, Emily Baumgartner, became a journalist based on her medical education. And in terms of the biggest questions to answer, new viruses simply provide unique challenges. What's tricky about something like this is that you're sort of starting from ground zero, so it's hard to make any predictions on anything when a virus is what they call novel. The scientists are racing to answer a host of questions about this virus, but there's one big question that undergirds many of the others. What is the denominator? In other words, how many total cases are there? The reason that underlies every other question is that you cannot determine the death rate, then you cannot determine what portion of the cases are severe, and then you cannot determine how likely it is to spread and where it's likely to spread if you don't know how many cases there be. So that's sort of the number one question that hundreds of experts are working together to try to answer. Of course, that number itself is also constantly increasing. And with that in mind, where we're here on this side of the Pacific, and where they're going to quarantine everyone in my state, how worried should Californians be? Because we're the front line, and we're your fucking economy. If we go down, America goes down. So, of course, Californians should wash their hands. But that basic tenet of hygiene is all that's required of us, at least at this point. The vast majority of Americans will not be exposed to this virus. If you are not an old person or a person with a compromised immunosystem, there's no reason you should be as worried about coronavirus as you should be about the winter flu. Which is why I say get your goddamn flu shot, even now. Healthcare workers who are working with the TWA patients in California are, of course, at increased risk. Hospitals will need to work to ensure that their institutions don't become places where the infection spreads. But the average person is more than welcome to go to the grocery store without fear. Now, in terms of the government responses in these United States and overseas across the Pacific in communist China, Red China faced global criticism for how the country handled the 2002 through 2003 SARS outbreak. And it has not learned from those mistakes. Now, from the looks of it, China seems to be doing a better job with information sharing on a global level than they did during SARS. Information sharing during the SARS epidemic was catastrophically poor, and the obfuscation of numbers led to a global explosion that many people believe was preventable, had the Red Chinese informed other governments of what they were up against and welcomed help to fight it. Some have critiqued China's slowness in responding to the coronavirus outbreak and not putting travel restrictions in place sooner, but experts are still cautiously optimistic that this response will play out better than the SARS outbreak. Now, we can pray. On Tuesday of last week, the CHICOM, or Chinese Communist authorities, agreed to let the World Health Organization send global health experts into the country to help. But before I got off the phone with her, I had another equally sensitive question for her. The Trump administration has sought to cut all funding to the sciences. With that in mind, do we have any reason to worry about the current strength of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention? She told me it was a question a lot of people have asked, and truthfully, It appears to her that the CDC is as capable as ever to fight this. Despite those very deep funding cuts across the sciences and all healthcare, this administration is very concerned about security and national security. And as a result of that, they're still pretty robust when it comes to fighting pathogens. So she concluded that the CDC is the best in the world and the most equipped agency in the world to fight something like this. But this is also a novel virus, so nobody is completely prepared, and nobody can say for sure that they'll be able to handle it. Now, one among the creepiest true crime tours in America is the Tucson Murders True Crime Tours. The Tucson Murders True Crime Tours provide a historic crime investigation into forgotten lost crimes in Tucson, Arizona. These small private tours are hosted by the Mr. Baron Ben Estenius, a true crime researcher and enthusiast who will personally take us to real historic crime locations related to these crimes in Tucson. Relive these events and hear the untold stories behind the stories. The Baron Ben specializes in the seemingly ever-developing case of the late serial rape killer Charles Howard Smitty Schmid Jr., alias the Pied Piper of Tucson, an aftermath tour. See theunfinishedman.com. At theunfinishedman.com, you'll find excerpts from his book that he's got near publication, if he's not done so already, and he's got scenes there from film documentaries he's been working on. But other cases, such as the strange case of Dr. Morris Brady, the Dr. George Marvin Tejardine case, and the Red Rapist are also within his repertoire, as in fact are all the crimes that shocked the Southwest throughout the 1960s, the very decade I myself entered this vale of tears. These devastating crimes stained the city so deeply, they may never be removed. For tour information, contact thetucsonmurders.com. Tucson is spelled Tucson, Tucson. Put the word "the" in front of it. At thetucsonmurders.com, you can arrange for your tour and that of your family with the Baron Ben Estenius. Or telephone the Baron Ben personally at 1-520/323-3406. Once again, that's 1520-323-3406. I'm going to take a quick look at the live dashboard before I go back to my speaking. And JMO was mentioning healthy distractions use sex instead of news. Yeah, there you go. Well, I hope you can all still hear me. Glad that we've got everybody there that we have. I'm going to just refresh this page as I kind of just check things out and around out in the communications world. Our dear Selena Khan says that people shouldn't be watching the news. She feels there's a lot of subliminal messages that are abound, and I agree with her. I think that there's, but personally, I think keeping track of news, for a lot of you, it's best just to stick with me and you get an arc of narrative behind it that at least puts it in context. Otherwise, just watching news without the arc of narrative, without context, historically or otherwise, none of it makes any sense. And you're just going to find yourself more and more depressed, more and more pissed off. Take a look at Brexit. Let's tend to that. The Brexit fight is officially over. Britain has left European Union. It's leapt into the unknown. Daniel says he's too tired now. He's going to turn in a bit early. Good night, dear Daniel. Love you, brother. And so definitely appreciate where you're coming from. And going to, I hope he heard me when I was reading out what he had sent us from Donald Trump. And that alone was pretty hysterical. So with that, years of political drama have come to a swift anticlimactic end, or it seemed anticlimactic at 11 p.m. London time, but Friday into this weekend, Brexit, at long last, had arrived with the end of this first month of the year. Britain has left the European Union after 47 years of membership, taking a leap into the unknown in a historic blow to the Kingdom in Union. because it will very likely sunder. Not much has changed since 11 p.m. on January 31st, but 48 hours are gone, if that. Yet Brexit has administered a shock. All of my English affiliates, foremost among them that I can name, Jonathan Warrington and George Edward Knight, neither of these men, nor any that I knew in England, advocated this outcome. Most of the changes that Boris Johnson's government favors could have been accomplished sans leaving European Union. Yet now that Brexit is definitely happening, the empire should make the most of the chance to recalibrate the economy and reset its priorities. The last couple of times Britain pressed the reset button, circa 1945 and 1979, the programs that it put in place to create the welfare state and replace socialism with Thatcherism had been thought through as disastrous as certainly the latter played out. There had still been forethought. But this time, there be no plan. Britain needs a blueprint. Because these political wounds will scar. If we have learned anything in recent years, it be that strong political emotions never fade away. Brexit is forever, and it reveals a whole new set of political wounds. As Britain withdraws from European Union, signs of future conflict are already evident. Now, if you were looking into the minutes of the House of Lords, just as the European Union Withdrawal Agreement Bill, the law that finalized Brexit, was wending its way through the final stages of the British legislative process, the debate at time would pause. At supper time, it said, formally speaking, the Lords adjourned during pleasure, which was an interesting way to phrase it. Not quite sure if back in the old days they had a bunch of handmaidens that tended to them during those moments or something. But I do hear the dining room was full as these processes were being tended to. Not always the case in the evenings. Of course, that doesn't mean the formal proceedings attract great interest. At some point, the screens scattered around the room show that the debate resumes. At another point, they show that it ends for the evening. House up. It's not that people were getting out of their seats. And yet at the same time, I'm told that Englishmen knew that the atmosphere had completely changed. Because at that point, members of the House of Commons and the House of Lords were making frantic last-ditch efforts to either to prevent a hard Brexit, as they call it, a departure sans any deal whatsoever with the European Union on terms of separation, or to force one through. Because Prime Minister Bojo, or Boris Johnson's government, lacked a majority. Small groups of people on multiple sides of the argument were able to hold up any decision, either because they wanted to stop Brexit, to accelerate it, or to force the government to call a second public referendum on the terms that had been negotiated with the European Union. Terms that are indeed radically different from what was promised by the Leave campaign circa 2016, at the start of the Russian campaign to make all this happen. All of that be over now. An election was held in December. The Conservative Party's majority is now large and comfortable. And Bojo the Clown, Johnson, the same man who was so dazed by the Brexit result he had campaigned for that he disappeared for several days, will now remain Prime Minister for at least half a fucking decade. A withdrawal agreement has been signed, and Britain left European Union at midnight, Brussels time, of course, on Friday. And that was it. If that argument be over, what happens to all of the bile and bitterness that washed over British politics during the past 3 years? Does polarization ever fade away? Arguments about Brexit broke up friendships and cut through families. The comedian Andrew Doyle, a Brexiteer, opened a column in The Spectator last week by declaring that he was celebrating the new year of going through my iPhone to delete the numbers of former friends. And Remain voters, both of them friends of mine in England, told myself recently that the real shock of the past couple of years was discovering how many of their friends had not just different opinions from themselves, but different values. So different, in fact, that neither John Warrington nor George Edward Knight will ever speak to some of these Brexiteers ever again. Now, about a year ago, I, of course, was trying to analyze both sides. To be honest, it wasn't that much fun. Quite a lot of people now have a strong interest in declaring a permanent end to this verbal and emotional civil war. Johnson declared in a New Year's message that it's time for Britain to move forward united. He wants to talk about jobs, healthcare, infrastructure, anything but Brexit. His quest to shove the whole thing under the carpet will be helped by the fact that, but yesterday, February 1st, the day after Brexit, almost nothing had actually changed. The United Kingdom has entered a transition period during which the rules governing trade, travel, and business stay exactly the same for at least another year. British politicians will stop going to some meetings in Brussels, but most people will feel no impact at all. But not all wounds will quickly heal, even if no one talks about them. A few days after the withdrawal bill went through, people were reflecting on the toxic and corrosive campaign that had sought to label, say for instance, Dominic Greaves a traitor to England last autumn. Now, Dominic Greaves was a Conservative member of Parliament and one of the leaders of the campaign to stop a no-deal Brexit. Greaves is also a former Attorney General whose consensus-seeking small c Conservative instincts once put him exactly in the center of United Kingdom politics. Last September, he was not only thrown out of the Conservative Party, but slammed and smeared by its leaders. An anonymous Downing Street source told newspapers that Greaves and others were under investigation for foreign collusion and used the language that suggested treason. Johnson refused to deny this absurd story, instead telling a news program, "There is a legitimate question to be asked." Greaves got death threats in the days that followed. Greaves is now forced out of formal politics. In the December election, he campaigned as an independent and he lost. But during that campaign, Greaves himself has said he was surprised by how many people, including many he had never met before, volunteered to work for him. They told him that they were appalled by the Prime Minister's vicious tactics, especially Johnson's unprecedented decision at one key moment to suspend Parliament. They were angered by his humbug, especially the lies he told during the 2016 referendum campaign when he promised that Brexit would bring a financial bonanza to the United Kingdom Health Service. It has not, and it will not. Those activists are now politically homeless. They don't belong in Johnson's anti-European Tory party, nor do they yet fit into a Labour Party that has now turned within itself to look for a new leader. The small Liberal Democratic Party has once again demonstrated that it cannot make a mark as a third party in the United Kingdom's first-past-the-post electoral system. Equally forsaken are all of those who worked for the People's Vote campaign, which got thousands of people onto the streets and calling for a referendum to approve the withdrawal agreement. Now, there are, of course, people in England who have had families working for that campaign. Some have been forced to literally leave the country. There's one affiliate I know who had volunteered, now working for a charity in Africa. Another I know who volunteered, who's now unemployed. And for some, the emotions are even stronger. People feel that they've not just lost an election, they've lost their country. In Strasbourg, there was a Seb Dance, a British member of the European Parliament, MEP, who went on record to say that he wasn't sure where he belonged anymore, being quoted as saying, "I'm a Londoner, I'm British, I'm European, but I don't know what it means to be English." The new English nationalist language of Johnson's Tory party didn't just anger Seb Dance, it made him feel alienated from his own home. Jackie Jones, another British member of Parliament from West Wales, member of European Parliament, but sourcing from West Wales, has a German mother and a British father. Far more than a bureaucratic institution, the European Union is, for Jones, the definition of who she be. And since Brexit, she's gone on record to say, "I've had a knot in my stomach the whole time." She has to find a new job and figure out where she belongs. But if we have learned anything in recent years, it be that strong political emotions never fade away. The Occupy movement flared and then seemed to fizzle out until it reemerged in the form of Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign and in the far-left surge that made Jeremy Corbyn leader of the British Labour Party. The anti-European Tories were a fringe group until they took over their entire party, hijacked it, radicalized it, and made it a white supremacist, Russian collaborationist freak show. A circus of the deranged. The kinds of people who marched for the people's vote, worked for Grieve, or became ministers or members of European Parliament are now on the fringes themselves. But they may reemerge as well. Perhaps the next Labour Party leader will find a way to galvanize them. Or perhaps they will end up somewhere else, as climate change activists, for example, or in some role no one has even thought of yet. Nor are former Remainers the only group who now lack a clear political home. The people who hounded Grieve for betraying the will of the people who preferred a hard Brexit, the people who abandoned the Conservative Party in order to vote for the Brexit Party in European elections last year, they too may soon find themselves dissatisfied with the status quo. These are radicals. They wanted to overturn British politics, or at least change it forever. When nothing much happened yesterday, or neither again on the 1st of March, or perhaps not even by October 1st this year, prior elections in America, or potentially even next year, they may also become restless. The impact of Brexit is likely to be slow and incremental, hardly the sudden transformation that the Leave voters wanted. Immigrants will not disappear, and manufacturing will not immediately return to northern English cities. Quite the contrary. A very long, very tangled argument about trade deals is about to unfold, and it will not satisfy the revolutionary avant-garde. In Strasbourg, I saw a record of another kind of potential dissident. Robert Rowland, a member of European Parliament for the Brexit Party, went on record to say that his experience had been he said his experience in European Parliament had been an epiphany. He'd met so many interesting people, had such affable conversations. But his discovery of the reality of European democracy, he also used the words elucidating and enlightening, hadn't given him any second thoughts about Brexit. On the contrary, he's one of the few people whom I've ever heard actually use the phrase Singapore on the Thames in a non-sarcastic manner as a positive description for what he wants his country to become. Low tax, hyper-business friendly, ultra-capitalist. Because this does not remotely resemble anything that Johnson promised during his election campaign. Johnson has hinted at more spending, more services. People like this Roland I saw on YouTube are now politically homeless too. But the greatest potential for discontent is found not in Strasbourg or London, but in the Celtic fringe. The majority of Scots have lost the Brexit argument and are watching their country be redefined as well. They are now ruled by a Conservative Party that is heavily infected by the English nationalist virus and appears to have lost an interest in Scotland. So much so that the popular Tory leader, Ruth Davidson, resigned last summer. The Scottish National Party won 48 of Scotland's 59 seats in Parliament in December, just before we entered this new year. The party dominates the debate in Edinburgh, but has no influence in London whatsoever. Inevitably, the drive for independence, or for some new forms of autonomy, or again for some political status yet unimagined, will grow. In defiance, the Scots have decided not to lower the European Union flag over the Scottish Assembly this Friday into this weekend. An aspiration to be part of something different will be preserved. Northern Ireland faces what might be an even bigger identity crisis. Those in Belfast, a few days after referendum, circa 2016, would attest to this. What they heard repeatedly was, "You forgot about us," and the English really had. The sudden post-referendum realization that the European Union was an important element of peace and stability on the island of Ireland. It guaranteed an open border and allowed people to have two passports and thus two identities, came in as a great shock to Brexiteers. As it became as clear that the protecting that open border was an EU priority, Ireland itself remaining a loyal member of Union, Euro Union, many Tories who had long considered themselves staunch Unionists, supporters of the Northern Irish Protestants and of British Belfast, became remarkably less enthusiastic. One Brexiteer was quoted as saying, "We can't let those people hold us back," referencing the British. A Briton referencing the Irish, saying, "We can't let those people hold us back," or words to that effect. That lack of enthusiasm was reflected in Bojo or Bo Johnson's withdrawal deal, which envisions a customs border in the Irish Sea. Northern Ireland will remain within Europe's single market. The rest of the United Kingdom will diverge. When this arrangement was first proposed 3 years ago, Brexiteer Tories howled that they could never accept such a thing. Now they have quietly acceded. The rumbling of another political earthquake, the possible, eventual, inevitable reunification of Ireland, can now be heard, and not even from that long a distance. So can the faintest whisper that perhaps Britain should now try to persuade Ireland to join Britain outside of the European Union? If you thought Brexit was bitter, a London-backed Irexit campaign would be orders of magnitude more angry. Back to the days of the Troubles, and people killing, abducting each other. Put together, the Scottish and Irish discontent will become the wrecking ball that finally breaks up the United Kingdom. Unless, of course, it can be thrown off by a completely new agenda. Sitting in his own quintessentially English study, the Marquis of Salisbury, a former leader of the House of Lords and the heir to one of England's grandest political families, described to the press that the one he has been contemplating for some time, in terms of solution, the United Kingdom, says he, is in danger of losing consensus. So why not remake it into a real federation? There would have to be an English assembly, perhaps replacing the House of Commons, and a federal assembly, perhaps replacing the House of Lords. There would have to be new conversations about the Constitution, and maybe the courts. It sounds a bit far-fetched. Will any constitutional reform really interest anybody? Until you remember that Lord Salisbury was one of the originators of the idea that Britain should leave the European Union, a subject that only a few years ago didn't interest anybody either. The Brexit campaign was transformed from a fringe eccentricity into a mass movement by a handful of people who decided to make it an argument about identity. Now, Brexit itself has created a whole new set of questions about identity. The next political projects, whatever they are going to be, will take us off by seeking to answer them. Plus, the Brexit story be proxy for the challenges facing the modern nation state itself. It is also a story that does not begin or end at 11 p.m. English time, or Western European time in the proper European reference this latest Friday night, but one that started decades ago and will likely last decades longer. Which brings us to why Britain even Brexited. For decades, the empire has struggled with the challenge facing the modern nation state: how to balance control and influence. The United Kingdom will soon begin the most radical national experiment of the 21st century so far. In fact, it already has. It's called Brexit. And having won a landslide victory, an election victory on a promise to get Brexit done, Bojo the Clown will finally make good on 2016's referendum result. Britain has left the European Union with no easy way back or guarantees about what will come next. Having voted twice for Brexit, the country is finally ready to make the leap, even if it has little idea where it be leaping. This, at least, be the conventional view. In this story, Brexit is essentially an aberration, a decision of epic stupidity, which, at its heart, seeks to reverse the tide of history, pushing mid-sized countries into multinational blocs in order to compete in a world of superpowers. Britannia, in voting to leave the largest and most advanced of all these blocs, has allowed an instant of nostalgic madness to rip it from its moorings, casting it off into the exposed waters of economic isolation at the very moment the rest of the world, led by Donald Trump, is putting up trade barriers. It is a story of a country that has lost control of who it is and where it's even going. But that is only one way of looking at this moment in British history, marking the end of one era and the beginning of the next. There be another perspective, viewing Brexit as a largely conservative act, returning to what remains, after all, the norm for most countries: independent national sovereignty. In this view, shared by some reactionary historians, economists, and politicians, Brexit is primarily about protection from the European Union's radicalism, viewing the bloc's push for ever closer union, manifested most obviously in its single currency, as the aberration of history, turning what was once a confederation of nation-states into federal union. The reality is that both stories contain elemental truths. Brexit is a revolution and a reactionary decision that seeks no immediate break, but that might usher one in anyway. It be an act of British radicalism, no doubt, but one that can readily be understood only within a much wider story of European radicalism. Stand back, and Brexit raises questions far greater than the debates over the rights and wrongs of the referendum decision and Bojo's subsequent prosecution thereof. Brexit is a real-life proxy for some of the most fundamental questions facing all nation-states today: how to remain prosperous and sovereign in a globalized economy, how to maintain the corrective power of national democracy within supranational institutions, and ultimately, how ordinary citizens can retain control over their lives and livelihoods in a world in which more and more areas of life be deemed beyond national political control, whether in regard to trade and tariffs, as in, should Britain embrace free trade, protectionism, or a mix of both, or immigration and national citizenship, as in, who and how many people should be allowed into a country, and when should they receive the same rights as the citizens already there. It be this Brexit story that underpins Britain's exit from European Union, the story of a country that voted to buck the post-war order and take its back control, but has little idea whether that be even possible anymore, or indeed whether it had ever lost control in the first. It is also a story that does not begin or end at the stroke of midnight Central European Time, 11 p.m. British time or Western European time. This last Friday into this weekend, the formal point of rupture, but one that has started decades ago, will be lasting for decades yet to come. Circa August of 1962, a then 79-year-old Clement Attlee rose to his feet in the House of Lords to address the question of Britain's application to join the European Economic Community, the EEC, the European Union's forerunner. Attlee was no ordinary legislator, but the Labour Party's greatest prime minister and a wartime deputy to Winston Churchill. His 1945 government had ushered in a post-war socialist consensus, established the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and clandestinely developed Britain's independent nuclear deterrent. By 1962, however, Britannia was falling behind mainland Europe economically, but still rejected an invitation to join its emerging union. Despite Britain's troubles at home, Attlee remained adamantly opposed to British membership. To Attlee, the prospect of Britain joining the EEC signaled a seismic change in the country's foreign and economic policy. It would prioritize Britain's relationship with Europe over the rest of the world and cede national control for regional influence. To quote his tea from that time, "We are going to be confined in our powers of running our own affairs. It might be right, it may be wrong, but do not make us any mistake. It is entirely different from anything we have had before." In the EEC, he went on, Britain would become a mere appendage to Europe. As Britain held its first referendum on European membership, circa 1975, one Margaret Thatcher, then leader of the Conservative opposition, set out the counter-argument. Thatcher told voters, "If Britain were to withdraw, we might imagine that we could regain complete national sovereignty, but it would, in fact, be illusion. Our lives would be increasingly influenced by the EEC, yet we would have no say in decisions which would vitally affect us." Attlee had raised the question of control. Thatcher had countered with influence. Attlee's objections and Thatcher's response remain as relevant today as they were in 1962 and 1975, except today the Conservative Party's Thatcherite right is leading Britain's Eurosceptic withdrawal from the bloc, not Labour's Attleeite left. In the first few decades of Britain's flirtation with Europe, followed by its full membership in the EEC, opposition to United Kingdom involvement was found on both the left and the right of the political spectrum. This began to change after Thatcher became Prime Ministress. Circa 1988, the President of the European Commission, Jacques Delors, addressed Britain's Trades Union Congress, the country's biggest collection of organized labor, and set off an avalanche that reshaped British politics, endearing Europe to the left and radicalizing conservative Euroscepticism in the process. Dolores had already told the European Parliament that within 10 years, 80% of economic and social legislation in the region would be decided at the European level. He also described the Commission as an embryonic European government. But then in September he visited Britain, winning a standing ovation from union members after urging them to support his bid to build a platform of guaranteed social rights, including the right to collective bargaining. Less than 12 weeks later, addressing the College of Europe in Bruges, Thatcher gave her response. She insisted, "Britain does not dream of some cozy, isolated existence on the fringes of the European community. Our destiny is in Europe as part of the community." Then she delivered her warning. Europe should not suppress nationhood and concentrate power. We have not successfully rolled back the frontiers of the state in Britain, only to see them reimposed at a European level with the European superstate exercising a new dominance from Brussels. Here was the crux of the matter. Europe was no longer a threat to Attlee's socialist consensus. The British political class did feel, but the new Thatcherite consensus. The fear had changed, but the philosophical question was the same. Who held control? Thatcher favored cooperation with Europe, influence within Europe, but not at the expense of control over the basics of statehood, borders, money, and laws. By 1990, Thatcher was out of power, in large part because her fierce skepticism of the moves already underway to establish a single European currency. Yet, only 12 years after her departure, Britain's decision to fix its currency to a European exchange rate collapsed on Black Wednesday amid a run on the pound. 12 decades later, a crisis for the euro itself, even sans British participation, followed by another for the open borders system, would combine to calamitous effect, creating the conditions for Britain's departure from European project altogether. Somewhere along the way, Europe had lost control. What good, then, was British influence? Circa 1992, European leaders took an enormous step. The Maastricht Treaty, creating European Union. No longer a simple community, it now had a common currency, Supreme Court, and Parliament, all governed by the EU's supranational law. As Attlee observed years earlier, whether one saw it as good or bad, there was no doubt that it was radical. Not a United States of Europe, but neither any longer the loose confederation of nation-states that Thatcher had argued for. One, of course, a patchwork quilt which Britain could manipulate and basically play off against each the other to maintain dominance over the continent as they had in the centuries before. Britain did not enthusiastically join with Europe. Rather, it shuffled forward, nervously negotiating key opt-outs, most importantly from the proposed new single currency. Europe was marching on, and Britain could not stop it. The conservative British-American historian Niall Ferguson regards Britain as beginning not with the 2016 referendum, but with this period, in terms of Brexit, with Britannia's decision not to follow much of the rest of the EU into the euro. So, to read is from his works. Britain was an equal and voluntary member of a very loose and voluntary confederation until European leaders tried to turn it into something more like a federation. Brexit was a logical conclusion. Anand Menon, a professor of European politics and foreign affairs at King's College London, agreed, saying that Britain emerged from Maastricht having secured exceptions from those bits of the treaty it most opposed. Yet Maastricht represented a turning point in our relationship with European integration and contributed, albeit indirectly, to our decision to leave. For Thatcher, Maastricht was a historic mistake. In September of 1992, in a speech to the World Economic Development Conference in these United States, Thatcher predicted chaos if the single currency was introduced. She's saying huge sums would then have to be transferred from richer to poorer countries and regions to allow them to take the strain. Even then, unemployment and mass migration across new, now open frontiers would follow, and a full-fledged single currency would allow us no escape hatch. She then laid out the consequences, saying, the growth of extremist parties, battening on fears about mass migration and unemployment, offering a real, if thoroughly unwelcome, alternative to Eurocentrist political establishment. If, in addition, you were to create a supranational European federation, and the people could no longer hold their national parliaments to account, extremism could only grow further. As forecasts go, it was remarkably prescient. But Thatcher was no longer in power. Maastricht had been ratified, and its own remorseless logic left Britannia in a familiar quandary soon thereafter. The treaty crystallized an age-old British dilemma between sovereign control and supranational influence. In joining the club, Britain had chosen influence, yet it had been unable to stop the federal project. Faced with this reality, it reverted to control by sitting out the EU's latest project. But this presented a problem. Britannia was no longer an equal partner, because it did not share the same challenges and interests that had come from a shared currency and open borders. New European institutions, such as the European Central Bank, did not affect Britannia in the same way they affected Germany or France. What if these core European countries began to caucus to control European decision-making? Britain was in a club because influencing that club's decisions was in its economic interest. And yet it had ceded some of that influence by drifting into a half-in, half-out status. Had it unintentionally found itself in the worst of all worlds? Or the best? Circa 1997, Tony Blair was elected Prime Minister, and his answer was simple. Britain needed to get back its influence. It needed to join the euro. In a 2001 speech, Blair declared, like Thatcher, that Britain's future was inextricably linked with Europe. However, he then argued that, to get the best out of it, we must make us the most of our strength and influence within it, and that to do so, we must be wholehearted, not half-hearted, partners in Europe. Britain, Blair declared, had vacated a decisive role in shaping the single currency, and should now join if its own self-imposed economic tests were met. To Blair, the logic of EU membership, influence, meant Britain should join the single currency. Jonathan Powell, Blair's former chief of staff, set out the dilemma to the press. The Blair view, he explained, was that Britain should try to muscle our way into leadership with France and Germany by being at the center of things. But the logical corollary of that is, if we are not going to lead in Europe, then what's the point in being in there at all? You see, Britain has always tried to manipulate Europe. And if it could not do that, it wanted to reject the continent entirely. Despite his overwhelming political force at home, Blair could not persuade even his own colleagues, let alone the country, to support British membership in the euro, and the idea was dropped. Yet the philosophical question had not been answered. If Britain was giving up influence in Europe, what was the point of membership at all? With John Major and Theresa May and David Cameron. According to Jonathan Powell, Blair's former chief of staff, to quote his T, we tried to muddle along in the middle, partly in and partly out, which is the worst of all worlds in some ways. Britain was heading to a crunch, even if few, very few, saw it at the time. Cameron came to power at the height of the EU's first existential crisis, the Eurozone emergency, and won re-election as the Euro entered its second existential crisis over refugees. Both were indirectly caused by events beyond the European Union's own control: the global financial crisis and the Syrian civil war. And yet they were exacerbated by the EU's failure to address the very problems Thatcher had raised circa 1992. The bloc had introduced a monetary union sans a fiscal union and dispensed with all internal controls sans establishing an adequately enforced common outer border first. The inevitable crises became the hair trigger for Cameron's referendum, and the subsequent environment in which he chose to fight it and lost. In December of 2011, that year my mother died, as European leaders gathered in Brussels, the future of the single currency appeared to be hanging in the balance. In the aftermath of the financial crisis and the global recession that followed, a number of EU countries with huge levels of indebtedness were suddenly struggling to finance their deficits, sparking fears of sovereign defaults across the bloc. The crisis had the potential to be catastrophic amid fears of contagion and doubts over the euro's ability to even survive intact. At the summit, EU leaders drew up an emergency treaty to safeguard the currency. But Cameron was unhappy, fearing further consolidation of the Eurozone bloc sans any protections for British interests. Misjudging the mood, Cameron demanded legally binding protections for Britain's financial sector as the price of his support. EU leaders, furious at his behavior, refused, and Cameron played his only remaining card, vetoing the proposed treaty altogether. So European leaders simply organized a separate treaty sans Britannia. London's nightmare had come true. When push came to shove, the Empire had no real influence. The lesson Cameron took from this bruising encounter was that Britain's relationship with the European Union was becoming unsustainable and needed renegotiating. In the book he published after leaving office, he wrote that with the Eurozone crisis, the organization was changing before our very eyes, and our already precarious place in it was becoming harder to sustain. The Eurozone crisis directly led to Britain's exit, a consequence that, while not predicted, was certainly foreshadowed. None of this be to suggest Brexit was inevitable. Decisions were made along the way that contributed to British unease and might have changed Britain's course. Major could have put Maastricht to referendum. Blair could have used the powers available to himself to delay the right of the EU's new Eastern European citizens to move into the United Kingdom. Cameron could have delayed the referendum until the refugee crisis was over. All of these things, or none, might have helped Britain remain in European Union. The core countries of the Eurozone could also have done more to ease Britain's existential, some would claim reasonable, concern that had given up sovereign control, that it had done so, rather, Britannia itself had relinquished sovereign control and might therefore be losing the influence to protect itself inside the bloc as well. Those countries could also have avoided only half building a federal state. Yet, once again, all of these crises and policy decisions did not happen in a vacuum. Each British Prime Minister faced the same dilemma of balancing control and influence. Blair landed on influence and being a full member, only to see the politics change as his lack of control over immigration policies led to a huge influx of workers moving to Britannia. Cameron and Major, in contrast, favored regaining control, only to see British influence in Europe wither, and the subsequent gales blow across the Channel anyway. Britain had some control and some influence, but not enough of either to feel comfortable. During the closing debate of the referendum campaign circa 2016, broadcast live on the BBC and filmed in front of 6,000 viewers at Wembley Arena in London, Boris Johnson was given the job of making the final pitch for the Leave campaign. And he declared, "If we vote Leave, we can take back control of our borders. of huge sums of money, of our tax-paying powers, of our trade policy, and of our whole lawmaking system, the democracy that is the foundation of our prosperity. It was the final rallying cry of the Brexiteers and echoed the slogan that had been hammered home repeatedly throughout the campaign: "Take back control!" "Take back control" has since entered the pantheon of campaign slogans known and repeated by voters sans prompting. It be derided by those who oppose Brexit on the grounds that it be fundamentally misleading, that the control offered by national sovereignty be a chimera when it really means a loss of influence over the economic forces that will affect the country anyway. The age-old debate continues. Still, the slogan worked. The argument of the Leave campaign that Britain had ceded control of its own fortune sans gaining any real influence appeared to be supported by real-life events, the Eurozone and migration crises. The opposing campaign offered voters the classic influence argument that Britain was stronger in European Union. Nationwide, however, voters chose control. It is for this reason that conservative historians such as Ferguson argue that Brexit is not radical, that it is in effect pressing pause on change that is happening sans your consent, not pushing for dramatic change yourself. In other words, reactionary, static. Stop the train, the bus, the boat, the plane. I just have to get off. Yet in no real sense is Brexit not radical. Britannia did not have to leave European Union when it did. There was no great crisis affecting it. The irony being that the country had quarantined itself from the worst of the refugee and Eurozone crises by retaining control of its borders and its currency. This is not to say that the decision to leave was wrong or right, simply that it was the most radical of the options to regain control available at the time. David Willits, a former Conservative MP or Minister of Parliament, a Thatcherite, and an early Eurosceptic who has since come out in favor of remaining in the European Union, stated that Britain had, before 2016, negotiated its way to the best of both worlds, inside the EU but not the Euro, which was true. And it'll never get a deal like that again, and its fears of Eurozone countries caucusing against it never materialized. Britain was not a passive victim, but a powerful actor within the club. Yet one man's best of both be another's worst of all. While Brexit is undoubtedly radical, the immediate consequences be unlikely so. The likelihood is that there will be a slow drag on British growth, which may or may not be compensated for by subsequent domestic reforms and new international trade agreements. This will not be the case if Britain and the European Union fail to agree to terms on a trade deal. As most have noted, it's a slow puncture more than a car crash. No one should delude themselves that this will be easy. But the cost may not be violent disruption. It will be a loss of growth relative to a putative path if Britain had been in. Ordinary people will not care or notice. Ultimately, the fundamental tools required to build a prosperous economy remain largely in the British government's control: taxes, infrastructure, education, and the ability to innovate. Perhaps Britannia will not lose those tools or use them to best result, but it can, conceivably. The reality being that Brexit is both radical and conservative. It be a shift that has no real precedence in all modern history, and whose ultimate wisdom, or otherwise, will remain forever disputed and likely judged largely in comparison to the very bloc it has just left and the decisions the European Union makes free of British influence. Britain may not be able to influence the EU's direction anymore, a reality that may soon preoccupy those in power in London, but the empire's prospects remain largely in its own control, just as they were before. And within the nation of Britannia, Britons were divided over whether to even celebrate. The Brexiteers wanted Big Ben to toll. The opposition called for protests and vigils. But at 11 p.m. on Friday, the hour before midnight on the continent, where the severance occurred on the continent at stroke of midnight, Britain was an hour behind and a pound sterling short, leaving European Union into that cold night. And Big Ben did not bong. 'Tis too expensive. But the United Kingdom seceded from its defining economic and political relationship of the past half century. Hardcore Brexit backers wanted Big Ben to bong on January 31st at midnight Brussels time, 11 p.m. Greenwich Mean Time, to mark the hour Britain left European Union. They set up fundraisers to bring the clock out of refurbishment for the historic occasion, with the largest amassing £272,000 sterling, or about $356,217 United States. Then their hopes were dashed. Though Prime Minister Boris Johnson first floated the idea, the government had made no plans and Parliament has no mechanism even by which to even accept donations. A face-saving projection of a giant clock on 10 Downing Street, a light show around Whitehall, and Union Jacks flown at Parliament Square were arranged instead. The bungled plan might have been a blessing. The 43 months since Brits voted 51.89% leave to 48.11% remain has sunk 12 prime ministers and left the country divided and exhausted. Voter fatigue helped Bojo the Clown's, or Boris Johnson's, Get Brexit Done campaign secure a decisive and divisive election win. But yestermenses, or at this point, the month before yestermenses, or last month, December of last year. The government recognizes that Brexit remains toxic. Downing Street once pledged to stop using the word. Apart from small changes. Issuing blue passports instead of the EU's burgundy ones, and a new 50p commemorative coin, the UK will maintain nearly all aspects of EU membership, including trade arrangements and freedom of movement, during the transition period that runs until December 31st, this 2020th year in our Lord. Johnson will thus spend the next 11 months trying to strike a free deal, or a free trade deal, with the European Union. European leaders say the timeline be impossible. Johnson has ruled out an extension. Close to 50% of the United Kingdom's exports go to European Union, contributing up to 15% to the domestic economy, which means the United Kingdom has a fundamentally weak negotiating position. Failure would lead to trade under WTO, or World Trade Organizational terms. In effect, the dreaded no-deal Brexit we've heard about for 3 long years. Johnson famously drafted 12 columns ahead of the 2016 referendum, one backing Leave and the other Remain, and settled on the former. He will now be basking in the post-Brexit afterglow. Big Ben, it seems, will return to service circa 2021. But the bell may toll for Boris's EU trade deal sooner than that. In Parliament Square, under the silent clock, Nigel Farage, the country's most influential populist politician since Oswald Mosley, headlined a Brexit celebration event. The invitation to the rally asked people to come in good voice and sing some patriotic songs and bring along as many Union flags as they can to wave in patriotic display of pride. Since the referendum, circa 2016, Brexiteers have sought to characterize leaving European Union as an emancipatory act, an Independence Day for a country that once ruled the largest empire in all human history. In March of 2019, but yesteryear when Brexit was first supposed to have taken place, Boris Johnson had resigned from the government. He so ruined that it was meant to be the week when church bells were rung, coins struck, stamps issued, and bonfires lit to send beacons of freedom from hilltop to hilltop. Johnson summoned an image of faithful farm workers, weaving through the moonlit lanes of Sussex, half blind with scrumpy, singing Brexit shanties at the tops of their voices and beating the hedgerows with staves. Now that this Shakespearean rhapsody has come to pass, Brexit Day was muted by comparison, as Prime Minister Bojo celebrated with a low-key party in Downing Street. Some Remainers have pledged not to handle a new 50-pence coin commissioned by the government to mark this occasion. The whole thing feels fairly peevish, that is to say, properly British. But what will Brexit Britain be really like? What will Brexit Britain actually be like? At the moment it happens, Britons have ceased to be citizens of European Union. Until the end of this year, this 2020th year in our Lord, however, the country is officially in a transition period, while it negotiates a future trading relationship with the Euro bloc, so nothing will immediately change. On the surface, the second phase of the Brexit talks may well resemble the first. The EU will play hardball, led by its arch-rational lead negotiator, Michel Barnier. Of France, Michel Barnier, the arch-rationalist. And there will be periodic spasms in Westminster, as Bojo's government figures out how to respond. But a larger, subtler process of divergence has already begun. Brexit has always been fascinating to me because it contains a genuinely difficult question. Will a country like Britannia be better off trying to navigate the challenges of the 21st century deeply embedded in an international bloc, or out on its own, with greater freedom to maneuver and, in theory, listen to its population? Circa 2000 AD, Danny Roderick, an economics professor at Harvard, first described what he has since called his impossibility theorem, in which the nation-state, democracy, and global economic integration be mutually incompatible. He thus writing that we can have at most 12 these three things. Britain's 47-year membership of the EU turned out to be a case study in the impossible. Circa 2016, a narrow majority of voters chose what they perceived to be democracy and sovereignty over the economic logic of being part of a huge supranational market. Last October, at the Conservative Party conference in Manchester, Stephen Harper and Tony Abbott, the former Prime Ministers of Canada and Australia, made the case that Brexiteers often like to make, that there be no reason why the United Kingdom, with its economy, its history, its language, should not be able to flourish alone, like the Japanese Empire, or the South Korean Republic, or even New Zealand. Dominic Cummings, the campaign director of Vote Leave, now Johnson's senior advisor, oftentimes quotes David Deutsch, the celebrated physicist, who sees the nation-state as better equipped to correct itself in a complicated world than a vast, slow-moving entity like the EU. Deutsch having said, "Error correction is the basic issue, and I can't foresee the EU improving much in this respect." But it'd be striking that these arguments are almost always made by those who wish to shrink the state, or, in Cummings' case, redesign it altogether. A long time ago, it was common for British politicians on the left, such as Jeremy Corbyn, to denounce European integration as a project that mostly benefited the bloc's richest countries and their largest corporations. But in the 21st century, European Union has been a steady advocate for human rights, action on climate change, digital privacy, and the rules-based international order, even when that has proved awkward for its members. Yester Septimania, around last week with an 80-seat majority in the House of Commons and Brexit Day in sight, Johnson's government removed an amendment to protect unaccompanied child refugees coming to the United Kingdom from the legislation that will finally set Britain free. Margaret Thatcher was one of the architects of the EU's single market. She positioned Britain as a free-trading entry point to the more regulated economies of mainland Europe. You don't have to be Henry Kissinger to see that the obvious course for Brexit Britain is to try to become, in some form, an offshore competitor. Earlier this month, Sajid Javid, the Chancellor, who be a former derivatives trader for Deutsche Bank, told the Financial Times that there will not be alignment with many European Union goods regulations in the future. Since the 80s, successive British governments have had a remarkably relaxed attitude to foreign companies playing vital roles in the economy or owning critical pieces of infrastructure. The United Kingdom's busiest airport, Heathrow, is owned by an international consortium led by a Spanish company and the Qatari government. Its busiest port, Felixstowe, belongs to a Hong Kong investment firm. On January 28th, the government gave its approval for Huawei, the communist Chinese technology company, to help build Britain's new 5G or fifth-generation cell phone network, over the objections of the United States government and other security partners. Brexit is oftentimes characterized as a populist rebellion against the forces of globalization, but the reality of life outside the European Union means that they will probably only accelerate. Things that be distinctive, British, and publicly owned, like the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company, will be most vulnerable. This week, the national broadcaster, which be under threat from streaming services and ideological opponents in the Conservative Party, announced that it will cut 450 jobs from its news division. Brexit Britain won't be unrecognizable. Since 2017, many, or mainly under the influence of Michael Gove, Johnson's wingman during the referendum, the country has committed itself to an ambitious environmental agenda. Yesteryear, Britain passed legislation to reduce its carbon emissions to net zero by 2050. Like Theresa May before him, Johnson plans to inject billions of pounds into the National Health Service, the final great edifice of the British welfare state. Last December, the Conservatives won their decisive election victory with the help of constituencies in Northern England, which have traditionally voted for Labour, but which backed Brexit. Since then, Johnson's government has promised to level up economic prosperity in the United Kingdom by signing off on ambitious infrastructure projects such as HS2, a high-speed rail link that is forecast to cost more than £100 billion. As far as I can see, the signs point to a kind of hybrid nation, more welcoming to foreign capital, but more hostile to foreign people, greener but more conservative, freer on the world stage, but much the weaker. There will be shiny totems, a few new trains and hospitals, but the general safety net for most citizens, in terms of all their rights and benefits, will be cut away. Brexit has always been a mythical endpoint, which means that governments will be able to justify a great variety of things, atrocities, in its name. It'd be the perfect project for Johnson, the most flexible of prime ministers. More than anything, the enterprise appears unstable. The most obvious tensions will be geographic. In December, the people of Northern Ireland and Scotland voted overwhelmingly for anti-Brexit parties. This month, or Just last month, by days agone, the United Kingdom's devolved assemblies in Belfast, Cardiff, and Edinburgh all rejected the government's legislation to take Britain out of European Union. Votes that were ignored in London, which is itself not a Brexit city. As the Irish columnist Fintan O'Toole wrote in The Guardian on Sunday, I can't remember whether it was today or Sunday last. I do know I saw it, maybe it was this morning, but I was coming down from a high at that point, and the chronology has since been skewed, but I do remember his words, which were that while Johnson likes to talk of 31st January as this pivotal moment in our national story, there is neither a settled nation nor a shared story. Britain was a deeply divided country before 2016, and it led to Brexit. And what will be the next rupture is all that we can ask. Well, that will be the rupture in that special relationship. A weaker post-Brexit Britannia is looking to America, and good fucking luck with that. The titans of Brexit have a tendency to gush over Britain's bond with America. Before the referendum circa 2016, Bojo the Clown, now Prime Minister, then Mayor of London, predicted that outside of European Union, the thriving British would be even better and more valuable allies of the United States. Britain's relationship with America had long been special, as enthused by Liam Fox as Trade Secretary circa 2018. But Brexit provided a once-in-a-generation opportunity to raise it to a new level. Yet in the week that Britain actually has left European Union, it finds itself at loggerheads with America on tax, trade, and technology. If the British government persists with plans for a digital services tax that would hit tech giants, America has said it will retaliate with punitive tariffs on British car exports. And despite heavy American lobbying and suggestions that the country's intelligence sharing could be at risk, Bojo decided on January 28th to allow West Britain to buy 5G telecoms, fifth generation telecoms kit from Huawei of Communist China. Mike Pompeo, America's Secretary of State, has warned against letting Red China control the Internet of the future. The European Union is breathing a sigh of relief. Its weight is off its shoulders. The United Kingdom has left European Union, and the implications for our world are huge. Now then, let me take a quick look around the internet, kind of find out where people are. Looking like everyone seems to be doing well enough. Our man George Knight says, "Sorry, Douglas. I was up for an hour listening, then fell asleep. In the gym right now. We'll review the rest of the transmission. I'll talk to you soon, my hero. Love you with all my heart." I love you with all my heart too, brother. Wonderful human beings. And just now, of course, he's coming aware of the that I was talking about Brexit, probably. And Brexit, of course, has now happened. After 1,316 days of political turmoil, the United Kingdom now stands alone as the first nation to have ever left European Union. It has ended the careers of 12 prime ministers and left the very future of the United Kingdom itself in question. Scotland's case for independence is becoming harder to ignore, while Britain's perceived selling out of Northern Ireland has played into the hands of those wishing to see Irish unification. And that's just the politics. Britain's economic future and place in the world have not been this uncertain since the end of World War II. Speaking to the nation an hour before Brexit finally happened, Prime Minister Boris Johnson acknowledged that the country was divided. He's saying, "For many people, this is an astonishing moment of hope, a moment they thought would never come. And there are many, of course, who feel a sense of anxiety and loss. I understand all those feelings. And our job as government, my job, is to bring this country together now and take us forward. Now, Johnson has political capital to spend. His electoral landslide but yesteryear means he has the power to start rebuilding the United Kingdom in his own image. Grotesque that image be. It also means he can remold the country's position on the international stage. And in a world of shifting geopolitics, whatever path Johnson decides to walk will have implications beyond Britain's borders. The key question that needs answering in the next 11 months: will the UK stick with its European neighbors and their multilateral view of the world? Or will it drift across the Atlantic and team up with an increasingly confrontational American foreign policy? Why 11 months? Because according to the deal Britannia signed with the European Union, this Brexit transition period ends on December 31st. And whatever deal the two parties have reached on their future relationship, if any, kicks in. Mark Leonard, director of the European Council on Foreign Relations think tank, says that Johnson faces a huge strategic choice. For decades, the foundation of British foreign policy has rested on two pillars. The United Kingdom has been an influential member of the European Union. It is also part of the Transatlantic Alliance, with NATO and the United States at its core. In an ideal world, post-Brexit Britain would now be free to forge new economic relations with both the European Union and these United States, whilst maintaining a diplomatic equilibrium that allows it to be a power broker between the twain. But as Trump's America drifts further from the European agenda and on so many big issues, from climate change to Iran engagement with China, any decision Johnson makes favoring one party risks straining relations with the other. Johnson is already attempting to navigate the Red China minefield that stretches across Europe. The European Union's China problem be acute. On one hand, stagnating European economies benefit from Chinese investment. On the other, that investment comes with the potential security risk of allowing state-owned Chinese companies to operate in Europe. And that has implications for Europe's intelligence-sharing allies, such as the United States. Earlier this week, Johnson's government decided that it would allow the Chinese telecoms firm Huawei to build part of the United Kingdom's 5G network, despite serious security concerns. The government said Huawei's role in the project would be restricted to areas that meant it wasn't a risk to the United Kingdom. One person unlikely to be happy about this be President Donald Trump himself. In his economic war with China, Trump is looking for friends. As the United Kingdom leaves the European Union, desperate to sign trade deals, especially with the United States, he seized an opportunity to pull the United Kingdom into his orbit. Trump seemed distracted as the news broke on Tuesday, and it's possible that London's assurances were enough for the president. However, Johnson chooses to handle the Huawei issue going forward. Officials in both Brussels or D.C. will be paying very close attention. And whatever decisions he takes, it creates an immediate short-term problem for Europe's own power balancing act between the United States and Red China. The EU's top priority is balanced relations between the big twain, China and America, says Steve Blockmans, head of foreign affairs at the European Center for Policy Studies, himself concluding that if the UK has a closer relationship with either, it could create problems for Europe. Europe also has a complicated problem or relationship with Russia. Many EU nations rely on Russian investment and natural resources. But Europe has led a sanctions charge on Russia for its illegal annexation of Crimea and alleged state-sanctioned attacks on Russian dissidents living in Europe. Arguably, the most high-profile of these cases was the poisoning of Sergei Skripal in England. Russia has, of course, denied involvement. Johnson was British Foreign Secretary at the time and was quick to identify Moscow, driving a push for the international expulsion of Russian diplomats. That was then. During last year's election, Johnson made big spending promises to the public he now leads. Russian investment could help make ends meet, given that the City of London be a favored destination for all wealthy Russians. And, of course, making it their homeland. A clampdown, to read from Blockman's work, a clampdown on assets that are held or transferred through the city is crucial to maintaining a common European stance. Johnson's advisors assume he will stick to his hard line on Russia, but there be long-term concerns in Eastern Europe. If he budges even slightly, it causes problems for Ukraine, whose independence from Russia be an EU priority. Sarah Lean, an associate fellow at the Royal United Services Institute, says that Brexit creates uncertainty over what resources the UK will have to maintain its position on Eastern Europe. While the UK remains committed to supporting Ukraine, Kiev's concern is that, given the possible economic impact from Brexit and the perceived blow to the UK's reputation as a strong foreign policy director, Britain might be unable to support Ukraine in the same way. Johnson's policy shifts could be subtle, but they will color a complicated picture in the international community. A big economy with serious diplomatic power, nudging in one direction shifts the weight in a delicate balancing act. The most complicating factor in all of this, of course, is the unreliable figure currently occupying the White House, who happens to be up for re-election in November. The New World Order will largely be determined by how successful Trump is in his attempts to reshape the world to America's advantage, and, of course, if he's still in the White House this time next year. According to Leonard, the UK is leaving the EU at a time when Trump is trying to renegotiate the transatlantic relationship as he pivots his attention from Europe and the Middle East to competition with China and Asia. It's no secret that Trump's priority with Brexit is a trade deal that could buck global norms on food standards and the regulations of machines. Doing so would present the United States with the opportunity to set precedents in trade that were previously unthinkable, and could even see a hike in global drug prices. For Johnson, a trade deal with Washington would be a political prize, proving that Brexit had been worth it all along. However, a wide-ranging deal with America could damage the UK's relationship with the European Union. Leonard says that Trump, unlike presidents before him, is much more transactional in his dealings with other nations. The price of cozying up to him could cost Johnson big with European allies. So, what will he do? Gaston believes that Britain will ultimately operate as a mid-tier military power with top-tier assets in soft power, diplomacy, and development. The big question is, what global status does Johnson want the UK to have 5 years from now, when Brexit be done and dusted? Now, of course, that's where Leonard concludes that there's a danger that as Britain leaves the EU, it puts getting trade deals above all else, and will not be a big strategic player as it becomes obsessed with bilateral relationships. As Foreign Secretary, Johnson didn't say much about how he saw the New World Order. as the UK moves into its brave new future. The world is still in the dark as to exactly who will benefit from its considerable heft. And while some claim that this won't matter, it's not a view shared by those at the helm of many world powers. If Johnson does not decide to move further from Europe, or if he does, there's a danger from a European perspective that Britain could become a disruptor, a bit like Turkey or Russia, that tries to divide and rule different European countries, and is not reliable, and is unpredictable. And if Britannia does drift across the Atlantic towards America, Brussels could soon miss having one of the world's loudest diplomatic voices, with nuclear weapons, a big economy, a world-class intelligence network, and a permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council firmly in its ranks. Now, that, of course, brings us to the fact that Brexit Britain is going to face the gunboats. Securing a trade deal with the United States could require foreign policy concessions. The United States President Donald Trump's philosophy on trade rules could prove a headache for the post-Brexit United Kingdom. As Britannia readies to leave the world's largest trading bloc and step out onto the global battlefield, it faces one major problem. United States President Donald Trump has changed the rules of engagement. Where previous American leaders tended to keep talks about economic policy and national security separate, at least between allies, Trump be unapologetic about making one conditional on the other. The commander-in-chief refuses to trade with those who do business with his enemies, threatens his friends with tariffs if they fail to sign up to his foreign policy objectives, and invokes arguably spurious security complaints to trigger trade wars with fellow Western states. It's the bully boy style, says Barry Gardner, the British Labour Party's shadow international trade secretary. Trump, he said, be telling allies, we can either be nice or we can be nasty to you. If you want us to be nice, this is what you have to give us. That puts UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson, who has placed the United States at the top of his trade deal wish list, in a difficult position as he tries to chart a new course for the country as an independent trading partner after Brexit. At stake is not only Britain's economic outlook, but its position on the global stage. When will London align itself with the heartburn issues like Iran? And, of course, the use of Chinese-manufactured 5G technology. And at what cost? And that brings us back to Bully Boy. Trade-offs on foreign policy are arguably a normal part of bilateral negotiations, including on trade. From British gunboat diplomacy off the coast of China in the 19th century, to American sanctions against Iran and Cuba in the 20th. Countries often have brought out the big guns to defend commercial interests. But, at least among allies, there was an effort to keep up appearances that the two issues were treated separately. Trump's approach since coming to office has entirely changed the rules. Officials and experts both agree. As tensions between Tehran and Washington escalated following Washington's decision to leave the Iran nuclear deal circa 2018, Trump took to Twitter to pile pressure on European countries, saying, anyone doing business with Iran will not be doing business with the United States. Less than a year after Trump ended sanctions, waivers for a handful of countries, including Japan and South Korea, because they continued to buy oil from Iran. The overt pressure campaign took many by surprise. Professor Malcolm Chalmers, the Deputy Director General of the Royal United Services Institute, the RUSI, has stated, I don't recall a single example of that in the post-Cold War period. It has since become a seemingly inescapable part of the American president's foreign policy strategy. Now, earlier last month, yesterday, Trump issued a fresh threat to slap tariffs on European cars if Germany, France, and the United Kingdom refused to pay. I forget. What was he threatening? He wanted them to pay something. I would say that when it comes to what Trump was doing, it was one of those things where he was again simply trying to take total control and wound up, of course, alienating everybody again. Yes, the United Kingdom refused to trigger a dispute resolution mechanism under the Iran nuclear accord. And because of that, Trump was going to slam tariffs on European cars to both Germany and France in the hopes they would pressure London and that they themselves would feel pressured by London in turn to vote Trump's math. The British government insisted the decision to trigger said mechanism was taken independently of any threats, but did not deny Trump had made the gambit. Meanwhile, Richard Goldberg, a Trump ally and former White House aide, took to the airwaves in Britain itself to warn Johnson that refusing to back the U.S. president on Iran could scupper his hopes of striking a transatlantic free trade deal after Brexit. Now, Goldberg, an ex-member of the White House National Security Committee, told the BBC, "It's absolutely in Johnson's interest and the people of Great Britain's interests to join President Trump with the United States to realign your foreign policy away from Brussels and to join the maximum pressure campaign to keep us all safe." So that brings us to what was said by a British defense industry boss, who said, "There be great clarity now that you can choose who you trade with at your peril. I'm sure it's always been there as an undercurrent, but I think it is simply becoming more and more overt." Well, besides using trade as a battering ram to push his national security objectives, Trump has also invoked national security concerns to pursue his trade objectives. The president has long railed against what he called trading imbalances with some of the United States' largest trading partners. But when he announced double-digit tariffs on steel and aluminum imports circa 2018, hitting trading partners round the world, including Canada, Mexico, and the European Union, he cited national security as the main motivation, flanked by metal workers, holding hard hats at a White House announcement event. Trump said, "Strong steel and aluminum industry are vital to our national security. Absolutely vital. Steel is steel. You don't have steel, you don't have a country." Now, Trump is not the first to exploit the national security clause in World Trade Organizational rules to breach obligations to that global body. Russia did so in a case against Ukraine, while Qatar and the United Arab Emirates also ended up locked in a national security dispute. But both cases were born out of direct conflict of some kind. The war in Ukraine and support for extremism in the Middle East, respectively. So, the Trump tariffs invoked the national security loophole in a purely business case, a move that was tenuous at best. Trump sought to broaden the definition beyond being in any which way useful for its original purpose. So said David Tinline, the former advisor to World Trade Organizational Director General Roberto Azevedo. The move raised fears, Tinline said, that blatant exploitation of the clause in, the law book there, the European Union manual, World Trade Organizational manual, that basically this sentence could be a nuclear button move for the trading system. This sentence of that was exploited by Donald Trump about what advantages he was trying to get at that time. So you could remove, as Trump was trying to do, a vital safeguard in international relations that prevents economic disputes escalating into potentially much bigger problems. Now, Trump has also pulled out the national security card in his battle against Huawei, piling pressure on countries not to allow the Chinese firm to build 5G infrastructure networks. Australia, New Zealand, and Japan have all imposed outright bans, while Britannia, France, and Neue Deutschland, or the new United Germany, have agreed to some level of regulation but so far resisted excluding the Chinese company outright. Now, Johnson has suggested he might roll back some of the restrictions imposed by his predecessor, a move that has sparked a frenzy of lobbying from the White House and a warning that Washington could scale back its intelligence sharing with Britain if it allows access to Huawei. All of this be very high stakes. Trump's willingness to make a trade agreement conditional on security and foreign policy these demands put the United Kingdom in a particularly vulnerable position. For Johnson, who has peddled visions of a powerful global Britain free to strike trade deals with partners across the world, the stakes of a potential fallout with Washington be high. A trade deal with the United States is widely seen as the first test of the United Kingdom's power outside European Union, and of Johnson's ability to deliver on his promises. There will be tangible benefits to the United Kingdom's decision to leave the world's most powerful trading bloc and strike out on its own. Gardner, the shadow international trade secretary, has warned, the trouble here is that because of the domestic political situation, there will be a propensity for Prime Minister Johnson to want to show that he has achieved a deal and that it can open up certain new opportunities for the United Kingdom. And he may well pay a very heavy price that is exacted by the United States in return for that. Trump is someone who will use every bargaining chip possible, including foreign policy and security policy. The United Kingdom has to be careful in its negotiations with Washington. Now, Angus MacNeil, an anti-Brexit former chair of the International Trade Committee in the United Kingdom, House of Commons, said Trump will have Britain exactly where he wants it in trade talks. The Scottish National Party MP said, what Donald Trump wants to see is the end of the EU and the vassalization of any part of it into his orbit. Inevitably, the UK will not have any big sticks to take us on something that's 10 times its size, so he can pick the United Kingdom off very easily. Now, for Johnson, the question will be what he be willing to sell off for the short-term political gain of being able to boast that he clinched a deal with Washington. A Ministry of Defense official said, the UK will have to decide whether or not major bits of its foreign policy and domestic policy gets dictated by the United States. Some observers will probably point out that it already is to fair degree. The United States will be the most forward in terms of saying, if you want that to happen, you have to do this. So that brings us to the military question. Britain's exit from European Union will also make it the weaker party of the so-called special relationship with Washington when it comes to long-standing military cooperation. A recent analysis by the Ministry of Defense found the United States investment in the United Kingdom Armed Forces was worth around £4 billion a year, amounting to nearly 10% of the United Kingdom military budget. The money goes to things like the use of American bases around the world, training programs, joint deployments, and United States investment in British military funding. The United States also leases the missiles on the Trident nuclear weapon to the United Kingdom and runs their servicing and testing, giving Washington a crucial hold over Britain's ultimate deterrent. Trump is likely to milk this for all it's worth in any trade negotiations, as experts have said. As for the defense official, he responded by saying, "It will be bloody tough. If you're looking at basically taking away parts of the £4 billion sterling benefit to United Kingdom defense at home and overseas, then you could have big problems ahead." So the United Kingdom should prepare to fight wars sans its closest ally, as United Kingdom Defense Secretary Ben Wallace said earlier this month, amid fears Trump could continue to pursue an even more isolationist foreign policy. He told the Times, "We are very dependent on American air cover and American intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance assets. We need to diversify our assets." Now, Chalmers, the RUSI Deputy Director, if I remember correctly, the RUSI was an acronym for, oh my God, what was it for? I'm going to have to rack my brain for that one. The Royal United Services Institute. It's the think tank for defense and security studies, sometimes still referred to by its pre-2004 name, the Royal United Services Institution, British defense and security think tank that was founded in 1831 by the Duke of Wellington, Sir Arthur Wellesley, as I remember. So, hey, I've still got it in me, I'm glad to say. And with that in mind, let me try and gather my thoughts yet again as I watch the clock just move forward and try to regain my own sense of bearing as the night goes late and we go into morning. Now, as the RUSI Deputy Director, Chalmers, was saying, he says it's I think it's a real concern that President Trump, with his deal-making approach to international affairs in relation to allies, creates a very strong impression. He states directly, in many cases, that he needs something in return for providing security guarantees. Well, in the month before yestermenses, Trump refused to commit to defending any NATO ally that fails to spend 2% of its gross domestic product on defense, and suggested he could raise tariffs to incentivize action. So Chalmers has added since then that that's a really profound worry, because it means that at any moment the security framework, which allies thought they could rely on, becomes subject to economic conditionality, which can change from month to month. Of course, others are more optimistic that shared security concerns, which they say go beyond immediate foreign policy goals, will hold the partnership together and protect a trade deal from falling apart over different approaches to foreign policy. Former International Trade Secretary Liam Fox said, "Our security relationship with the United States be dependent upon the sharing of intelligence, the gathering of intelligence, as well as the sharing of capabilities, not least in nuclear technology. It's not easy to disaggregate, actually. Now, it's decision time." Johnson can best navigate the new transactional relationship with the United States. Well, how he can do so remains an open question. Such as, will he contract out part of his foreign policy to the United States president in return for the prize trade deal? Or can he match Trump in his aggression and play the bully to get what he wants from other nations, particularly smaller economies around the globe? Labour Party leadership hopeful Lisa Nandy has argued that Britain should be bullish with other nations around the world on climate, arguably the ultimate national security issue, as it shapes its future trade policy. Last week, she told an audience in London, "As we look to forge new trading alliances across the world, we will need to make choices. We should be clear now. We will refuse to agree any trade deal with a country that has not ratified the Paris Agreement. Now, her comment was a clear swipe at Donald Trump, who began the formal process to quit the climate deal in November of yesteryear, but the month before last, by this time, I believe. But taking a page out of Trump's own playbook can backfire, as former Prime Minister Theresa May found out the hard way, when she threatened the EU with a more limited security partnership if the bloc refused to play ball on trade. Amid fierce blowback, she was forced to row back on her comments and confirm the United Kingdom was unconditionally committed to maintaining Europe's security. Now, others argue us that once the United Kingdom has left European Union, it will not have the power to try to push around economies that be bigger than itself, and shouldn't even bother trying. Now, McNeil, the Trade Committee chair, has been quoted as saying, "If you want a trade deal with America, you're going to have to sign up on American terms." Now, Chris Southworth, the Secretary General of the United Kingdom International Chambers of Commerce, has said, "Quite frankly, if we say no, the United States is not going to take any notice. You're better off being friendly. If we're coming across as bullies, that's not going to reflect well on us longer term." There's also a third possible approach to post-Brexit diplomacy, according to Southworth. The United Kingdom could play mediator, using its new trading role to bring sparring nations, such as the United States and Iran, together and help fix global issues like climate change. Says Southworth, "The traditional role of the United Kingdom would be the broker. That's what we need to be. The United Kingdom really is stepping up now to its global leadership role and acting as a facilitator to find solutions to these issues, rather than trying to jump into one camp or the other. The United Kingdom will struggle to retain the same power and influence and its voice becoming amplified through European Union, as he predicted. But by working on tangible solutions to problems like climate change and digitization, it can play an important role alongside other second-tier nations like Canada, Singapore, Brazil, Australia, and New Zealand." He explaining that, Southworth that is, explaining that they are very effective bridges and they play an incredibly important role getting deals done because they be brokering the dialogue between the big players and the less developed countries. You have to get agreement from the less developed countries to get any agreement at global level. So that's just as important as getting agreement across the big players. It's a strategy that would allow us, the United Kingdom, to slip out from potential pressure from the European Union too, as advocated by Chalmers from the RUSI, the RUSI. Now, both Washington and Brussels will want to sign the United Kingdom up to their approaches on military interventions, sanctions, and technological infrastructure, but London won't necessarily have to side with one or the other on everything at once. In the end, both the United States and the European Union need the United Kingdom just as we need them. This is what one of those pundits was saying, continuing by insisting that they didn't think the United Kingdom has to make strategic choice of being wholly dependent on the United States or European Union for its whole foreign policy. Nevertheless, with Brexit, Britain has tossed itself out to sea during a major storm. Its first order of business, as it navigates this new landscape, and the new rules of the power game between big nations, will be to dodge the Trump gunboats. Because the United Kingdom will never get the American trade deal it so bitterly wants. Long before the United Kingdom voted to leave European Union, British Eurosceptics were fond of claiming that Brexit would turn the country into an independent, free-trading nation. The crown jewel of trade deals, they argued, would be with the United States. It's easy to see why this idea be popular among Brexit supporters. The United States is not only the United Kingdom's single largest trading partner, but also the biggest economy on earth. Why wouldn't a buccaneering, free-trading Britain want to escape the shackles of European Union and sell goods to its free-spending closest ally? Well, American President Donald Trump sounded enthusiastic about such an outcome only, was it last week? Claiming the United Kingdom, once free from Brussels, would be able to do 4 or 5 times more trade with these United States. There was a catch. Trump said this could not be done with the Brexit deal Prime Minister Boris Johnson recently negotiated with European Union. Indeed, he said that Johnson should not only abandon the deal, but take the controversial step of working with Nigel Farage, leader of the Brexit Party, which favors leaving European Union sans any agreement. Doing so would theoretically allow the United Kingdom to strike a quick, fruitful trade deal with the United States. Some inside the UK government believe that this alliance would sharpen minds in Brussels too, nudging the European Union to finally break and grant the United Kingdom a trade agreement of its own on London's terms. So the United Kingdom would have 2 free trade deals signed in record time, proving to the gloomsters that Brexit was, feasible, workable. Oh my God. Why, I guess that, if this were to happen, then, geez, it would be a fucking miracle. I mean, if Brexit be a huge success, after all, like when Trump spoke to Johnson on Tuesday, this last week, he expressed a desire to strike a robust free trade agreement once the United Kingdom leaves its European Union. That's according to the White House itself. If it all sounds too good to be true, of course, it is. Rather than walking into a sweetheart deal with the United States, the United Kingdom is likely to be confronted by a flank of hard-nosed American trade officials who will attempt to pry open British markets to more American goods. Any deal would need to be ratified by the House of Representatives, a body currently controlled by the Democrats, who be concerned that Brexit could undermine the Good Friday peace agreement on the island of Ireland. And the more one examines what any trade deal could possibly look like, the less attractive it looks for the United Kingdom. So, in striking a deal, well, the United States famously drives a hard bargain in trade deals. Dmitry Grajubinsky, a former Australian trade negotiator and founder of ExplainTrade.com, explained they know that pound for pound, access to their market means more to you than access to your market means to them. The United States also holds all the diplomatic cards. As Ali Renison, head of European trade policy at the Institute of Directors, told CNN Business, it's rarely the one prioritizing a deal in the first place. Other countries oft want access to the American market for political reasons and see it as an expression of alliance. All of which means that the United States starts any negotiation from a position of strength. This creates an immediate problem for the United Kingdom. America, which already has a trade surplus with the United Kingdom, is not about to grant a trade deal that showers money on the United Kingdom, sans asking for a lot in return. And Washington's demands may not be palatable, most notably on agricultural goods, including food and healthcare. Sam Lowe, a senior research fellow in trade at the Center for European Reform, has been quoted as saying the United States' policies would be quite difficult for the United Kingdom to take on board because they focus on agricultural goods and medicines procurement. These demands play into the hands of people who oppose the idea of a trade deal with the United States, as they confirm their 12 greatest fears, like lowering standards. Take food standards. In this area, Europe's regulations are generally accepted as being stricter than those in the United States, and American trade negotiators would doubtless seek to remove some of these barriers in order to sell into the United Kingdom market. But this is politically troublesome in the United Kingdom. Britons are very uncomfortable at the idea of being served chlorine-washed chicken or hormone-treated beef. As the United Kingdom's general election campaign gets underway, opposition Labour Party leader Jeremy Corbyn used his launch speech to say that Johnson's Conservatives would put chlorinated chicken on United Kingdom supermarket shelves and slash food standards to match the United States', where there be acceptable levels of rat hair and paprika and maggots in orange juice. All of this, of course, be true. You pour out your paprika and, you're getting a lot of rat shit too. Just another vector for coronavirus, right? And any dilution of food standards in the United Kingdom would have wider implications for any trade deal that it could strike with Europe, given that chlorinated chicken is banned in European Union. We could simply say on the continent itself. Then there are European Union animal welfare standards. In the United Kingdom, animal welfare is a big deal. The prospect of flooding the country with produce from battery hens or farms that allow us bad things to be done to cute animals would not be popular. Then there's that fight over the health service. Because the skirmishes over food standards would be nothing compared to the political warfare over Britain's revered National Health Service, which provided its health care free at the point of delivery, but which has been straining at the cost of doing so. A central plank of the Labour Party's election campaign is a claim that Johnson is ready to sell off the National Health Service to Donald Trump. It's a powerful message, even if it's not strictly true. The United States does not particularly want to run British hospitals. The real argument with the United States would be over how the NHS procures medicines from private drug companies. American drug companies can already compete for NHS medicine procurement contracts, but Washington thinks that other governments put pressure on pharmaceutical companies to charge below the market value for their drugs. In any trade negotiation with the United Kingdom, the way in which the country assesses a fair price of drugs would likely be on the table. As Lowe has explained, when Washington negotiated its trade deal with Seoul, the capital of South Korea, it managed to get South Korea to agree that United States companies could challenge their fair value of medicines. A similar outcome in any deal with London would mean more expensive drugs on the United Kingdom market. And perhaps sensitive to the political damage this attack line could cause, UK government ministers have lined up to rule this out. One, Michael Gove, told the BBC a month ago that the government had made it perfectly clear drug prices won't be going up. Well, this might be the aim, but in reality, until the negotiating team sit down to talk, it's not really for him to say. But what if there was a deal? Let's say the United Kingdom, buoyed by its historically close relationship with America and supercharged by Johnson's personal chemistry with Donald Trump, manages to clear these hurdles. What then of Trump's claim that trade could increase 4 or 5-fold? It's hard to see exactly where the demand for this additional transatlantic trade would come from. As Grozubinski explained, the United Kingdom has yet to identify any lucrative or identifiable asks of the United States in nearly 3 years of searching. The United States is already a fairly open economy in the areas it's willing to be open in. Trade agreements are fundamentally about removing barriers to trade. For Trump's claim to be true, there would have to be vastly more barriers to UK trade than there are. And in any event, it's worth repeating Trump's claim that a deal could only happen if the United Kingdom walks away from Brussels with no deal. What could that mean? A disorderly exit could very easily lead to both food shortages and an increase in medicinal costs. The United Kingdom imports more goods from the European Union than it sells. The United Kingdom would still need those goods. so there would be immediate impact. Lau says the British pound would weaken against the euro, making it more expensive for Britons to import products from Eurozone countries. While a trade deal with America would open the United Kingdom to a wider range of goods, the predictable, or rather the unpredictable cost, quality, and sheer length of time it would take to get them into Britannia itself make the deal look increasingly unattractive to politicians. The import problem extends beyond consumer goods. The Royal College of Radiologists has repeatedly expressed concern about the impact delays could have on the effectiveness of materials used in the treatment of cancer. But what about exports? The primary concern for British businesses after Brexit is how easily and cheaply they can sell their products abroad. Leaving the European Union single market and customs union creates problems for supply chains and a headache for exporters. For Grozhabinski, it makes a lot of sense for a company to build half its product in Poland, a quarter in Germany, then finish it in the United Kingdom before shipping the whole thing off around the world, because those borders basically are not there. After Brexit, that probably won't make sense anymore for a lot of manufacturers. Now, new trade, barriers with the European Union would encourage Japanese car makers who have built huge factories in Britain to take their business elsewhere. Honda is planning to shut down a major factory in England that employs 3,500 people, and Nissan has scrapped plans to build certain models at its massive plant in Sunderland. The United Kingdom exports far more services than it does goods. As things stand, an insurance company based in London can sell a product to a customer anywhere in the European Union and be treated exactly the same as a services company from that nation. However, under WTO, or World Trade Organization rules, which would kick in as soon as the United Kingdom left European Union if no formal deal be in place, it'd be perfectly legal to obstruct a third party operating in this way. And while the European Union might not want to cause overnight chaos, it could turn off the United Kingdom's services tab. Grozhabinski has explained that after Brexit, the EU has every incentive to say, hey, Dublin, Paris, Frankfurt would like to have people with a lot of money eat in their restaurants. Why should we continue to provide the United Kingdom high preferential access when it's made clear it wants to do so on quite violent terms? It's currently easier to trade services across the European Union than it is across United States state lines, which be why the United States cannot offer the United Kingdom all that much on services. The U.S. services market isn't very complete, and lots of the regulations are done at a state level. So why would the United Kingdom even consider it? Given all the problems that prioritizing a trade deal with these United States could cause, from unpredictability in food supplies to economic chaos, why would a UK government even entertain the prospect thereof? Along with the hard-headed reasons that some voted to leave, there was a lot of romanticism about the United Kingdom claiming back its status as a sovereign nation. A quick trade deal with the United States would be a huge political trophy for a British leader. And many Brexit supporters sincerely believe that a trade deal with these United States will only result in positives for their United Kingdom. As Shankar Singham, a pro-Brexit competition and trade lawyer, told CNN Business, a trade deal could lead to substantial benefits for the United Kingdom. He says that the country should want a comprehensive free trade agreement with the European Union and also a comprehensive deal with the United States, noting that many countries do have both deals now. He also claims that the National Health Service would actually benefit more from more open competition. But the road to striking that deal be treacherous. After swallowing all the American demands, the UK government would have spent a lot of political capital. And not just at home. Accepting these concessions will make any future arrangement with Europe very difficult. Prioritizing an ally who makes you do things you don't want over your nearest trading partner in exchange for a deal that will leave you poorer be very strange domestic politics. But 3 years of Brexit paralysis has left the United Kingdom in a very strange place. It needs to prove that it can leave European Union, sans causing itself too much damage. Unfortunately, the way to do this doesn't appear to be snuggling up to its closest ally across the Atlantic. Thanks to Brexit, America could now colonize Great Britain. When the Americans declared their independence from Great Britain, few thought the new fledgling country had a chance against its colonial masters in the American Revolutionary War of Independence. Even after the Battle of Yorktown, which essentially ensured America's victory, nobody thought that the new United States would one day colonize Great Britain. But that's what it looks like as the disastrous Brexit mess destroys the United Kingdom, as the final nail in the coffin be driven in this week as it was with the European parliamentary vote. So, just how, you may ask, did Brexit destroy Britain? Though, to myself, I would say, how did it not? But, back in the summer of 2016, Conservative Prime Minister David Cameron thought he could quell the mutterings of anti-European Union Tories in his party with referendum. But after Nigel Farage and Boris Johnson whipped up the country using a xenophobic campaign with questionable claims about the economy and how much money the country would make of it if it left European Union, the vote passed by the slimmest of margins. Cameron resigned, and new Tory Prime Ministress Theresa May, the Neville Chamberlain of the economy, took over. Remember, Chamberlain presided over the disastrous Munich Pact, with which my biological father Adolf Hitler took advantage of, that nearly led to the fall of the United Kingdom before the Nazis even conquered Europe. Now, after an ill-timed snap election cost her party their outright majority in the House of Commons, May proceeded, to, how would I say it? She compounded her problems by refusing to call for a new referendum, despite indications that the British people wanted to remain in European Union. Instead, she proceeded to push for a host of Brexit pacts so unpopular that even her party rejected them, with the most humiliating parliamentary defeats in almost 100 years, something quite hard to do in a parliamentary system, and therefore a bizarre accomplishment in and of itself. The Labour Party might have stepped in to rescue the country and team up with Remain voters to save the country's economy, but they were led by Jeremy Corbyn, a politician to the left of Bernie Sanders and virtually any other Labour leader in history, who won a quirky primary that stunned the party when he was chosen. Wary of anything smacking of free trade or free markets, he'd been content to fiddle while London burnt, perhaps hoping to become Prime Minister after the country collapsed. In local elections, the third-place Liberal Democrats, the only party that has wholeheartedly supported a Remain, picked up more than 1,000 seats from sympathetic Tory and Labour voters. Some even thought Liberal Democrats might have leapfrogged the Labour Party into second place in national political party standings. But any thought that the top 12 parties might come to their senses after so many electoral defeats in local elections were destroyed by the country's European parliamentary elections, during which Nigel Farage again whipped up anger from anywhere he could find it, from Communist Party members and IRA bombing sympathizers to hardcore conservatives, united by only one cause: hatred for Brexit. Now, that brings us to how Britannia herself could become America's colony. Now, a miracle did not occur. The Liberal Democrats did not win the election, and major parties never dumped their foolish leaders. And another referendum did not kill Brexit. So here's what caused Britannia to end up essentially an American colony. First, there be the economic fallout, which be the worst thing to hit the country since the Great Depression. That's going to be coming. Inevitably, inescapably, that's going to happen. The British pound sterling was already cratering against the US dollar. Companies are moving their headquarters to the European continent. All jobs are leaving London as well. And this all be happening even before Brexit went through. Not to mention, Theresa May had planned to spend billions to pay for Brexit. This be the worst moment for Britain, since the country had to apply for an international monetary fund loan circa 1976. Secondly, there be the breakup of the United Kingdom itself to come. Scotland voted to remain by a nearly 2-to-1 margin. Northern Ireland voters chose to remain in European Union by an 11-point margin. Wales only chose Brexit by a narrow vote, and may yet still leave Union. Given how close Scotland came as to leaving United Kingdom the last time with their departure, and possibly Northern Ireland's, only England and Wales will vote for a Remain, if such a Remain vote had ever been offered at all, and they would remain in the United Kingdom alone as the lonely pair left over till Wales decided, fuck this shit. Now thirdly, tertiarily, there's the question of trade partners after Brexit now. The European Union is unlikely to cut a favorable deal so soon after being spurned by the British people and their politicians. The Chinese are unlikely to offer any terms favorable to England, Wales, and except for Farage and Corbyn, few British citizens seemed willing to be in league with the communists, especially as dictatorial tyrant President Xi Jinping of Red China seems intent on creating a personalist, totalitarian state more in line with North Korea than Marxist principles. Britain could lean on its Commonwealth partners. Certainly Canada might be willing to forge ties, and former British colonies were more inclined to link up with the United Kingdom when their former leaders were stronger. But a weakened union, coupled with some members resentful of their past treatment by the British colonizers, may not make us for such a beneficial arrangement. And an emerging Red China looks like a better partner to the rest of the world than a decaying British lion that once abused them. So that leaves only one logical partner, these United States. The Trois having been natural allies since World War I, with the Atlantic Charter and a handshake between Winston Churchill and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a pact that doomed the world during World War II. But Bojo the Clown be no Winston Churchill, and neither was Corbyn, who now has no chance of even flying, and Donald Trump be no free trader like Franklin Delano Roosevelt. Knowing that the British be desperate for a deal, Trump will make us one which puts America first, and the English and Welsh will have to swallow it for their own survival. The colonization of Britannia by America will be complete. History will write of the demise of the British economy, its unity, and even its independence, and what could have humbled a country that was the self-proclaimed victor of 12 world wars, where once it was said that the sun never sets on the British Empire. Perhaps it will be part of a campaign by Russian President Vladimir Putin, aligned with Nigel Farage and other Brexit forces, to destabilize Western Europe. Some of the blame will be put on the British people, some of whom let their hatred of foreigners and greed for believing Brexit would bring them riches get the better of them. But save room in the responsibility corner for the leaders of the Conservative and Labour parties. First Theresa May, then Boris Johnson, along Jeremy Corbyn and others, each seeking to play the Brexit vote for political gain, have ignored the disaster that will now befall the former empire. Britain's loss will now be America's gain, But it's a cautionary tale for these United States, to make sure a familiar fate does not befall another country that begins with the title United. But it will. By God, it will. Now, we can go into the economy now. Economics. Stocks dropped amid the uncertainty over viral impact. The Dow Jones Industrial Average slumped more than 500 points Friday as a virus outbreak that originated in China continued to widen, stoking stock investors' worries about the potential global economic fallout. The coronavirus is infecting the global economy. An interconnected global economy is feeling the strain of China's viral outbreak and the potential 160 billion United States dollar hit in lost growth that may be on the way. Here in my own Golden State nation of California, executives of the REC Group organized a supply chain war room to plan around an anticipated trucking shortage and port logjam in communist China itself. Now, the REC, or the REC Group, of course, that's, oh God, I forgot what the acronym stood for, but it's a corporation or private business. Oh, yes, there we are. REC Solar, REC Manufacturing, one of the oldest continuously operating injection molders in this United States, pioneer in both molding technology and molding itself. Aside from REC Corp and what it was doing here in my own Golden State, heck, down in New Zealand, a bath furnishing seller told the customer that the German-designed shower head he ordered be unavailable because the factory in Shanghai is closed. While out in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia was rallying support for an emergency OPEC, or oil-producing exportation cartel, meeting on concern oil demand will falter. Since Red China's last human health crisis, the SARS outbreak of 2003, its share of global economic output has quadrupled to about 17%. It's now the biggest market for new cars and semiconductors, the largest spender on international tourism, the leading exporter of clothing and textiles, and the land where many PCs, personal computers, and virtually all iPhones or intelligent phones are manufactured, where everything's made. The virus may drag China's gross domestic product to 4.5%. Warwick McKibben, a professor of economics at Australian National University, estimates that the global hit from this new outbreak could be 3 to 4 times larger than the 40 billion United States dollar blow from SARS. Thus far, Red China has absorbed most of the economic shock from the coronavirus known as 2019 NCOV, which has killed more than 200 and, well, fuck, at this point it must be 600 to 700 within its borders, and is definitely infected. Well, fuck, at this point, there's 9,950 but days are gone, but at this point it's got to be 10,000, 20,000. Woo, that's globally. And in Wuhan, the city with 11 million residents where the virus came to light, it remains closed off from the world. Under a government-mandated extension of the Lunar New Year holiday, in the most negative sense, provinces generating at least two-thirds of economic output will be shuttered through next week, including Shanghai, the New York City of China, and key eastern manufacturing hubs. All the while, the virus's toll continues to rise, and with it the worry. China's essential role in the global supply chain means business owners and executives around the world are being forced to contemplate what will happen in a prolonged crisis. Miguel Patricio, the chief executive officer of Kraft Heinz Company, has gone on record to say that everyone is waiting to see how this evolves. The danger, of course, is that if this continues and people have to stay home, you start having problems in terms of distribution production. His food giant has a couple thousand employees in China, including a small sales team in Wuhan. All because of closed doors. 4 months ago, Levi Strauss & Company opened the doors to a flashy new flagship store in Wuhan, a booming manufacturing powerhouse that alternately gets called the Chicago or Detroit of communist China. The location features 3 levels of premium collections and a massive tailor shop. At just over 697 square meters, or 7,500 square feet, the location is twice as big as any other Levi franchises in China. The megastore was heralded by top executives as a symbol of a new era of growth for the brand in the Red Chinese Empire. Today, like almost everything else in town, that store be shut down. A major component of Levi's growth strategy in region is temporarily stalled, joining thousands of international corporations, Chinese conglomerates, and small businesses in the first wave of economic impact from the virus. The Levi chief financial officer, Armit J. Singh, be quoted as saying, "Our priority is employees, and if the situation doesn't correct itself quickly, we will probably remain closed for a while." Now, international companies have poured into China, opening up Estee Lauder counters, Canada Goose stores, and Rolls-Royce showrooms in Beijing and Shanghai. In more recent years, they moved into the second and third tier cities, whose populations have ballooned during the nation's mass urbanization. Companies with big exposure to China, from Starbucks Corporation to Tesla Incorporated, refrained from predicting this week how the virus would affect demand, saying simply that they'd update their forecast when they know more. Apple Incorporated and Microsoft Corporation gave wider than usual forecast ranges for the quarter amid uncertainty about the virus impact. The hope, of course, being that health officials are able to contain the spread of the virus enough to let people get back to the normal rhythms of life in a matter of weeks. A vaccine could be months or even years away, but some viruses can burn themselves out within the season. Others take longer. SARS was declared a global emergency, a global health emergency, in March of 2003 and was considered contained by that July. The fear is that because 29 NCOV, or 2019 nCoV, has a stealthy quality, symptoms can appear as late as a fortnight or 12 weeks after infection. It will have staying power. Worst case, it could frustrate the best efforts of the world's public health authorities and wreak havoc along trade routes and in boardrooms for months to come. The first wave of economic impact from the virus comes at a delicate moment. Western companies have helped convert late January's Lunar New Year festivities into a shopping bonanza, to the point where it's become a key period for economic growth in China throughout the empire. According to Bloomberg Economics this year, it's been so subdued that consumption growth in the first quarter will slow by more than half in China from the 5.5% growth rate recorded in the final months of 2019. It's easy to see how. Starbucks has closed more than 2,000 outlets across the Red Chinese Empire, half of its total, and can't get some menu items for those that remain open. McDonald's Corporation has shut hundreds of restaurants. Some Walmart Incorporated stores are running out of products. Walt Disney Company's theme parks in Shanghai and Hong Kong have gone dark. Even before the United States and the Japanese Empire advised their citizens to avoid traveling to Red China, airlines had curtailed flights to the country, not because of fear of contagion, but due to lack of passengers. Many of those coffee purchases, vacation getaways, and impulse buys are lost forever in terms of GDP, or gross domestic product. It's not as if consumers will buy 2 lattes in March to make us up for the one they meant to purchase in January. And manufacturing is different. Although factories that were supposed to be reopening now will remain closed, many have some wiggle room to make up for lost time, pay employees some overtime, and finish off their orders. But with every passing day, there be less room to maneuver. Construction activity that was paused over the winter, especially in the colder northern parts of China, should be starting up by now. Capital spending is likely to be reined in as companies delay decisions until they know more about the virus's impact. The many companies that rely on Chinese manufacturing need to place orders soon to have products ready for peak shopping times. Take Ann Harper, founder of OMG, or the Oh My God Accessories, a New York-based company that sells bags and backpacks to Macy's Incorporated, Nordstrom Incorporated, and Dillard's Incorporated, TJ Maxx, and Burlington Stores Incorporated. Even before the Lunar New Year, she works to lock in orders with her supplier near Guangzhou to ensure she gets priority after the holiday. Customers want the product by May or June for back-to-school season. With some consumers, will sell 80,000 backpacks in a single week. Some of her customers who then distribute it to consumers, that is. That means OMG tries to fill its warehouse by April. And to quote Harper herself, making those deliveries is just so important for the life cycle of our product. If you miss delivery, everyone has already bought their school bags. The outbreak will also have a wide-ranging impact on the technology industry, with China accounting for about 21% of global IT or information technology hardware spending. Bloomberg intelligence analysts wrote about this. Now, when I sourced them, they said that some of the biggest PC or personal computer makers and part suppliers are based in China, and if there be a slowdown in sales, that would constrain demand for Microsoft's Windows operating system software. And then we go to Apple Tech. More than 50% of the more than 470 billion United States dollars of chips that be sold each year are either used in devices sold in China or go there to be put into gear sold around the world. Apple has roughly 10,000 direct employees in China, and its supply chain has a few million workers manufacturing products like the iPad, iPhone, and Apple Watch. The Cupertino, the California-based company preparing for extreme scenarios like the coronavirus by mandating that major components be dual-sourced, both in terms of vendors and geography, and with a major immediate impact to its production plans, be unlikely for now. And even so, most of its assembly work is done in China, and so a shortage of workers for assembly lines will have a direct impact on shipment numbers. On the other side of the equation are small manufacturers in China whose livelihood depends on the confidence of their customers. Any hesitance from clients can cause disarray for people like Cash Liu, a sales director at hot tub makers Engen Kingston Sanitary Ware, who communicated via a messaging app that some of our clients choose to wait and see and hold off from placing orders due to concerns over coronavirus. Thus, we are likely to miss the peak season of sales to Europe in March. Chang Shu, the chief Asia economist for Bloomberg Economics, has estimated that adding up altogether the effects of lower consumption, investment, and a pause in manufacturing along the impact from the virus could knock China's first quarter gross domestic product growth down to 4.5%, the lowest since the quarterly data begins in 1992, from 6% in the final 3 months of 2019. The biggest knock-on effects would be felt by Hong Kong, followed by South Korea and the Japanese Empire. The new United Germany and the Empire of Japan might take a 0.2% hit to gross domestic product, while the United States and United Kingdom would absorb a 0.1% blow. It's survivable, and fiscal stimulus from Beijing could even lessen the blow. On the other hand, the estimate assumes the outbreak is contained to China. A foresighted economist, writing that the longer factory output is affected, the bigger the risk China's dominant position in global supply chains disrupts activity elsewhere. Now, within and outside China's borders, the virus is bringing up flashbacks to the height of last year's trade war with the United States, and when global companies race to find alternatives to their Chinese suppliers and avoid tariffs. The outbreak could spur more businesses to move manufacturing to these United States and Mexico. That's what the American Commerce Secretary Wilbur Ross told Fox Business he was hoping this week. What's clear is that the virus is adding another layer of complexity for businesses that were just beginning to breathe a sigh of relief over trade tensions. Melissa Shu, export manager at ED Opto Electrical Lighting Company's auto parts factory in Zhenjiang City, has gone so far as to state the virus outbreak may be even a bigger hit to us than the Sino-American trade war. Decades of globalization have made leaders at large corporations comfortable with the logistical challenge of moving resources from place to place and responding nimbly to geopolitical shifts. But 2019 was a lot for anyone to handle. And the thought of contending with a potentially lethal virus in 2020 is giving even the most hardened executives pause. Emmanuel Chirico, CEO of Calvin Klein, and Tommy Hilfiger, owner PVH Corp, still insists it's too early to determine the impact the virus will have on the apparel industry, himself attesting that between the virus and the tariffs and the protests in Hong Kong, I'm waiting for the locusts. The honest answer is nobody really knows yet. Well, the locusts are here, in East Africa. As Justin White and I have mentioned, the Bible prophecies, the end of the world itself as we know it, seems to be in our time. And while stained in history, Trump will emerge from trial triumphant and unshackled. Mr. Trump will be the first president in American history to face voters after an impeachment trial. His acquittal in the Senate assured, the emboldened president will take his victory and grievance to the campaign trail, no longer worried about congressional constraint. Ralph Waldo Emerson seemed to foresee the lesson of the Senate impeachment trial of President Trump. Emerson famously said, "When you strike at a king, you must kill him." Mr. Trump's foes struck at him but did not take him down. With the end of the impeachment trial now in sight and acquittal completely assured, a triumphant Mr. Trump emerges from the biggest test of his presidency, emboldened, ready to claim exoneration and take as his case of grievance, persecution, and resentment to the campaign trail itself. The president's Democratic adversaries rolled out the biggest constitutional weapon they had and failed to defeat him or even to force a full trial with witnesses testifying to the allegations against him. Now Mr. Trump, who has said that the Constitution allows me to do whatever I want and pushed so many boundaries that curtailed past presidents, has little reason to fear the legislative branch nor any inclination to reach out in conciliation. Per Mickey Edwards, a former Republican congressman who teaches at Princeton University, he says, "I don't think in any way Trump is willing to move on. I think he will just have been given a green light and he will claim not just acquittal but vindication, and he can do those things and they can't impeach him again. I think this is going to empower him to be much bolder. I would expect to see him even more let loose." Now, impeachment will always be a stain on Mr. Trump's historical record, a reality that has stung him in private, according to those closest to him. But he will be the first president in American history to face voters after an impeachment trial, and that will give him the chance to argue us for the next 9 months that his enemies have spent his entire presidency plotting against him to undo the 2016 election. Even before a final vote on the impeachment changes on Wednesday, Mr. Trump has several high-profile opportunities within these 48 to 72 hours to begin framing the new post-trial environment to his advantage. And that's even before his charges be dismissed. Why, today he was interviewed by Sean Hannity of Fox News during the pregame of the Super Bowl, one of the most watched television events of the year. Then the day after tomorrow, on Tuesday, he will deliver his State of the Union address from the very days in the House chamber where he was impeached in December. A senior administration official briefing reporters on Friday said the president will use his State of the Union address to celebrate the great American comeback and present a vision of relentless optimism, encouraging Congress to work with him. Mr. Trump plans to pursue an agenda of cutting taxes for the most privileged among us yet again, bringing down prescription drug prices for all the dying seniors who vote for him, while completing his bogus trade negotiations with Red China and further restricting immigration to advantage of our Russian enemy. Because all analysts agree that America is falling behind, especially as the Trump administration has cut off funding for even basic SAT or SAT, science and technology research. So it was that Putin worked as hard as possible to make it certain that America has become inimically hostile to immigration, since over 50% of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, PhD or philosophiae doctor, program enrollees be foreign-born. They helped us win the Cold War, many of your own fathers and mothers among them. Putin has made certain they cannot help us win the new Cold War, the Third World War, the Artilect War of artificial intelligence development. From here, Mr. Trump will head back to the campaign trail, starting with a rally in New Hampshire on February 10th, the night before the state's first in-the-nation primary race, in effort to upstage the Democrats as they try to pick a nominee to face him in the fall. Even as they line up to acquit him, some Senate Republicans have acknowledged that the House managers prosecuting the case proved that Mr. Trump withheld $391 million United States dollars in security aid to Ukraine as part of an effort to pressure it to announce political investigations into his domestic rivals. But the public commenced out of the impeachment trial pretty close to where it was when it started, divided starkly down the middle with a somewhat more Americans against Mr. Trump than for him. When the House impeached him in December, 47.4% supported the move and 46.5% opposed it, according to analysis of multiple surveys by the polling analysis site 538. Now as the trial wraps up, 49.5% favor impeachment versus 46.4% who don't. Those numbers be strikingly close to the popular vote results from 2016. When Mr. Trump trailed Hillary Clinton 46% to 48%, even as he prevailed in Electoral College. That means that the public today be stuck where it was 3 years ago. No one has changed their minds. And the president has done nothing to expand his base and by traditional members be a weak candidate for a second term, forcing him to try to pull the same Electoral College inside straight he did last time, with Russian hacking help. Mr. Trump is the only president in the history of Gallup polling who has never had the support of a majority of Americans for even a single day, a troubling indicator for re-election, by any norm. But all norm is gone when the Russians got your back. 9 months be an eternity in American politics these days, and given his history, Mr. Trump could easily create another furor that will change the campaign dynamics. The economy could become an issue. And with all the accumulated allegations, some analysts anticipate a certain scandal fatigue could weigh him down. But Mr. Trump is gambling that he can rally his most fervent cultists by making the case that he was the victim and not the villain of impeachment, while keeping disenchanted supporters on board with steady economic growth, rising military spending, and reactionary judicial appointments. He has made clear he will paint former Vice President Joseph R. Biden Jr. as corrupt if he faces him in the fall, and will assail other possible Democratic challengers as socialists. That brings us to the subject of impeachment and the Republican cult of personality itself. No other impeached president had the opportunity or challenge that Mr. Trump does. President Andrew Johnson, who was acquitted circa 1868, was a man without a party, a Democrat who had joined the Republican Abraham Lincoln's ticket, and was so disliked that both parties nominated other candidates shortly after his Senate trial, leaving him to finish his last 10 months in office a lame duck. Indeed, Brenda Wineapple, the authoress of an account of his trial entitled The Impeachers, observest that while Johnson was not removed from office, impeachment reduced him to a shadow president, herself so noting that the Republicans still had a majority in Congress, so they could reject some of his appointments, which they did, and override his vetoes of their legislation. And they could allow the Senate, the states that conformed to the Reconstruction Acts, to re-enter the Union. So, in that sense, Johnson was hamstrung, if not powerless. In mine own lifetime, I have personally witnessed 3 American presidential impeachments. Partisanship affected them all, yet decisively. Donald Trump's impeachment be qualitatively different. I was in first grade during Watergate. When the inquiry began, Republicans leapt to Richard Nixon's defense. Then House Republican leader Gerald Ford called the investigation a political witch hunt. But as evidence of Nixon's wrongdoing mounted, that support began to waver. Then the Supreme Court ordered Nixon to release the smoking gun tapes recorded in the Oval Office that proved the president had ordered cover-up. While some Republicans continued to support the president, others looked at the evidence impartially and, reluctantly and solemnly, supported impeachment. Nixon was forced to resign. William Jefferson Clinton's impeachment grew out of a highly partisan, years-long investigation, in quotes, by independent counsel Kenneth Starr, who was supposed to be looking into the Whitewater real estate deal but ended up investigating nearly every aspect of the Clintons' lives. Starr ultimately caught the president lying about whether he had gotten a blowjob from an intern. Democrats widely and loudly condemned Clinton's behavior, quite prudishly so. Ridiculously, I don't remember anyone saying he had done nothing wrong, which in my opinion was actually the case. But look who's talking, yes? Yet Democrats argued, deplorable though they may be by Victorian standards, did not rise to the level of an impeachable offense in enlightened society. So he was not removed from office. President Bill Clinton was in his second term when he was impeached and acquitted, never to be on a ballot again. With nearly 12 years left in office, he tried to move on from his impeachment, all but pretending it had not happened. On the day of his acquittal in 1999, he appeared in the Rose Garden, alone, and expressed regret rather than vindication. Calling for a time of reconciliation and renewal, Mr. Clinton thus said, "I want to say again to the American people how profoundly sorry I am for what I said and did to trigger these events and the great burden they have imposed on the Congress and on the American people." And as he turned to leave, a reporter called after him, "In your heart, sir, can you forgive and forget?" And Mr. Clinton paused, as if deciding whether to take the bait, then turned and answered, "I believe any person who asks for forgiveness has to be prepared to give it." Mr. Clinton, who unlike Mr. Trump admitted wrongdoing, sans agreeing that he committed felonies, never truly forgave his opponents, nor reconciled with them, but for the most part he avoided expressing those feelings publicly. Jennifer Palmieri, who was a top aide to Mr. Clinton, be quoted as saying, "Clinton saw the acquittal as a humbling end to that chapter, and Trump sees it as a way to start his reelect. Clinton just wanted to shut the door on that and move on and have a fresh start, whereas Trump sees it as a jump start. He's gloating, 'This is what I'm gonna run on!'" Mr. Clinton had some help in that Republicans themselves emerged from his trial feeling bruised by their failure to remove him, and the clear public repudiation of the impeachment itself in polls and the midterm elections. But quite unlike Mr. Trump, whose approval ratings remain mired in the mid-40s, Mr. Clinton's popularity reached its highest level during impeachment, with 73% of the public backing him just days after the House charged him with high crimes. With Trump's impeachment, however, we haven't seen either of the redeeming aspects of those other impeachments. Not a willingness to at least consider evidence presented against a president of the same party, nor a willingness to condemn that president's bad behavior. I was not at all surprised that not a single goddamn Republican in the House condemned Trump's actions to pressure a foreign government to create evidence that could be used to damage a domestic political rival and therefore influence our next presidential election. I would have had more respect had they condemned what Trump was trying to do, even if they argued it simply wasn't impeachable. Instead, speaker after speaker insisted Trump did nothing wrong. Wouldn't I shocked myself, after all, however, was to hear so many Republicans, both in the committee hearings and on the floor of the House, repeat Russian propaganda as fact. American intelligence and law enforcement agencies be unanimous in the finding that Russia interfered in the 2016 election, hacking Trump into the office of the executive, and that the Ukraine did not. Yet Republican congressmen kept repeating Vladimir Putin's propaganda about Ukraine, perhaps because it makes what Trump did seem less bad, but mostly because that's what Trump himself has been saying. After the impeachment vote, former Republican Senator Jeff Flake wrote in a Washington Post op-ed or opinion editorial that the willingness of House Republicans to bend to the president's will by attempting to shift blame with the promotion of bizarre and deconstructed conspiracy theories has been an appalling spectacle. Well, I myself grew up as our friend Derek Talley, my dear brother from another mother, says, a military brat. I grew up in a Republican-dominated military. I've always respected their worldview, even though I disagreed with it. But today's Republican Party is no longer a group espousing a particular political or economic philosophy, but instead be nothing more than a cult of personality centered on the person and persona of Donald Trump. How can anyone watch video of his rallies or his speeches and not cringe? The constant lies, the casual cruelty, the bullying, the nonsensical ramblings. Remember when he was speaking about flushing toilets like all the Republican and reactionary rightists go on and on about is, oh, whatever the government does, stay out of my goddamn toilet. Oh, my toilet can't flush anymore. The turds keep coming back up. And Trump literally said this. Don't take my word for it. He talked about having to flush his toilet 10 times. I mean, honestly, if your turds continually are floating back up to say hello again, it's because your diet is so full of fat that they just can't sink. In that case, we can only hope his tubes are getting plastered and his heart valve's going to plug up, and we'll be relieved of his presence soon enough, just by a simple heart attack. But it doesn't seem to be working that way. I mean, despite all the toilet flushings, complaints thereof, the fact that his turds keep floating back up, yet still congressional Republicans say it's nothing. Trump has spent his entire life getting away with outrageously illegal behavior. Whether it's stiffing contractors who did work for him, cheating on his wives, or pushing Russian propaganda. And as long as Republicans keep enabling him, refusing to condemn even his worst excesses, nothing will stop him. And things will only get worse. Barbara Reyes is a former Executrix vice presidentress of the Trump Organization. She started working for Trump circa 1980 and knows him all too well. Yester Septimania last week, when Rachel Maddow asked her what Trump will do after being impeached, she warned he will, once he gets through this, and he most certainly will, he will exact revenge on a lot of people. A lot of people. A psychotic bully who lacks any shred of sympathy or compassion, and certainly be incapable of empathetic response, who knows he can get away with anything, and does so thanks to Republican enablers, and who, as president, is out looking for revenge, be a terrifying prospect for our American people. The real ones, not the white trash who are now Russian insurgents, but those of us of color, of alternative lifestyles. Republicans, it be long past time to speak us up against Trump. This will be your and our nation's last chance. If Mr. Trump does win a second term, it would be the first time an impeached president had the opportunity to serve 5 years after his trial, and Mr. Trump's critics worry that he would feel unbound. He has already abused his power in ways that presidents since Richard M. Nixon considered out of line, like firing an FBI director who was investigating him and browbeating the Justice Department to investigate his political foes. While in theory nothing in the Constitution would prevent the House from impeaching him again, As a political matter, that seems implausible given that he has demonstrated his complete command over congressional Republicans led by Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, leaving the president less to fear from a Democratic House. Some House managers warned that acquittal would lower the bar for presidential misconduct, meaning that Mr. Trump would feel even freer to use his power for his own benefit because he got away with it. Anthony Scaramucci, the one-time White House communications director who has broken with Mr. Trump, forewarns us that he is going to ratchet it up another level now. He is going to be Trump to the third power now. He's not going to be exponential Trump because that's not enough Trump. It's going to be Trump to the third power. But in that, Mr. Scaramucci said, be the seeds of Mr. Trump's own downfall because he could go so far that he finally alienates enough of the public to lose, himself concluding, the one person who absolutely can beat Donald Trump is Donald Trump. So is it time to panic about America? What comes next after impeachment? There will come a moment in the next few weeks or months, if it hasn't come already, when you wonder if this whole America thing is teetering on the edge of some kind of collapse. We have now impeached our third president after an extraordinary and extraordinarily fast inquiry into the abuse of power ahead of the 2020 election that featured a whistleblower complaint, threats by the president himself against a senior civil servant, literally as she testified, and the quasi-defection of the former White House National Security Advisor, as well as some truly astonishing displays of illogic from public figures. That all came after a completely separate inquiry that did not, whatever the president claimed, totally exonerate the commander-in-chief concerning his interactions with a foreign actor in the 2016 election, which itself resulted in the criminal conviction or guilty pleas of multiple senior officials, including another former White House National Security Advisor. If you grew up trusting in the permanence of the American experiment in government and bought into the shining city on a hill idea for the American form of democracy, now be the time to panic. Because what comes next? It's not that a president, impeached for inviting foreign influence into the American election, has a pretty good chance of winning re-election. It's that, while there be plenty of Republican lawmakers who might privately admit that abusing taxpayer dollars to pressure a foreign government to do political favors be wrong, they seem unwilling or unable to call Trump to account publicly and have instead ceded all their power, undermining the system of checks and balances that has kept us going. Last Friday, we were again reminded that we will keep learning details about the decision to withhold 400 million United States dollars in aid from Ukraine, thanks to a court filing in which the Justice Department confirmed its withholding 12 emails related to Trump's role. Trump's attempts to pressure Ukraine to investigate Hunter Biden and Joe Biden, his potential political rival, have been at the center of the president's impeachment trial. Trump has repeatedly made unfounded and false claims to allege that the Bidens acted improperly in Ukraine. There are still some holding out hope that some Republicans will change their minds and vote to remove Trump on Wednesday. That is about as plausible as earlier scenarios where Trump was somehow squeezed out of the nomination at the 2016 Republican National Convention, or defeated by the rebel votes of the so-called faithless electors, or somehow prevented from taking the oath of office. Trump's impeachment trial is being tuned out by America because no one thinks it matters. The stock market isn't freaking out. Everyone sees Washington as corrupt, and Congress is too partisan to deliver a surprising outcome. American soap operas are not popular these days, and yet the Senate trial to remove President Donald Trump from office is currently garnering fewer viewers than the soaps. Trump's impeachment trial also suffers from the fact that the central topic is foreign policy rather than, say, sexual indiscretions and lying about them under oath. Just over 4 million people, in a country of 320 million plus, tuned in for the opening arguments on the 3 big networks last week. That's well less than the 11 million people who regularly watch the soaps on those channels. The Washington Examiner reported that Fox News viewership was sent skyrocketing when Trump's defense team got going on Saturday, but the audience was still in the low millions. In other words, Americans are collectively yawning at the Senate impeachment trial. Folks who be deeply engaged in the political process be wondering why, but the big picture answer be fairly simple. Most Americans are motivated not by the propriety of our politics, but by its effects on their lives. In the impeachment and attempted removal of Trump, they've been given little reason to freak out or even care. There be many reasons for this that be worth noting, and the main one is probably this: the conclusion be entirely foreordained. Whatever the merits of impeachment, the members of the House largely voted along party lines to impeach Trump. There wasn't much suspense because the Democrats enjoy a majority, so impeachment carried the day as expected. We've been given no reason to think things will go much differently in the Senate, where the president's party holds a majority. Plenty of ink and pixels have been spilled about the Republicans who might break ranks and support impeachment, but that cuts the other way as well. In a better world, a few Republicans might defect. But in our world, so would a few Democrats, like Dianne Feinstein has promised to do so herself. The result will still be that Trump stays in office. And thus far, the main fight has focused on the inside baseball question of whether there will be witnesses at the trial, a much lesser issue than actual removal, and even that be looking like it will get only a handful of Republican supporters. We know now, not even that. The other major force for getting Americans' attention would be if the process itself seemed like it could rock everyday life. But the most sensitive measure of whether a discrete event is likely to disrupt the well-being of the world, the stock market, is showing no signs of freaking out. In fact, the stock market has trended upward throughout the impeachment process. Either the market doesn't expect Trump to be removed or it doesn't care. One large dip did occur on Monday when the Dow Jones dropped 1.6%, but it was most likely related to something else entirely, China's latest pandemic catastrophe. Then there's the matter of what a post-Trump White House would even look like, one still held by a Republican, and a far more predictable one at that. In contrast, when Republicans in the House of Representatives voted to impeach President William Jefferson Clinton, plenty of people in his own party worried about an Al Gore presidency for reasons ranging from his temperament to his green agenda. Similarly, when Democrats flirted with impeaching President George W. Bush, they ultimately flinched in part because putting Dick Cheney in the Oval Office was unthinkable to them. President, or Vice President, Mike Pence is different. Yes, Pence is a staunch social conservative. He's also an entirely ineffectual one who largely retreated on the most high-profile religious freedom legislation of his Indiana governorship after a backlash for its effect on the alternative lifestyles community of lesbians, gays, bisexuals, and transgenders. He likely would have lost his seat had he not joined Trump on the national ticket. Trump's impeachment trial also suffers from the fact that the central topic is foreign policy rather than, say, sexual indiscretions and lying about them under oath. Most Americans don't care much about foreign policy. It managed to eke out a distant fourth in a list of priorities in an NBC Wall Street Journal poll, and that's only if you consider terrorism a synonym. The idea that the president is being impeached because of a temporary delay of American aid to the government of Ukraine is literally too distant an issue to rile many people up. Furthermore, to the extent that Americans are following the details of these foreign dealings and think as Trump did something improper here, there's little to suggest they see it as far outside of normal Washington corruption. The charge is that he tried to game the system to get a foreign government to look into another American's politician's alleged corruption gaming of the system in a foreign country. Perhaps if the living memory many of us carry of the last impeachment were more traumatic, that too could shake the country, but it's not. Those of us who recall Clinton's impeachment noticed that we got through that ordeal with minimal damage to the State of the Union. Republicans in the House impeached the president. The Senate held a short trial and let him off, and that was that. There was no transfer of power, no constitutional crisis, no sign of economic fallout. And there may be one last reason why American viewers are yawning right now. We're in February of an election year. The House has had its say. Now the Senate is about to be weighing in. But they're both a sideshow to the main event. The American people will render its own verdict on the president in just a few short months. Where America goeth is all going to be determined by the 2020 election now. But the people don't decide elections. Because, strictly speaking, it won't be the people at all who choose the next president. It will be the Electoral College, a layer the founders put between the people and the presidency, which has evolved to give some Americans, white males, more voice than others. The real Americans, the rest of us. It's very likely the person who gets the most votes in November, very likely that they, whoever get the most, will not become president, which is what happened in 2016. That awkward feature of a republic such as these United States has happened twice in the past 20 years. It could very easily happen again, given how unpopular Trump is in major population centers and how strong his support is in rural America, where voters are gifted outsized power. The more uneducated, the more incestuous, the more fucking downbred the white trash pieces of shit be, the more power they be given. There are a handful of contested states, and no matter who wins, about half the people will be beyond frustrated, to be most generous about it. So where's the release valve? It's a similar situation in the Senate, where the system meant to sew the country together is tearing at the seams. Deep blue California has the 5th largest economy in the world and 40 million residents, but it gets the same number of votes as red Wyoming, which has marginally more residents than Fresno, one of the smallest cities in my own Golden State. Fresno and Wyoming put together are nowhere close to the population of Puerto Rico, an island full of Americans who can't even vote for the president unless they move to a U.S. state because they're considered island niggers. The country has grown in such a way that racial and socioeconomic divides will continue to get worse. There be no release valve for the contents under pressure at the top of the United States government, concentrated in the Senate, which should not even exist. And so we retreat into corners. Blue America and Red Russia are represented by two sets of states in the postmodern Russian conquest of North America, doing battle in the Senate. Today, the vast majority of senators from the president's party are elected by states that also voted for him, increasing the pressure on them to stand with him, while virtually all senators from the other party were sent by states that voted against the president, increasing the pressure to oppose him. Of the 53 Republican senators judging Trump, 51 were elected in states that backed him in the 2016 election. These electoral pressures have contributed to remaking the Senate into the rigid, combative institution on display this week, one in which the leadership exerts more control than in earlier generations. Individual members are expected to display a level of party line loyalty reminiscent of parliamentary systems in Europe, and there be little leeway for the bipartisan deal-making that was the hallmark of great senators from Kentucky's Henry Clay in the 19th century to Kansas's Bob Dole and Massachusetts's Edward M. Kennedy in the late 20th. There be no room for dissent. We saw some reasons why that's changed in the wake of Friday's Senate vote against calling witnesses in Trump's impeachment trial. Mitt Romney, the Utah senator and sometime Trump critic who was one of the 2 Republicans to vote in favor of hearing witnesses at Trump's trial, has been not invited to the CPAC, the annual conference of conservatives, after stepping out of the Republican line. Bless his black heart. Now, granted, Romney did attempt to sabotage Trump's campaign back in 2016. He has tried to maintain some independence as a senator. Other critics, Senators Jeff Flake and Bob Corker, were chased out of office. Michigan Representative Justin Amash was chased from the party before he voted to impeach Trump in the House. And there's the turning by the other side. Cowed, bullied, or simply out of their own self-preservation as politicians. It should be concerning that honest dissent is not tolerated. Others have been flipped, sometimes in mystifying ways. Senator Lindsey Graham used to be best friends with John McCain and was just as opposed to Trump's presidency as Romney circa 2016. He compared a Trump presidency to death itself. Now, however, he has turned himself into a Trump-supporting warrior in the Senate. Trump didn't change. Graham changed. The few Republican lawmakers who finally, during his impeachment and justifying their intention to acquit him, criticized Trump's behavior with regard to Ukraine, said the people should get to choose their president. In a mincingly worded ass-covering alibi about his vote, Senator Lamar Alexander, the retiring Tennessee Republican, said, "The question then is not whether the president did it, but whether the United States Senate or the American people should decide what to do about what he did. I believe that the Constitution provides that the people should make that decision in the presidential election that begins in Iowa on Monday." And then yesterday, or the day before, NBC released a clip from a Meet the Press interview in which Alexander seemed to walk that back too. To quote his T, "I think he shouldn't have done it. I think it was wrong. Inappropriate was the way I'd say. Improper. Crossing the line." Future presidents will abuse the power Trump has seized. The Democratic primary is turning into a referendum about the fundamental question, should the left mimic the tactics of the right, or is there a middle anymore? Senator Elizabeth Warren has said she would do away with the filibuster in the Senate to enact her policies. More recently, Senator Bernie Sanders has said that he will use executive authority, much like Trump, to end run around Capitol Hill. According to Washington Post's report, he'd look at declaring a climate change a national emergency, potentially allowing the United States to import cheaper prescription drugs from Canada, and could order his Justice Department to effectively legalize marijuana. But the American system depends on compromise. You might agree with any or all of Warren or Sanders or even Trump's policies, but the whole essence of the system is compromise. No one gets anything they want, but also no one gets nothing they want. But now it be zero-sum all the time, and make sure you kick your opponent on the way whenever you can. Compromise is not supposed to be paralysis, but paralysis is the only thing lawmakers seem capable of. After Democrats passed the 2009 health care law, they were unable to fine-tune it because Republicans were so bent on repeal. Now it lurches, a zombie system the president is trying to smother sans offering any replacement. The 2017 tax law is making American debt spiral out of control, but Republicans, who once complained about skyrocketing deficits, aren't likely to do anything about it while Trump is in control. They'll find the gospel of balanced budgets the second a Democrat president suggests a social program, whether it's Medicare for all, or the Green New Deal, or something more limited. The rigidity of the system and the difficulty of changing it is an advantage meant to keep power diffuse. But the paralysis of Congress has Trump grabbing more and more power for the White House, the office of the executive. He's essentially been given carte blanche to ignore Congress, to build his wall, to hold up foreign aid, by a Senate where the Republican majority is afraid to criticize him. There'd be no good answers. Amending the Constitution, last achieved 2 decades agone, would take us such a long time and require such a level of agreement that nobody talks seriously about it. Democrats have proposed electoral reforms after their candidates lost the White House with more votes, but Republican Senate majorities will not willingly hand over any power. The House of Representatives is supposed to be the closest piece of government to voters, but the number of lawmakers, set and immovable, has exploded to more than 700,000 per member of Congress in most states. Many other countries have far more lawmakers, each representing far fewer people. Rather than add more lawmakers for a growing country, the size of Congress has been set since 1929, and now states cut the districts to help the party in power, thus pouring concrete over partisanship. The Supreme Court blessed the practice this year. Proposals to change things, break up California, or divide Texas, percolate but go nowhere. Some in recent years have suggested a new constitutional convention, but that seems equally fanciful. Governments will do nothing about these problems because it is stuck on attack mode and geared always towards the next election, which starts tomorrow in Iowa. And new reports show that all Trump's economic promises were empty. Now, before I go into that, I'm going to give a short check to tie up tonight in what will be nigh a second hour, or at least half an hour. Want to check before I go into closure on exactly how many people might be watching. And going to refresh the page, and I'm impressed that we've got what claims there be nigh 40 people, and that's grand. All right, and of course there's many more than that, actually, that watch each time. Let me give a check at the live dashboard here, and nothing much going on. Had a lot of ups and downs as I've been talking, and that's in the, shall we say, the chart. Now, new reports suggest that although the boost from President Trump's 2017 tax cuts is fading, the resulting budget deficit will linger for decades. With the impeachment trial, the coronavirus, and the Iowa caucuses in the news, dry economic statistics aren't getting much attention right now. But Twanu reports the latest gross domestic product figures from the Commerce Department and a new set of budget projections from the Congressional Budget Office shouldn't be allowed to pass without comment. Indeed, the issues they raise should be central to the 2020 election. The core of Donald Trump's platform is that his policies have produced what he touts as the greatest economy in American history. But the truth be very different. By enacting a huge tax cut in late 2017 that was heavily slanted towards corporations and the very rich, Trump and the Republicans gave the economy a temporary boost. In 2018, it grew at an annual rate of 2.9%. That has now completely faded. In the fourth quarter of last year, GDP, the broadest measure of activity in the economy, expanded at an annual rate of 2.1%. The new report from the Commerce Department has showed this. Taking 2019 as a whole, GDP grew at 2.3%. These growth rates are nowhere near the 4% growth that Trump promised circa 2016. Instead, they be in line with the average growth rate since 2000, Anno Domini, which be 2.2%. And this ho-hum outcome has only been achieved at tremendous cost. The federal government is now running an enormous budget deficit and accumulating vast amounts of new debt, which will burden taxpayers for decades to come. After 3 years of Trump's presidency, in fact, the United States is starting to look like one of his highly indebted business ventures. Well, that's how he runs it. This year, the new report from CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, exposes that the deficit will be about $1 trillion United States dollars. 10 years from now, it will be roughly 1.3 trillion United States dollars. Numbers like these are so big that they be very hard to take in. The way economists make a sense of them is by comparing the dollar amount to the level of GDP, much like a family might compare its mortgage to its income. If you do this, you can see just how out of whack with history the Trump presidency really is. According to the CBO's projections, the budget deficit will be 4.6% of GDP this year, and by 2030 it will have risen to 5.4% of GDP. Before Trump took office, the United States had never run sustained deficits of this magnitude except during wars, when spending on armaments and other items increased sharply, or during economic slumps, when tax receipts plummeted. The CBO report so notes that other than a 6-year period during and immediately after World War II, the deficit over the past century has not exceeded 4.0% for more than 5 consecutive years. And during the past half a hundred years, deficits have averaged 1.5% of GDP, when the economy was relatively strong, as it is now. So what about the level of governmental debt? The CBO report exposes that because of the large deficits, federal debt held by the public is projected to grow from 81% of GDP in 2020 to 98% in 2030, its highest percentage since 1946. By 2050, debt would be 180% of GDP, far higher than it has ever been. It's no secret what happened during the early 1990s to some of Trump's business ventures, including the Taj Mahal Casino in Atlantic City and the Plaza on Central Park South. They went bankrupt under the weight of the debts he had piled on them. And the same fate is now in store for these United States. Now, there may yet be hope. With interest rates at near record lows, servicing large debts is easier than it used to be. And in any case, governments have financing options that are unavailable to private businesses, such as raising taxes, or, in extremis, having the central bank issue money and purchase bonds. Despite the rising indebtedness of these United States, most investors still regard treasury bonds as a safe asset. But that does not justify the profligacy of Trump and the Republicans in Congress. At some point, interest rates could rise, and investors could lose faith in the United States government itself. Jared Bernstein, a senior fellow at the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, has pointed out that even if that doesn't happen, we're borrowing money for all the wrong things. Some of the debt that is being issued to pay for the tax cut could have been used to finance investments in infrastructure, renewable energy sources, universal daycare, adult retraining, reducing the cost of higher education, or any other number of programs that yield long-term benefits to ordinary Americans. Instead, the biggest handouts went to corporations, who saw their tax rate reduced from 35% to 21%. At the time, the White House argued that this would encourage multinational businesses to repatriate countless billions of dollars in profits they had stashed overseas. Kevin Hassett, who was then the chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, claimed that once the tax bill was passed, grateful businesses would invest heavily in new factories, offices, equipment, and software, a process economists refer to as capital deepening, which in turn would raise the productivity and wages of their workers. He therefore writing that, put simply, capital deepening, which brings additional returns to the owners of capital, brings substantial returns to workers as well. Now, the new Gross Domestic Product report shows what actually happened. Business investment did pick up a bit in anticipation of the tax bill and immediately after it was passed. Since then, though, it has slipped back. For the past 3 quarters, the broad category of capital spending that the Commerce Department refers to as non-residential fixed investment has actually fallen, with the biggest drop coming in structures, a category that includes factories, office buildings, and things like drilling platforms. In the most recent quarter, spending on structures dropped 10%. Some of this fall was probably attributable to a drop in the price of oil, but the energy sector wasn't the only sector to exhibit weakness. Others, such as manufacturing, did too. Ian Shepherdson, the chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, pointed out, himself both asking and answering thusly, so what happened to the Trump tax cut? Business saved some of the tax cut, but most of it seems to have gone on stock buybacks and dividends. There be zero evidence of any positive impact on capital expenditure. Now, just last week I pointed out that the Democratic nominee, whoever it be, will need to debunk Trump's claims about the economy. These latest economic reports provide plenty of material to work with. When it comes to the national debt, the 2020s will be the decade of deficit doomsday. America will have to pay for its spending spree and its wars. The decade that just ended saw a period of uninterrupted economic growth. In the decade to come, we'll pay for squandering it. Now, since the so-called Great Recession officially ended in the third quarter of 2009, the United States has enjoyed 42 consecutive quarters of solid, if unspectacular, economic growth. That's the longest run of uninterrupted growth since government economists began tracking the business cycle in the 1850s, far outpacing the average economic expansion of 18 months. Employment has increased by 12%, the jobless rate reached record lows, and America's gross domestic product, that GDP, has increased by more than 25%. It has been, by almost any measure, one of the best times in American history. Well, almost. Hanging over this decade of good news is the gloom of a missed opportunity. After piling up trillions of dollars in deficit spending during the last recession, the federal government took some modest steps towards reducing that red ink during the middle years of the 2010s. But after Republicans took full control circa 2017, spending skyrocketed and the deficit inflated again. Since Trump was inaugurated, Washington has added 4.7 trillion United States dollars to the national debt, almost entirely as a result of the gigantic spending binge, but with a small assist from the 2017 tax cuts, which reduced revenues sans offsetting spending cuts. Now, more than a decade after the last recession ended, the United States is carrying a record amount of debt. More than 23 trillion United States dollars. If you don't believe that Trump was sent here by the Russians to destroy us, you're beyond blind. Our country is on track to add more than 1 trillion United States dollars to that total in every year of the coming decade, with old age entitlements ramping up as baby boomers retire and the country as a whole ages to extinction. Michael A. Peterson, Chief Executive Officer of the Peter G. Peterson Foundation, a nonpartisan policy center dedicated to fiscal issues, so testifies that debt matters because it's the one issue that impacts all others. Debt threatens our economic health and hinders our ability to make important investments in our future. If we want to tackle big issues like climate change, student debt, or national security, then we shouldn't saddle ourselves with growing interest costs. According to the Congressional Budget Office, the national debt will approach the size of the entire American economy by the end of the current decade and will keep on growing until it hits 144% of U.S. GDP circa 2049. Before mid-century, the current situation, as warned by the Government Accountability Office, acronym as the GAO, be unsustainable. That's their conclusion. That's their word. That's their descriptive. Compare all this with early 2001. At the end of the second longest economic expansion in American history, the federal government was running surplus. The national debt was falling and amounted to only 31% of GDP. That's what you'd expect to see now, since deficits typically fall when the economy is growing and grow when the economy be rotten. Indeed, since the end of World War II, the United States has seen deficits greater than 4% of GDP only in years when the country was either deep in the throes of serious recession or emerging from one. In the short term, deficit spending or tax cuts that aren't offset with spending cuts can juice the economy and boost growth, but in the long term, high levels of debt drag down economic growth. The CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, projects that the average American household will lose between $2,000 and $6,000 United States dollars in annual wealth by 2040 if the current trajectory continues. It also says America's GDP will shrink by 2% over the next 12 decades if current policies continue and the debt keeps growing. And the CBO projections are almost certainly far too rosy. They predate the approval of a new bipartisan budget deal in late 2019 that be expected to add another 1.7 trillion United States dollars to the national debt over 10 years. Furthermore, the CBO be required to build projections based on current policies. Those assume, among other things, that some of the 2017 tax cuts will expire in the middle of this decade. Politically, that's unlikely to happen. Worse yet, the CBO's projections do not account for the inevitable eventual end to this run of economic growth. If we're running $1 trillion deficit in the good years, what happens when the next downturn occurs? Brian Riedel, a former Republican congressional staffer now based at the Manhattan Institute, has attested that a recession could quickly push the deficit up towards $2 trillion United States dollars. A recession would likely trigger politically motivated calls for even more deficit spending, causing the debt to skyrocket even more than it already has. It might also cause interest rates to spike, compounding America's debt problem. Every percentage point that interest rates rise will add 1.8 trillion United States dollars in added costs over the decade. To quote Riedel, a nervous bond market could demand higher interest rates, further weakening both the economy and the deficit. So while the economy looks strong and the deficit seems irrelevant, the fiscal situation be quite fragile. It may require a crisis before anyone in Washington takes this situation seriously. The American political system seems incapable of planning for the long term. Even passing a federal budget through the normal committee process appears to be impossible, a testament to the failure of both parties' current congressional leaders. Congress lurches from one crisis to another, some real, some manufactured to score political points, and Trump's tempestuous presidency has only made things worse. Assigning blame isn't the most important thing, but there be plenty to go around. The Trump administration and current crop of Republicans in Congress have made the problem worse than it already was. Some of them, like former deficit hawk Mick Mulvaney and former House Speaker Paul Ryan, who made his name in Congress as the Republican Party's budget maker, deserve a special ignominy for abandoning their fiscal conservatism when it was most needed. Trump came into office promising to eliminate the national debt in 8 years, and that's even more of a joke now than it was then. Meanwhile, Democrats' aversion to spending reductions and their refusal even to consider changes to entitlement programs, the biggest driver of the national debt, be equally large obstacles to any meaningful attempt at fixing this disaster. The party's progressive wing is pushing for Medicare for all and expanding Social Security benefits while elevating economic theories that say we should ignore the deficit. And neither party seems to have a serious plan to rein in military spending, despite 12 decades and more than $1 trillion spent in the Southwest Asian quagmire. In contrast to their elected officials, most Americans believe the debt and deficit be important. A Pew Research Center poll conducted earlier this month found that 53% of Americans view the federal budget deficit as a very big problem facing our country. That's a larger share of the public than the portion that views terrorism at 39%, racism at 43%, or even climate change at 48% as a major problem. But you'll hear much more talk about climate change, terrorism, and racism during the 2020 election. You'll hear much more talk about many other things too. Neither party is taking the debt seriously right now, and no prominent national politicians that I know of appear positioned to lead a deficit reduction effort. At least not until the next Democrat be inaugurated and Republicans pretend to care about spending again. Peter G. Peterson Foundation CEO Michael A. Peterson has concluded that lawmakers should work to manage our fiscal outlook now when the economy is performing well and while we have time to manage the debt gradually and responsibly. We had time. We may yet have more. But Washington is more likely to squander the 2020s, just like it did the latter half of the 2010s. And we're just discovering the price of killing Soleimani. The grieving families round the world have already paid for it. No American paid a price for President Donald Trump's decision to kill Iran's Qasem Soleimani, but it be quite evident that 176 other people did, including 63 Canadian citizens and many more Iranian nationals en route to Canada. As of, oh God, the last time I spracketh of this horrible new chapter of the story has been plastered for all to see. Iran retaliated for the killing by firing a barrage of weapons at bases inside Iraq. That barrage did little harm, comparatively speaking. The Iranians may not have known that when 12 hours later they perceived a large moving object in their skies. And it seems, I have not looked back into this since last time I performed analysis, that they fired anti-aircraft missiles and brought down a civilian airliner, killing all aboard. And now the harrowing stories of the lost, students returning to university in Canada, newlyweds, children have been filling Canadian media and, of course, have claimed the attention of all the world. These stories point an accusatory finger first at the Iranian government. Iranian military authorities apparently fired at a plane cleared to fly in their airspace that had lifted off only minutes before from the Tehran airport. It was the Iranian authorities, too, who set in motion the cycle of attack and response that culminated with the destruction of a civilian airliner. On December 27th of yesteryear, but days are gone, a month behind us now, Iranian proxies fired rockets at an American base in Kirkuk, Kurdistan, killing an American contractor and injuring 4 American service members and 12 Iraqi service personnel. Security personnel. The United States struck back on December 29th with an air raid against Iranian-sponsored militias in Syria and Iraq, killing an estimated 250 people and injuring many more. Iranian-backed forces mobbed the American embassy in Baghdad on December 31st, the last day of last year. And it was this that prompted the killing of Soleimani and all that followed. Yet the United States cannot shove all blame on Iran for the human disaster of Flight 752. Nobody intended for civilians to die. That's the way it be with unintended consequences, and why governments are supposed to weigh carefully the decision to employ deadly force. The Trump administration is telling an obviously false story about the decision to kill Soleimani. Instead of acknowledging that Soleimani was killed in reprisal, the Trump administration instead argues that the killing was necessary to avert attacks that were simultaneously so imminent that only killing could thwart them, and so non-imminent that by attacking the top of the chain of command, the gunmen on the ground would somehow be stopped. Members of Congress who have received Trump's administration's classified briefings have scoffed at all its claims. The Trump administration refuses to share evidence even with the 8 members of Congress who share the highest security clearance. Instead, Vice President Mike Pence told Fox News that viewers would just have to be assured that the Trump administration was telling the truth. This is the same Vice President Pence who told reporters that he stayed at a Trump resort on the Atlantic coast of Ireland, 2 hours travel from meetings in Dublin, because his great-grandmother had grown up nearby. The Trump administration's accounts be non-credible. The world be owed the truth, however painful. From Iran's terror-stained regime, not much be expected in the way of humanity or decency. A wave of protests erupted across Iran on November 15th, at first over increases in the price of fuel, then over other economic and political grievances. The regime responded with repression that tortured and killed hundreds of people. From the United States, however, a different standard be expected. On the confirmed public record, as opposed to take our word for it, secret information, Trump acted against Soleimani impulsively. When the killing escalated tensions with Iran, Trump and his administration told apparent lies to make their behavior seem more considered and more justified. In the first relief that Iranian retaliation had not done more damage, the president accepted accolades for his leadership. You just cannot admit that Trump was right for once, became a pro-administration talking point. Yet now we are confronted with the full measure of the toll, however unintended, of open hostilities. Trump, of course, disclaims all responsibility as he habitually does. He's always been a credit grabber and a responsibility dodger. As Gordon Sondland memorably put it, Trump cares only about big things, things that will benefit him personally. And so the President told reporters about the downed airplane, "It was flying in a pretty rough neighborhood." The victims of the crash of Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752 were not American citizens, and certainly not residents of any state that Trump might win in 2020, so who cares, really? The loss of life had nothing to do with us. It was a mistake on the other side. The gun just went off. Let's not ask too many questions about who put the bullets in the chamber. Soleimani abundantly deserved to die a violent death. The 176 innocents he took with him did not. President George W. Bush and President Barack Obama both flinched from doing justice to Soleimani because they asked, "And what will happen next?" Trump did not ask that question. Families across half the world are now grieving a consequence that Trump's ego forbade him to imagine or even ponder. But Iranian leaders are facing pressure at home and abroad as public anger, mounts over that downed plane. Is this Iran's Chernobyl moment? Iran's admission that it mistakenly shot down a passenger plane sent protesters pouring into the streets throughout the beginning of January. Though demonstrations were smaller and nearly outnumbered by riot police within days, some observers have already begun to wonder if this could be the beginning of the end for the current mullahocratic regime of Iran. After days of denial and obfuscation, Iranian officials finally acknowledged that their military had shot down a Ukraine International Airlines jet, killing all 176 people on board, many of whom were Iranian citizens. Iranian Foreign Minister Javad Zarif blamed human error prompted by U.S. adventurism, alluding to the escalating brinkmanship between Iran and the United States over the American killing of a revered Iranian commander, Qasem Soleimani. On Tuesday of the first week of January, Iran announced that several people had been arrested in connection with the crash, and President Hassan Rouhani said those responsible will be punished. But the Iranian government's tendency to point the finger at Washington or other malicious foreign actors for unrest at home is ringing hollow now. While the Trump administration has fomented a fractious atmosphere, it was not responsible for this accident directly. Tehran's admission appears to have reignited the anti-government sentiment that raged yesteryear, despite the wave of nationalism following Soleimani's death earlier the first month, opening this 2020th year of our Lord. And as crowds gathered in the capital Tehran for a candlelight vigil to commemorate victims, protesters called for Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei to step down and for those responsible for downing the plane to be prosecuted. Familiar chants of "Death to America" were traded for "Death to the Dictator" and "Death to the Liar." In one video, demonstrators chanted, "Khamenei, have shame, leave the country." This reckoning is already being billed as Iran's Chernobyl moment, an analogy to the way the 1986 nuclear disaster in the Soviet Ukraine exposed all the incompetence, state deception, and rot in that regime. According to Iran Wire, a site for Iranian citizen journalists in the diaspora of Iranians living outside that country. But whether Iran's grief and fury could lead the revolution is hard to tell. Is this a revolutionary moment? Sanam Vakil, a senior research fellow and leader of the Iran Forum at London-based think tank Chatham House, has said that through a Western lens, we're always looking for a revolutionary moment in Iran. While there are certainly similarities between how authorities handled the Chernobyl accident and the downing of Ukraine International Airlines Flight 752, repeated denials, attempted cover-ups, inescapable evidence from foreign governments, and a reluctant admission, the parallels, she says, may end there. Vakil suggesting or observing that this could be Iran's Chernobyl moment, but the question is how Iranian leadership is going to handle it. After Chernobyl, everything was very much incumbent on one political leader making a decision to accept responsibility and alter political dynamics. But she points out that the only person who can really make meaningful changes in the Iranian political system is the supreme leader. And if history be any judge, Khamenei could move to violently quash protests as he did during anti-government protests that gripped Iran last year. How Tehran reacts now to the protests has drawn both international and domestic scrutiny, with warnings from American President Donald Trump that the world is watching and do not kill your protesters. For an uprising to become a revolution, the opposition needs its own leadership and a shared ideology. Well, that's been calculated by Emmanuel Karagianis, a senior lecturer at the Department of Defense Studies at King's College London. But Iranian protesters have neither. And so Emmanuel Karagianis, in doing the social engineering equations, calculating them, tabulating all that would lead to revolution, he dismisses recent demonstrations as a spontaneous and grassroots movement that draws across a broad mix of interests and loyalties, including students, professionals, trade unionists, and ethnic minorities. And he concludes that the Iranian regime has been in power for over 40 years. Of course, it could collapse, but it's hard to see that happening without the elements that would need to be in place, an organized and united opposition. But something's different. Nevertheless, this moment seems different. Unlike the previous groundswell of opposition, response to the downing of the Ukrainian passenger plane has triggered condemnation from conservatives too, who typically support the government. The editor-in-chief of right-wing Tasnim news agency, which is tied to the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, criticized Iran's leaders for attempting to lie to the public. And on Twitter, Kian Abdullahi said, "Officials who misled the media are guilty too. We are all ashamed before the people." That shame has grown under the harsh spotlight of a relentless news cycle and the outcry from Iranians on social media. Though Iran's state media did not cover the protests of yesterday, images and cell phone videos shared on social media amplified the message of civilian anger. So too have public figures who have spoken out online at great personal risk. Oscar-nominated Taraneh Alidusti, Iran's most popular female actor, took to Instagram on Sunday of the first or second week of yesterday to bluntly criticize the government, telling millions of followers that Iranians were not citizens, but captives. She wrote, "I fought this dream for a long time and I didn't want to accept it. We are not citizens. We never were. We are captives." And Vakil then observed that ultimately the Islamic Republic is under pressure because people really do want accountability and transparency. Perhaps Iran's government spokesman described the situation best. In commentary published in the semi-official Fars news agency, Ali Rabieh said that the government's delayed admission to downing the plane had irreparably damaged the relationship between us and our nation. The question now is what Tehran will do about it. That's their struggle, which is your struggle, because your president started a war with that nation. Mein Kampf, my struggle, be thine own. Where we now be accepting contributions via PayPal holdings on showsdd.com, contribute to the struggle. My struggle being yours at showsdd.com/donate.html. All due acknowledgement be unto our own personal hero, our dearest English brother in battle, who be Team Thrax's ultimate post-episodic producer and our final productions archivist at showsdd.com, as well as the YouTube Maggot channel property manager, John Henry McMills Warrington. Subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/c/Magator, spelled MAGGOTAUR. And friend him, follow he on Facebook at facebook.com/John.War. For were it no for he, nigh all videographic works of the renegade military historian would have been lost. 'Twas to you save nigh all the Douglas Dietrich videos published on platform provided by YouTube that would have otherwise been erased from all free public accessibility and monopolized for privatized monetization via Patreon by the openly sub-satanic welfare-supported white trash Pueblo, Colorado-based amateur sorceress and skunk whisperer Emperor Dio, whose My Stick Warrior channel actively exploited YouTube to promote Edomite Thalema or Will Magics of Peter Simon Levinda, pseudonymous author of the Simon Necronomicon, and to children for years prior to her exposure and via his own so-called Dietrichology YouTube channel by the parentally aided and abetted violent alcoholic Euro-trash Canadian multiple sexual assaults offender Pavel Edward Pravara, who resided in his federally pensioned parents' Toronto domicile and aliases himself as Paul Edward via his Facebook timeline, whereon he hides still behind images of myself to friend underage boys precepts predation, which you can find linkage to evidence thereof on my homepage of showsdd.com. So, all fans, friends, and followers, this be a call for your attention, an alert and actung, a warning, a public service to Bolo. Be on the lookout per pedo predator Pavel Edward, or Paul Edward Pravara. Find out the backstory on the September 8th, 2019 dated episode of Critical Omissions entitled Deep Web Pedo Predator Hides Behind the Face of DDD. This public figure, the former executive producer of the Critical Omissions program, who was caught red-handed attempting to archive my entire Google account after having hacked it via our co-managed Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel, be himself an identified transnational cyber terrorist with a known criminal record in intimate partner sexual violence, and has been confirmed to still be preying on young boys behind my own image, even whilst brazenly self-promoting his LinkedIn corporation. Published employment expertise is simply Jap. Paul Pravara, referencing himself on LinkedIn as data engineer for then producing my program, makes little sense beyond hyperbole, to get the pronunciation that people be demanding from my synestheticized English, and the citing of Jap as his employer, or rather his field of employment, as he be presenting himself as self-employed, thereby indirectly but publicly self-asserting his unemployability, make us no sense at all beyond the intended entendre as ethnic slur against myself, Jap otherwise being a acronymous for a software, Java non-proxy, which you can find out more about at freshmeat.sourceforge.net/projects/anon, it being similar to Tor, the onion router, as in multi-layered, which itself be likewise exploitable in hiding or encrypting IP or Internet Protocol addresses by moving through multiple routers, a dark web tool employed throughout the pedopornographic industry precepts pederast predations, Jap being similar thereunto, but Jap itself being relatively new, released in December of 2016, as well as concurrently deplorably to hide web browsing, and Paul Pravara thereby openly promoting himself as a data engineer in the realm of child exploitation and baby rape, advertising unto others his own ability to deep dive into the depths of deepest darkness and assist others in such. His About section in linked, read as my objectives remain the same, resolve data problems through abstraction, which all too obviously make us no sense whatsoever, a silly string of terms comprising a non-sequitorial word salad. A data engineer develops, constructs, tests, and maintains architectures, such as databases and large-scale processing systems, which altogether might be occulted, or it is obfuscated as abstracting data problems, but it's not how anyone seriously seeking employment would ever advertise themselves. Instead, Polyboy the Pedo presumes any potential contractor to read, as in to interpret, his pithy about statement as, I exploit Jap to resolve data problems, it as transmission of questionable data, through abstraction, meaning the cascading and mixing of the data streams of multiple users in order to further obfuscate, it as to cult the data out to outsiders, which be what Jap does. Both Polyboy, the pervert from Prague, and his foreign-born Euro-slut handler Agnieszka Maria Szrokzinska promote themselves as hackers. It would be self-evidently stupid to advertise oneself as such via LinkedIn by all common sensibilities, but they've been emboldened by the Temple of Set to hide it in plain sight. Polly's entire linked entry being utterly senseless by any conventional rationale other than within this context. Ergo, Paul Pedo Pravara be advertising more than meets the eye. Anyone doing a search on LinkedIn for Jap specifically, in disambiguation from the ethnic slur, which would pull up anyone's profile who had worked in either a Japanese restaurant or in the Empire of Japan itself, will come across his page and most likely not many more when using the all uppercase spelling, with the nebulous statement of resolve data problems through abstraction, it as via encryption, being the key. Anyone who wants help in questionable tasks requiring Jap now be directed to his page and his page alone. his critical omission of blatant hypocrisy, what speaks volumes in of and for itself, being that he refuses to explain it in his openly published public statements, per myself, as to why he still misrepresents himself by hiding behind the photograph of a liar, quote-unquote, which you can see on facebook.com/PI342. Instead of his own flaccid face, for reasons what be all too obvious, no one would friend him by his own wretched appearance, despite the fact that he tells underage minors they finally found Waldo, of the Where's Waldo franchise, and that Waldo was really Harry Potter, his other preferred self-misrepresentation all along, afore offering to let them play with his magical wand. And one final warning, by way of Pavel Privy, the pedo-predatory pervert from Prague, he has now established a false Twitter account by which to continuous misrepresenting himself, called @DDD_now, all in the uppercase, the official Twitter account for the most dangerous man either side of the Pacific, be @DougDDiettrich, with only the D's in uppercase. Both the identified malefactors, Rose Dio and Paulie Privy, ultimately boasted themselves activated assets of the Temple of Set founder, the Setheistic, it as satanic, high priest and primary Wikipedia contributor, the U.S. National Security Agency Deputy Director, Dr. Michelangelo Mikey Aquino, Colonel, United States Army, Special Forces, Psychological Operations, retired but laterally transferred after becoming too much of a liability for the Army and deprived of further advancement into civilian intelligence, where he ultimately advanced to the federal equivalent of the rank of generalcy, known as a supergrade. And, of course, his assets are merely integral. His ever-swelling cult of the kings of Edom, it as the anti-gods, as sponsored by the NSA. But now you, too, can do your part to help in the fight against total annihilation. Spread the word about Douglas Dietrich, that he, the biological son of Adolphus Jacob Hitler, which you can find out more about at douglasdietrich.com/2019/05/08/ Douglas Dietrich, son of Adolf Hitler, fighting against white supremacist neo-Nazis, and confer a footnote on my biosire to understand the meaning of my biological father's name, that I, his scion, be alive and well and resident in the city and county of San Francisco, and, if at all possible, electronically relay thy contributions at showsdd.com/donate.html. People are forever asking, Renegatus Humanis Arma Ab Massa Erudicio, the renegade human weapon of mass instruction, what they can do to fight the pedopathophilocracy, such being our President Slavo-Western government by patriarchy of pathological pedophiles. Ye can all help spread awareness by supporting myself. We have a new contribution page on douglasdietrich.com where you can make its donation online using either thy credit or debit card. Simply go to douglasdietrich.com and click the red Donate button. All sponsors will be granted exclusive electronic access to both my video, graphic, and audio recorded archives through to this year, from the 2011th year in our Lord, the very year mine own late and sainted matriarch, the Grand Madame Diana Linzujin Takabayashi Hideko Dietrich, was murdered, assassinated, nigh immediately aftermath, San Juichi Sensemi, the 3/11 terror attack against the Fukushima Daiichi, our big one cluster of nuclear power plant facilities on site, the 7,000 islands of the greater Japanese empire. When 'twas deemed by much Native American cosmological reckoning that the first rays of the dawning of the sixth world broke upon us and magics could again be worked, conjointly with Mother Earth, to redeem the folk upon her. They're not on YouTube anymore, whereon the internationally recognized renegade military historian and intra-global crises analyst Douglas Duane Dietrich long agone established his high-profile visibility platform per rationale of personal security by way of public promotion. So visit showsdd.com/YouTube/donate.html and donate online where it is fast, easy, and secure. showsdd.com/donate.html. Only on contribution will thy membership be processed within 48 through 72 hours, between 2 to 3 days, for full access to all mine archives, meaning all those videos that John Warrington saved, aside those on the Maggot Douglas Dietrich channel and the YouTube channel named Taboo Bros 2, spelled TABOO space BROS space Roman numeral 2, as managed by mixed martial arts maestro Daniel Arola, whom you can visit at facebook.com/daniel.arola.3 of Damage or Daniel Arola Martial Arts Group Incorporated, Kali Combatives. Yea, so, all the Megatour-backed, Dietrich-hosted vids now be available unto all, accepting contents accessible via the aforementioned TB2 and Maggot YouTube channels, our extensive showsdd.com archives, now including even the old, ostensibly professed Revolution Radio archives, obtained from the late and unlamented controlled oppositionist Mike Ringley, thanks to private purchase by the well-established alternative acid rock band Deep Space Pilots, whom you can visit at deepspacepilots.bandcamp.com, lead bandsman Ronald P. Stroine, Zeb Shepard on Facebook, general practice attorney at law in good standing at the law offices of Ronald P. Stroine and Associates. Visit thedebtfreeway.com, as well as the Soy de San American Freedom Radio transmissions I myself hosted from May 20th of 2018 that Pavel smuggled onto YouTube, perceps ultimately copywriting such for himself. As alluded to within entitlement of same-dated episode, Douglas Dietrich on American Freedom Radio about being introduced to American Freedom Radio. Those episodes now only to be found, along other John Warrington uploaded programs, inclusive videos, on douglasdietrich.com. Once upon you click that red donate button. On past transmissions, I've informed our listeners about the option to send us checks or monetary orders to my own physical mailing address in order to avoid paying the middle person. My manager, Elena Shea, has asked myself to clarify unto our audience that I was referring to PayPal Holdings Merchant Services as said middle person, not herself, who be an unremunerated volunteerist. As my web mistress, the young Madame Lena Shea has been relaying thank you communique on mine own behalf unto everyone who submits their donations online. My presently transitional website situation be in no way, shape, or form analogous to the Aquino designated suppression asset Lorian Ann Fenton, handling in which she was assigned to sabotage all my contacts per potential sponsors and all my communications via the open public, whilst stealing any and all incoming fiscal succor intended for myself as her personal profits. So fear goddess and dreadnought, whether you send donations online or through the postal services, it will reach myself. Accepting online donations cost us roughly 3% plus or minus to process, so you can help us save a few extra dollars by mailing either checks or money orders, never cash, to the personal residential address of the Mr. Douglas Dietrich, which itself be listed on douglasdietrich.com, the most important thing being that people regularly donate what they can within their means. Foremost among Axis Daddy D's donors, aside his lady and mistress Lena herself, be our most beloved greater British brother in battle, the Team Threx, heavyweight lifting keeper of the spirits, and YouTube, Bizarre HD channel, managing mixologist, George Edward Knight, whom you can friend at facebook.com/george.e.knight.7, and subscribe to his channel at youtube.com/user/bizarrehd, spelled BIZAREHD. Mine own personal hero, who has substantially delivered towards my salvation from the streets, and whose self-produced videos entitled How the United States Won World War I and Why We Are Still Legally at War with the Third Reich both be factually substantiated per mine own expositions. Indeed, the last Dietrich Gulvias, the son of Dietrichs or son of a dragons, Anglo-corrupted Dracula's expositions via YouTube would not be possible. Sans generous benefactions from my listeners on a monthly basis, the Amerasian agent of the Peacock Angel, Tavush Malyek, be the only person on the surface of this world with the insider knowledge and experience necessary to lead thy resistance gates, the Russo sub-satanic occupation and anti-godly insurgency, it bearing no end of emphasis that Judy, Anglo-corrupted Jedi, literally Master D or the Master of Enlightenment, myself is not paid to articulate mine expositions, and have never once been remunerated for my services, rendered unto thyself and all thy holdest dear, at incomparable sacrifices to myself, most tragically of all mine loved ones, in my most singular and quite unenviable role as the ultimate public informant at personal risk, still at large. Your taxation cannot support me, as I be denied access to Department of Veterans Affairs benefits and services due dishonorable discharge. So again, go to douglasdietrich.com and click Donate. The very survival of the human species be at stake, and I am not exaggerating. Do not wait. Donate now. It be appreciated beyond my ability to express in any language. As well, forget not to subscribe to the Douglas Dietrich YouTube channel at youtube.com/c/Douglas Dietrich and click that notification bell in order to receive notifications that live streams has started. Finally, and above all else, visit awakewithinthedreamproductions.com. To emphasize that Douglas Dietrich referenced thyself to purchase thy ticket to rendezvous face-to-face with the Devil Angel, himself as he delivers his live and personal headline presentation as one of 3 keynote speakers for the Living Truth Summit on site the sacred Mount Shasta this pending June 18th through the 22nd, Anno Domini 2020 Common Era. My gratitude unto thee all who grace my self-support. Most blessed be thyselves and all thine own. And with that, a final check into the chat room for tonight. When I say goodnight to everyone, I see. Oh well, that's delightful. See someone over there trying to say something that I believe doesn't need to be said. So just go to his channel there. Block his ass off. Yeah, that figures. His name itself says it all. Dirty Frank indeed. Yeah, a dirty dick. So let's see down here what we've got. And there we are. Okay. A blockage of the user. Go back to the live channel right now. Remove that. And from that point forward, still got 30 watching right now at least. Pretty impressive. Including members of the enemy, quite obviously. Just down a little bit from what was before. And to all of thee, a blessed night indeed. One last check before I go off air. See if someone has said anything in particular. And see Kenneth Henry Sr. out there. Alright. Selena Khan. Good night, honey. And to all the rest of you. Blessed be.